Yo, Bear Cub, how's it going today, man? Yo, Hateem, what up today, bro?
I wanted
Um,
to discuss something with you.
for sure. Let's talk.
Do you know about that Gettier problem?
Yeah, and what's your thoughts? Oh, here we got Dream. Yeah, what's your thoughts on it, man? Dream, what happened to your live, bro?
Uh, I didn't realize I accidentally knocked out the power cord on my laptop like a while ago or something, and it ran out of battery. And I was streaming from my laptop. I just came to tell you that because I'm probably gonna go do some other stuff, or I could like be in the live while I do other stuff. But I'll
Yeah,
probably
dude,
be
you're
like,
welcome to
we'll be
chill. You're
happy.
welcome to chill. I
Yeah.
appreciate you following up, though. It's all good. I thought you made that joke,
Yeah.
and like, the joke was perfectly timed. You're like, my mom said you need to go to work, and then it just cut out. It was like perfectly timed. It's hilarious. But Hatim, let's talk about the Gettier problem. What are you thinking, G? The
Yeah,
the
so
epistemology and knowledge.
yeah, so I was like discussing with Chat GPT for like about an hour about the Gettier problem. And to me, it just seems extraneous.
Okay.
Because JTB is has already addressed the Gettier problem, and it seems to be that the Gettier problem just points out that sometimes when you think something's justified, it actually isn't justified. But
Oh, it's actually
justified
the
true,
opposite. Oh, wait, sorry.
yeah, to me, justified true belief seems to be like already addressing that thinking something's justified isn't enough for it to be justified. So when to me the Gettier problem is like, hey, when you have a justified reason and it's true and you believe it, it
Oh,
must be
okay.
knowledge.
Actually, Gettier meant something a little different. The idea is, can you be accidentally right? For example,
But I know that
let's
already.
say
I'm
someone
saying
says 7
JTB
plus
already addresses
3.
that though.
Sorry?
I'm saying I'm not saying that the Gettier problem addresses nothing. I'm saying yeah, it hasn't
Oh, no, no,
addressed
no.
it yet.
I'm just saying, like, the thing it's addressing it challenges the idea of knowledge being justified true belief, because you can have true beliefs um, with a justification that is
Yeah, but it's
justified and makes sense, and it could be completely wrong, and you still get the right answer.
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying JTB already addresses that because it,
What's the JTB?
yeah, justified true to belief. JTB.
But then what is it? What does it mean to be justified?
That's what I'm saying. That JTB when it's being discussed in philosophy, or at least when I was getting my training in philosophy in college, is that it's already addressing that justified isn't like a feeling that you feel justified. It's like it has to be like a sufficient evidence of justification. And so like
What is
the
sufficient evidence?
right, that's what I'm saying. Like it has to be verified, is what I think, to be
Oh yeah,
justified.
but that's the thing he's trying to point out. It's like, how do you, if you have a justification and it makes sense, like logically it's valid and it gives you the right answer, but it's just wrong. Like there's a correlation here, but the correlation is completely coincidental. And it's like, okay, well, this is a Gettier case. I got it right, and I had a justified reasoning for it, in the sense that all of my points, like all my premises, like all of that followed, and I had inductive reasons with high probability statistically. So I'm doing everything right. It feels justified, but and I got the right answer, but it's not true because these things weren't actually causational. They were just correlated by coincidence.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like to me, if you don't have a justified true belief,
Sorry, I messed. Oh wait, no, I didn't mess up. Never mind. Oh wait, no. Let's even say. Let's actually. We can say it even better. We can say. Let's say you got it right. Let's say you got exactly what you were expecting
I know,
with
I
your
know, I know the
reasoning. That's
examples are
justified.
Gettier.
Oh
I
yeah.
know the examples are Gettier, like a broken clock that you woke up, you saw that it was and then it was 8 a.m. and it was actually 8 a.m. but it was a broken clock, so you didn't actually have justified true belief. I get
Well,
that.
wait, was his reasoning not justified?
Was his reasoning not justified?
Yeah.
Was it justified or not?
Yeah. So it was reasonable, but it wasn't justified. If that makes sense.
What was
No,
not? So
it was justified.
Stop me when you think I've made some sort of mistake. I wake up every day and I have my alarm clock. This alarm clock has never failed me in a year, and I have owned it for that year.
Hold on.
So it's fairly
I
new,
think we could
and
just
it's
cut
worked
through
the
it. We'll just
entire
cut through
time.
it. I think we could just cut
And
through the BS. Like when I
oh no,
think
I'm
of
just
this-
saying like
No, I get it. I
like
get it.
what's
What I'm saying is,
like yeah, he's fully justified, right?
yeah, what I'm saying is like verified, right? Like so, in my
Wait.
understanding of what a justification is that it's you verify your hypothesis or your like suspicion, and so when you wake up in the morning, it's 8 a.m. and it
But that
happens
has to do
8
with
a.m. and
true, not verification. Because remember, I can wake up, look at the clock, and then verify on another clock, and well, I'm completely justified. I looked at my clock and I looked at the other clock, and what are the chances of my clock breaking the exact minute I wake up, looking at my clock, getting the exact right time, because every other clock in my house would have to say the same thing for it to be like, what are the chances of
Oh,
that,
I
right?
know what to do then. I know what to. You fix this, right? You fix this. I think Pai Chi kind of makes it. Kind of gets to my point better than what have been saying. Is that it's a hasty generalization, even in when you wake up in the morning, right? Like, when you wake up in the morning, you have the evidence that number one, it's morning, so you know that it's 8 a.m. You have a reason to
Yeah,
you know,
all
see
of
the
my
daylight
thoughts.
outside,
Well,
and then
yeah,
you
all of these reasons are justified.
no. What I'm
But
saying is
one of my
is
justifications
the
is
error.
wrong, right? It's not justified,
What I'm saying is the
but it
error.
leads to a true belief.
What I'm saying is the error is you.
Or sorry, it
having
is
like
justified and leads to a true belief, but it's not
what I'm saying is that
actually true. Yeah.
what I'm saying is that you have an error, and the error is in like being super precise, and um you should be more like lenient on like the range of the window of error or the margin of error. You should be more
I mean, wasn't
better
I
in the margin of
super
error.
lenient? Like, think about the clock example, right? Like, what are the chances of all, like, I'm justified, am I not, in believing that, given the chance of this all happening?
You know what is funny? But I could be wrong. You should end that. You should end every statement with that, and you'd solve the get here problem.
Yeah, but wait, no, but that is the problem it's trying to highlight. It's saying, hey, if you can be right by accident with a
Well,
justification,
well,
that is
I'm not.
a
I'm not
good
saying.
justification. We would all say it's justified. We would
But
all
that's
say
the.
the answer you got is true because it did make the right answer,
I
but
get that.
your
I get that. I get that.
justification was just wrong.
I'm not saying the Gettier problem brings up nothing or doesn't highlight. It's more of an emphasis, right? Like I'm trying to say that the Gettier problem is an emphasis rather than new information, because
Oh, you're just saying, like, what's the point of bringing it up? This feels obvious.
yes, because I'm
Never
saying
mind.
that
Never
JTB
mind. Sorry, never mind. Put me in the corner. I'm a dumbass. Never mind. Put me in the corner. Okay, never mind.
No,
I've
that
embarrassed
produced a good conversation, man. That was
No,
a
I
good
agree,
back
and I'm
and
saying
forth.
like any
Yeah.
competent like philosopher would, and if you're teaching a class, you wouldn't need to get your problem because you would explain that in JTB in the first place.
Yeah, so like the critiques of like Gettier are that it's like a hasty generalization, but like I think Nils was still making a good point because when you're dealing with like repeated cases, not initial cases with empirical justification, you're going to have the same justification that you had prior, right? It would just be like one detail failed, like the battery in the clock or the sheep on the hill, the like being dressed as the wolf being dressed as the sheep. But so the justification would be essentially the same, right? So it's just the case that not in like every justification is like thoroughly like examined, right? And how could and but I think the Gettier case still brings up a good problem, because it's like, when you're going off things that have these empirical priors, what are you going to do? Like in every instance, like check it exhaustively to make, like, so I think that's the point.
Yeah, it's a great topic. I love the little back and forth. That wasn't what I was anticipating to go on, but thanks, Hateem. Hateem's already out, but that was a good little
Yeah.
drive by. You drive by atheists is what they do.
No, I feel like an idiot because it's like I was doing the exact thing that he. It's like I was like, oh, does he mean? It's like, no, bro. I just mean this very plain text statement, and I'm like, I was reading too far in. I'm a dumbass.
No, he was
By the way,
responding.
This is what like I'm constantly thinking like that. Like I have a million other critiques on how I like talked poorly there, and that's what I'm constantly thinking. The fact that other TikTokers don't do that makes me want to strangle them. Also, sorry, this is bygone rage from another era. We chill now.
I actually don't think you spoke that off, but his response to Gettier is like similar to other philosophers I've heard, like their responses to
Well, I
Gettier.
did speak off, by the way.
Yeah,
I can
mean,
go into detail on all the mistakes I made, but that's just like a.
I'd have to read.
opposite of
I'd have to
sniffing your own
repeat what you.
farts.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to rehear what you said, but if you spoke off, then every philosopher's response to the Gettier cases is also off.
Worded better. The idea is, because remember, there's no perfect example, because these ontological ideas are couched in our brains, and I can't fucking Jedi force trick you to know what I know. So there's always going to be some level of miscommunication. The idea is to minimize that miscommunication. And so there's a number of different ways in retrospect I could have minimized that miscommunication even further.
Yeah,
and it's
no, that's fine.
like if I asked this, I would have saved more time. If I asked this, I would have saved more time. If I asked this, it would actually have like answered these 3 questions at once I had. And I'm like, oh, I should have thought about that. I'm so dumb.
No, Hateem's response is similar to some articles I've read where they essentially say that like all Gettier's pointing out is that, well, the justification, it wasn't a problem with the like justified true belief. It was a problem with like the exhaustibility of the justification. And
wait,
a
that's
proper justification would handle that in the first place, right? I'm not
Wait,
saying I agree
just-
with this. I'm just saying that's like the nature of the critique.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that was the original critique, because when I learned it, we just learned like, oh, we were doing like an epistemology course in like high school, and the teacher was like, hey, like, what is it? Like, we were talking about epistemology, and it was like, hey, it's justifying yourself. Like, one of the things was, actually, this was the funniest thing. He was doing the epistemology thing to people, and he was like, oh, what is a desk? What is a chair? And it's like, and like most people were like stopping at a certain point, but I just kept going. And so he's like, all right, that's enough. Like,
Yeah. No, I'm similar.
it actually was like, it was like 10 minutes, and he was like, yeah, no, we're just next one. Like, fuck this shit. Like, actually, people were getting annoyed. Like, because they're just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just like, ooh, I don't know.
Yeah. I think like the Gettier cases still hold, because in the cases of things that you have like a billion empirical priors for, and then there's like one off detail on one day, and then it turns out that your justification was wrong. What are you gonna do? Like in life, like exhaust the verification every time, right? So that was like his whole point, was that like your justification.
I just realized a Gettier case, the Gettier argument is a Gettier case. He was right about his statement and the idea of Gettier cases, but he was wrong about how to apply, and they do break the argument of justified true belief as the definition of knowledge. It does make it a bad definition, but it's also even funnier to me that the way you use it to prove it's a bad definition is with Gettier cases, but not the way he did it or was
Yeah,
thinking.
exactly.
It's literally a Gettier
Yeah.
case.
Exactly.
Wait, you think
he
knew?
himself provided a sort of hasty case. Like
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. That's the
His-
whole. Yeah.
Okay, but now I'm like suspicious. Like, what if he was planning that all ahead? Like, what if he was like, I know I'm making a Gettier case, and I know it disproves the argument, but here's the thing. I already know the argument, and what gets someone to say things faster other than having to correct someone? And if I am right for the wrong reasons, everyone's gonna try and correct me, and then everyone will talk. Like, I'm like, was this his thought process? Because I'm like, if it was, you are him. Like, but I don't know. Maybe like I need like an ancient journal of like Gettier to like be uncovered to like reveal that fucking master plan or something. Okay, that's my conspiracy.
Of all
Gettier
people,
knew.
I hate this because of who it is, but of all people that actually got me to start looking into like counter like research on the Getty cases was freaking Darth Dawkins, because he referred to it as like a hasty generalization, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then I went back and like read some like counter arguments to it, and I was like, oh, they are like there is like arguments against Gettier that he was like presenting hasty generalizations, not JTB.
Yes, even in
It's just so funny.
the irony is not lost on me, even in Slurm's context, when he's impersonating the other guy. What's the other guy's name? Can't remember. Not Darth, but his minion. But when he, the irony isn't lost on me that when people come in to the chat, or even an atheist comes on to the panel, doesn't understand the troll, it's showing, right, the limitation.
Wait, is it the guy? His thing is
Precept
like
Mars.
like an yes.
Precept Mars, that's it.
Before you came in, me and Steven, he came up and I asked him his definition of something, and he said, I don't give definitions. And I was like,
Oh, so you're already
I
riled up by
just- I
him
just didn't talk.
before
Like-
I came on.
yeah, Steven can vouch for me. I just didn't know what to do with that.
I
Like-
mean, yeah. The irony isn't lost on me that even when it's a troll situation, like Slurms is projecting the Darth Dawkins argument, it presents a weak opportunity for opposition. Like, no one can oppose the argument. Sometimes if people come up, but there are some good like insights into that not his style, but some of his arguments. Like you're saying, looking into Gettier cases.
Yeah, like one of the things my parents always told me was like, hey, everything is information. Your job is to figure out what's good or bad information. Everything. Always learn more. Even listen to everyone and everything, because especially stupid people, because then you know exactly what not to do. And I was like, holy shit, this is golden advice. And then I like kind of transitioned it into science. And now that I kind of have emotions thanks to stupid medicine, I am like, wow, it's actually so weird. Before I was like, okay, my brain works nice, but now that I have emotions and my brain is restabilizing to the normal fucking autismo person I was before fucking massive medical experimentation, and I have to relearn how to mask. Holy shit. It's so, like, the use of emotions to quickly deduct things. Like, I knew, like, I could use, like, the way that the voices and stuff work is so much easier now. It's like, oh, I can very easily have control of them and, like, do all these things because I, like, am a... Sorry, never mind. This is a weird rant. Go on to something else.
No,
In the
what you
corner,
said
right?
there about using emotions to deduct things, I'd kind of like you to expand on that.
Yeah, so one of the things is emotions end up usually encoding some sort of shorthand for things, and usually shorthands are really good to cull large amounts of data. So emotions are an insanely useful shorthand. I didn't realize how useful they are. When an emotion triggers, it triggers because of certain, like it's triggering because there's a certain group of activations happening. And now it's like, oh, instead of trying to figure out, like sift through, it's like, boom, this emotion goes up. And now I know the general, I hate to say area, because there is a sense of a metric in the thing I'm describing in my head.
Well, the metric I would use is how the positive.
Oh
or
no, I just mean there's a distance function, like the mathematical definition of a metric. But see, this is also where a lot of my spirituality comes from. It's like, okay, well, I can define metrics, universal properties, natural properties of structures, stuff like that. Like the reason that math made me more spiritual is it gave me a language to describe what I wanted to. And that's the thing. I don't think math is necessarily something related to what I want to describe. I just think it was a very useful language for me to express ideas that were really hard to express in just plain English.
Okay. So when it comes to the utility of generalizations and how the metric of emotions, or what metric we're going to.
So wait, sorry, just to clarify. When I say metric, I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about a mathematical space with an idea of distance, and the idea of distance could be any number of functions. But I'm thinking of a specific function, and I don't know how to describe it.
Well,
as well as
let
like
me
a lot of
relate
other
it-
stuff. It would be
let
a
me
rabbit hole
relate-
in and of itself.
Let me relate it to this term emotion in the sense that a positive or negative emotion will elicit the utility of the generalization. So if I feel
Exactly.
negative about the generalization that I make, then it's a sign that this is it's not utilitarian. It's not practical to continue on with this generalization in emotive language. But the moment that, and I think that there is a pattern here in boundary dissolution and this utility, the moment you allow for your generalizations to ease up with a little more fluidity, I think you do see the positive emotion. So
No. Here's the thing, though. And this might be Oh, you know what? Wait, were you raised? Okay, do you have like really Western culture, like Western culture parents, like Canada or America or European culture, like whatever?
I'm
like
Canadian, but I'm raised very
Same
academically
base.
an atheist and academic.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
was just looking for the culture thing because there's a specific thing here, and I was raised with an Indo-Bengal culture. So the reason I focus on strict definitions is I already think in a very gradient way. There is no separation. Like, I don't like technically you or me, whatever I am, is a spectrum. There is a bit of what I am in a roll of toilet paper. And the reason why that happens with my definition is my definition of you is dependent on the things that I have in, or me, I guess, what I am, is dependent on the things within my control. Because technically, this is all the same structure, whatever I'm experiencing. And so I have to figure out a way to differentiate myself from other structures. And it seems like the differentiator is how much control I have over it. For example, my fingers, I have some level of control over. Same thing with my legs, arms, all that stuff. And so I can build from there a notion of me and other, but it's never distinct. There's never a distinct binary. And that's how I normally think. So I have to always like be very specific with definitions.
I agree with all that.
But that's
I
like
agree with all that.
but in the West, they focused way more on discrete philosophy. But that's actually because of like the culture and stuff. And so Western people usually focus more, in my opinion, on like the more blending thing. And when I hear it, I'm like, why? But then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like Indo-Bengal. Like that's more in our culture than it is like Western culture. And because I have that mix, I like can do both more, but like I naturally think more in the everything is a goop that blends together way.
There's a lot to what you said there. I agree, right? We need to have discrete definitions, but you also agree that with the Gettier problems, this hasty generalization of the gap between epistemology and knowledge, and how we're going to make these generalizations, especially when it comes to the utility of emotions, like you're sort of pointing out.
Well, I would say
sometimes
the
emotions
original
can be-
argument. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think the original, like, I agree, the original argument Gettier made is bad, but I do think it is a good attack on justified true belief being the definition of knowledge, because I agree that's a dumbass definition of knowledge. Knowledge just encoded information. I think like mathematical structures have quote knowledge, right? Because they have information in them. Like what is knowing something if not just having data?
Well, this you're right. But the data, the pattern recognition, the data has something to do with whether we're getting a negative or positive
Oh,
emotion.
no. When it comes to the knowledge, I'm strictly using like the information theory definition. Like when I'm talking, like there is some information I have about a belief. Now the question is this knowledge true or false? I don't care. It's just knowledge. It's like saying when I say I think X happened, that's knowledge to me because that's a bunch of information. Even just spouting it, you're actually creating information that your brain and you are taking in, or like all this stuff. So to me, it's just like it's just information. And then there's an idea of just like in math, there's actually this really core concept that's really important, and this is actually like this is actually why entropy is a math concept inherently and not a physics concept inherently. And it's really interesting because essentially, if a math structure needs the minimum amount of information a math structure needs is how you can define which structures are isomorphic. That's it. Any structure that requires the same data to encode it, it's the same minimum data to encode it, would be the same structure. Because there's always a one-to-one map. Wait, I'm getting that right, Steven? Or am I stupid here? I don't know if Steven's there anymore.
It would be isomorphic versus isometric.
Well, so in math, an isomorphism is a map from one structure to another that preserves, a map from one structure to another that preserves structure. And by preserve structure, it means you can go back and forth without ever losing information. And that's kind of just like what it means. Like to mathematicians, the idea is these are the same thing. We're just looking at it from a different perspective. Because remember,
translation.
We have a perspective switch function that switches it to the other structure that we think is a different structure, but it's technically the same because it contains the exact same amount of information. And so at the end of the day, it's all about that information. And we can actually talk about information in like values. I like talking about it in Shannon's, which is bits, and that's only because I like programming, and that's how it makes most sense to me. So when I see it, they do I think in physics you use like p times the log of p, which is for n instead of p. Actually, no, you use like different stuff. You use like the Boltzmann constant log of like temperature or something, right?
Sorry, I was in the middle of my game, but
Oh no, it's fine. Listen, just stay unmuted, okay? We want to hear your sweet voice.
So usually, the minimum requirements for when we say something is like a mathematical structure would just be like a set and then some operation or some like defined relation. But if you're saying that like, hey, this thing is like
No. Sorry. When I say structure, I'm talking about my philosophical definition, not the math one. The math one is different because the math thing I'm actually talking about has to do with the thing in category theory. Because like the actual because you can go further back, and I hate it, but it makes sense. But it's also so dumb. Yeah. So when I say structure, I'm literally talking about anything that can be described. I'm actually using the category theory definition of an object.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified that. That's not the math definition. That's my bad. Yeah. Because the math definition is just like different. So I have my own that I'm using for that. But yeah, and just to make sure, I am right about that. Any structure with this exact same information is the exact same structure, in the sense that like you can, it's just changing perspective.
Yeah. Usually,
Okay, I'm just-
like,
sorry.
the like if you wanted to show that two things are like isomorphic to one another, you just have to show two things really. The first one is that there's like a bijection that gets you from one to the other, and then the second one is that there's some like operation that's preserved. That's to say, like f evaluated at a star b is equal to f evaluated at a star f evaluated at b, right? So there's like a preservation property of some operation, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I am right. Yeah. Because the information thing is just like another way. The idea is like, if I only need like 20 bits to encode this entire structure, and another structure only needs 20 bits, well, there's obviously a way to encode the same information, like in a different arrangement with the same amount of bits. So that's the whole idea, right? Like if I only need 20 bits to encode this, then I have 20 bits to encode any structure, and I can encode, and so and what ends up happening is every structure has a different amount of data or bits you need. But like, you're not to find out the entropy of a math problem is psychotic in some cases.
There's also that topic of information entropy. I mean, I know there's like a formula. I've never like worked through like the derivation for it.
I think it's just P log P.
No, I don't think, let me see.
Yeah, P is your probability, and then you take, so the information, so let's say you have like a 2 Shannon system, coin flips, let's say, right? I have 2 coins that I'm flipping. The idea is the probability of, let's say, all heads is
I
1
got
over
you.
4, so it's 1 over 4 times log 1 over 4.
Right.
And the reason you do that is because, remember, you're trying to find the most likely state entropically, given a uniform distribution for all states.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why
It's
I
the sum
hate
of
when people are
them,
like,
by the
"Oh,
way.
why do things tend towards entropy?" Because it's definitionally the most probable state.
Right.
When I say things tend towards entropy, what we're like, I hate that people are like, "Oh, order." Like, this is why I think, because physicists fucking suck at describing things. Mathematicians are actually so good, but they just like stay in their weird like gilded schizo post tower. Fuck mathematicians. Sorry, Stephen. Actually, fuck mathematicians. Goth girls, send them your number.
This is a little off topic, but since I have 2 math guys up here, I have a question. So like I have dyscalculus, so I've always like struggled with math, especially when it comes
I
to
do
like.
too, actually.
Okay, yeah. Well, it sounds like you don't struggle with it as much as I do.
Well, I
But-
do actually.
yeah.
It's just
Well, let me
parents.
finish here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So especially with like longer formulas, things tend to like really get flipped around and gray out, and like I'll have something memorized 1 minute, and then the next minute when I see it, it flips again. But for some reason, words don't do that with me. So I was like wondering, like, do you guys like know of like more like linguistic ways to like learn math? Like, I understand that like without notation, if everything was spelled out linguistically, it would be like an enormous problem, right? You need the shorthand and the numbers, but like all that flips on me, so I have a hard time learning it. Yeah.
Oh,
feel like,
yeah. So there's actually a thing that you can do because you don't have dyslexia. Like I have dyslexia. Just like I have I have a weird thing understanding like symbols, and my dyslexia is worse than my dyscalculia. But if you can start to understand, so what you need to do is the symbols, you need to start kind of translating them to words for you. And then once you can read the math as if it's an English language, then you're good. Like, for example, you can get yourself to, sorry, I'm just typing something in the chat so you can see something.
Yeah, quite often, like even in pure math, we convert between like maybe you have some word problem, and then we take those words and we convert it into some notation. Or maybe you're teaching, right, and you have some notation, but you want to explain it in English, right? So that's so like being able to like convert between the two is
Yeah. Like actually the reason I can convert so easily is because they're both as nonsensical to me. It's just math is more specific. I just want to be as precise as I can. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mitch also just replied. So I typed in the sentence, there exists x greater than 7, or such that x is greater than 7. So the backwards e just means there exists, or like something exists. And the x it's what it's saying exists. So we're saying x exists, and then the colon just means such that. So we have another condition. It's just anding them together in a sense. And so we're saying such that x is greater than 7, which is just our condition, right? So we're saying there exists x such that x is greater than 7. And once you can start, and to be fair, it's really hard to begin with, but once you can start to read these things as English and your brain starts to categorize these things as English or a language as opposed to like math, you will actually start being able to read it better. And you have to try and convert this for most symbols. So you'll be like, okay, 2 + 2 = 4. Well, actually, what you're trying to build a connection like, oh, well, what my intuition is not 2 + 2 = 4. It's 2 apples in a basket, and I add 2 more apples in that basket. And so you're trying to build this natural way to look at the math and turn it into a language problem.
Expand on that a little more. The English of 2 + 2 = 4. Why that's not necessarily intuitive. Like when you convert it into
it's just because
English.
that's because 2 + 2 = 4 encodes an infinitely precise thing of information. Specifically, it's encoding a certain conclusion from ZFC axioms, right? And that's what it's encoding. And so when we use English, we actually lose information. And so the human brain is not made to understand exact precision, because remember, we use emotions to shorthand a bunch of stuff. That's
Yes.
what we're built for. So infinite precision is not an intuitive idea.
Yeah,
In
so
fact, I don't
what's-
think anyone truly understands what 2 + 2 = 4 means,
Well, yeah,
because I
why?
don't think the human brain is can possibly
but-
truly understand
but
that.
The thing is that like people act like 2 + 2 = 4 is like a trivial thing, but we actually have like a pretty rigorous proof for 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Yeah.
Which is even more
So-
basic. There's
so-
a whole like archive of these things. But
When we convert the symbols into English, like Pi Chi's getting at, 2 + 2 = 4, which words in that equation do you think are incomprehensible to the human brain? Is it the equal sign, or it's not
No,
the 2s
it's-
and the 4s,
so
or the
remember
plus?
the idea of structures always losing well, it's actually just the problem of translation, right? You learned it like if you have like a second language or something. I like to say I have 2 second languages and no first language because I suck at both. But there's certain words in Bengali that just don't translate to English, and I just have to get like
Right.
the closest word. This
Right.
is the same thing with math, except for everything. Because
But
remember, math is trying to.
What word in
or,
that
sorry.
2 + 2 = 4 is the most elusive word? Like, is it the equal sign? Like, because 2.
It's
and-
not about it being elusive. It's about there being a loss of information in the translation.
Where's
because
the
there's a
loss?
loss of information, you can never explain the thing. And I don't think a human can ever truly understand all of it, because the amount of information to understand that 2 + 2 = 4 is actually insane. Like Steven said, we have hundreds of thousands of pages to explain why 2 + 2 = 4. And what's worse is why 2 + 2 = 4, and that statement, you can get an isometric definition a billion different ways. So to truly understand 2 + 2 = 4, you have to understand the entire math system that ends up creating it, from the ZF, since even before the ZFC axioms, from before category theory, if such a thing exists. You have to know from the very base all that information upwards to understand 2 plus 2 equals 4 truly. When I say 2 plus 2 equals 4, I don't think I'm explaining all of like the ZFC axioms or like category theory and every single possible interpretation or derivation of 2 plus 2 equals
Right.
4. Like I'm
Right,
not beaming that into your mind. So there's some loss of information.
I do get what you're saying there, but the loss of information from my standpoint doesn't have to do with all this background information relating to the axioms of math. It's more related to just translating the equation itself, especially this word equals.
No, but that's what the equation means. Like, that's the problem. People think that 2 plus 2 equals 4 is one sentence, but it's built off of thousands
Yes.
of millions
I get
of
that.
books to explain.
I
and
get
so
that.
if I really want you to understand, it's like if I said, if I gave you one sentence from a book and asked you to, if you understood the entire lore, like if I gave you one sentence from the Lord of the Rings, I don't think you would understand the entire lore of Lord of the Rings.
That's true.
Including the
Yes,
Silmarillion.
I totally get what you're saying. But you don't necessarily need to in order to understand the statement itself. But
And
that's
then you
not
don't
my
understand
point.
the statement.
Well, well, I think the tension is more though about just this simple translation of the mathematics term equals and the English term
Yeah,
equals.
but that's the thing. When math says equals, that's what they mean. That's why I say those two things. That's why I say there's like a failure in translation. When math is saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's what it's describing. The thing is, most people just trim off the surface because that's all they need, right? They just need
Yes.
to be like, oh, well, addition does this and 2 plus 2 equals 4. But then it's like, well, what's addition? Okay, well, what's adding numbers? What are numbers? What does it mean to add? Like, or what does it mean to even count? Right? Like, you have to define all these things. Like, by the way, counting, like the concept, I think, is now. If I was to say you were to try and learn all of math and build from the beginning that we know now, I think you would be like 20% in. Maybe, 20% in by the time you like get the idea of counting. Like,
Yeah.
that's how,
So,
and by the way, this is just to get counting. We don't even have numbers yet.
yeah. So to Pai Chi's point, I think some of the like rules that govern how we manipulate equations or what the equations are really getting at, or this word elusive, because when someone who's mathematically inclined just says something like compound numbers include an imaginary number or the square root of -1, right? That to a person who doesn't understand that, it goes right over their head simply because they haven't like bogged themselves down in the syntax. Like you're saying, you don't necessarily.
I understand it on a more intuitive level, but the reason I have the syntax is so I can describe it to others. I understand in my head what, at least I think I do, because there's more to the U1 gauge symmetry, let's say, or the U1 symmetry, than I probably think. There's probably billions of different writings about it that I'm not, or facts about it that I don't understand. But when I invoke the U1 symmetry, I'm invoking that concept with all of its baggage. It's the same with 2 plus 2 equals 4. The thing is, I'm okay with cutting off the rest of the baggage and just dealing with the one thing because I know it all blends together and builds off each other. And that's what I like. I don't think people realize this. I already do this. The reason I have such strict definitions is because I don't think there's a difference between anything. That's why I need strict definitions, because how can I, if everything's the same thing to me, how do I talk to someone else? The only way you can define things is through contrast with other things, right? What is an apple? It's everything that's not an apple, right? You need not an apple to know what an apple is.
Yes.
And this is kind of like the whole thing. It's like, I need to make these strict definitions, because if I don't know what doesn't fit, I can't describe things, because that's what we're doing with words, right? We're trying to isolate an object. So I'm trying to make a strict definition to eliminate as many other objects as I can. And even then I hate it because I feel like I'm failing because I can always find something that breaks my definition. I'll be like, well, I define it this way. And I'm like, well, actually, there's an outlier there where I could say this and this would break my definition. I'm like, fuck, is that like, maybe I'm not explaining this well because that outlier exists. And I just can't ever like get rid of all outliers with my definitions. I'm just not smart enough for that. So,
No, it's not that
or
you're
that
not
might be a
smart.
philosophically impossible thing, which some people
Yes.
argue, but I'm built diff. Okay, I
Well-
can do it.
Well, it does require. This is where I think the spirituality, quote unquote, or emotional stability comes in. I think at this point, reaching that limitation, it's incumbent upon you to relax yourself and enjoy that process rather than be frustrated by it.
Oh, no, I love it. It's fun. I
Right.
even love the frustration. I think
Right.
there's actually a thing that I really like. It's from a manga I'm really liking, Dragon and Chameleon, and it's like it's like this person is talking about like his experience writing manga, and he's like, or in it's about manga writing the manga. So, he's like, someone's like, oh, do you ever like hate writing and drawing manga? And he's like, yeah, sometimes I fucking hate it, and it's awful, and it's grueling, and I want to throw it down and never do it again. But you know what? I can't wait for the end when I finish what I'm doing and it all goes away and I remember why I love it again. And I love it a million times more because I realize the beauty in what I just did and the value that was gained in my struggle. And I'm like, well, I'm paraphrasing, but like, because it's a manga and it was. There's too much context to explain for that the way it was worded to make sense. So I'm just paraphrasing. But
makes
I'm like,
sense.
I
That
like
makes sense.
that. That's like that's like a great mindset, in my opinion.
Hell yeah, welcome Phantom as well. Much love.
Thanks. Hello, good to see all of you.
Wait, am I pronouncing mango weird? Did I say the word mango? Who said mango? Am I getting gaslit? What the fuck's happening? Fuck this Burble
Yeah,
guy.
you know it's
They're
pronounced
fucking-
Mongo. Oh yeah, he's so trolling you.
I wrote out a short proof for PyG, but they left. Where like I converted it. from,
Manga.
Maybe I'll show it to them some other time.
Oh, I thought I said the word mango, and I was like, when did I say mango? And what was my How do you
Nah,
mispronounce
he's
mango?
he's messing with you.
Yeah, no, but I didn't realize he was talking, like, I didn't make, but this is my problem, right? Words are not, like, I have to think and be like, okay, wait, what words are what? And it's, this is
Dude, I
probably
do
why
the
I'm
same
dyslexic.
thing. That's funny.
Yeah, and that's why
It's
I
like
look at
where
mango, and
it'll
I'm
go
like,
over my head.
okay. Yeah, well, it's because they're
So with me, what it
ontologically
is-
invoking a different thing. I have to be like, oh,
Nah.
what they want me to look at is not the substance being portrayed, because there's actually substance in the sentence that is not being portrayed. You know, like, never mind. I hate it.
So
hate
Dream, I have the
English.
same problem with jokes sometimes. Where like I can usually get a joke, right? But sometimes I'll take what someone says seriously.
Oh no,
when
it's not
meant to be
about
a joke.
jokes. It's about words. What I'm talking about, like
No, I'm saying this is like
okay.
a similar thing, but with a different
sorry.
object, right? Of like the thing that, yeah, man, don't know where I was going with that.
Sorry.
What's up,
Yeah,
dudes?
I was just
Economics, huh?
just maybe it'll jog your memory, but I was just saying, like, yeah, when I read mango, the thing that was invoked into my head was the ontology of a mango, and after that, I just discard the word because I don't understand the word, and also it's moving around like ink on water, and I'm sick of catching that bastard. So once I do that, I just throw away the word. So I was like, mango. I mispronounced mango. Mango involves the thing, like, and I'm like, oh yeah, I said manga earlier. Because I was just like, oh, they meant like, because what I didn't even understand until you explained it. Because I was like, oh, it's because they have similar letters, but to me they're not. Like, it's just blur.
The pattern was missed at first. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, it's because I don't like words are not. They're not. I actually am so curious. This is actually something I'm so curious about. How do other? One thing I apparently actually wait. A lot of things are starting to make sense. Sorry, I mentioned for context. I mentioned earlier that it seems to be that the actual problem with my brain is that a normal human brain is more compartmentalized, and mine talks to itself too much. And that seems to explain
So kind of like too much noise.
I don't understand. Pardon?
Literal noise, but like too much data.
No, not too
Like
much
it's not.
data.
It's
that,
not. It's if you were to have like a desktop and all of your files were out on the desktop instead of like sorted into folders.
yes.
And you just
Okay,
have
never
like
mind.
100 icons on
yeah.
your desktop. Yeah, I got you.
Yes, exactly. It's like there's just like not good compartmentalization. It's like, oh, that kind of because like I didn't know this until like I read this, but I was like, huh, is this true? Like I doubted it for the longest time until I got diagnosed and I realized. But I was like, why? Like it said that there's like a different component in your brain to store language. It's more compartmentalized in normal brains where it's supposed to. It is not in mine. That's probably why letters look like ink on water to me. It's just, they're not stored in the same way that they should be.
What do you guys think of this hex map?
Honestly, I thought you were showing me a letter of words at first.
Oh, wait,
No,
Matt's so
why's your
blurry.
brain so busy?
I don't know.
Just
I do
too much
remember
going on.
one time when I was getting therapy from a psychologist, he said, I've never said this before.
Mills, your
to
answer's
any
supposed to be
client."
it's because I'm smarter than all you fuckers. That's what your answer's supposed to
No.
be.
Listen, this is the funniest thing. to
Why
me
why
because,
say something that's
my-
obvious?
If that's not true, but the psychologist. Can I just finish my fucking joke, guys? Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, the psychologist was just like, because I overthink all the time. And so the psychologist was just like, listen, I've never told anyone this, but there are no tips or tricks for you. You just need to not think. And I'm just like, or find ways to just not think. And I'm like, yeah, but how am I going to fix it? No. Your problem is that you think. Stop. Just stop. And I was like, wait, that's your, because usually with a psychologist, especially with CBT, it's cognitive behavioral therapy. Usually they're trying to get you to think in ways to like, curb certain like actions. But my problem was not that I didn't think about my actions or think about how to change them. It's that I thought too much about everything. And so we had to develop ways that I could just like be head empty. Unironically,
Yeah, I
I'm
got
like,
that.
bro, they should bring back lobotomies. I'm for
Honestly,
it for that reason.
no.
Damn it, Nils. I keep
Lobotomize
begging Mitch
my
for a
ass.
lobotomy.
I had a very
Yeah.
I have a very similar problem where my brain just never goes into like rest mode. Like if I'm sleeping, I won't be like actively. I don't dream very much, and I don't, or that I remember. But when I'm awake, it's like it's really hard for me to shut my brain off, and so I get really like impatient, and not like impatient where some guy is in front of me, so I get frustrated with that, but more like
No, it's like
oh,
the
I can't
anxiety you
stand
get when you're
doing
before a
this
performance that
one
you
thing.
can't wait to
Yeah.
do because you're super prepared, right?
Well, it's actually a little different. I do get that really bad though, so I think it might be related. But
Yeah.
it's like if
But this
you are
is part of
doing
my
it,
thing.
like
There's
let's say
an
you're
I think I know what you mean because there's an ontology in my brain, but I can't express it. Also, sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, all good. It's like if you're sitting down with like a group, right? And you guys are talking. After a very short amount of time, I will need to leave because I get bored or like distracted and so it's possible to keep my attention for 10 hours straight. Like if there's a thing that is interesting or engaging enough that I am invested in, that's possible. But I got really bad. It's gotten a lot easier with medication. Like I genuinely Adderall really, really helps me.
Wait, you know why that
where-
is,
Like I
right?
went the last 3 weeks. It gives me more energy and more dopamine.
Wait, do you know why it gives you
and-
more energy? Because
why.
you know what ADHD seems to be linked with? Seems to be linked with your reward center. Studies have shown people with ADHD, there's a normal amount of dopamine that's released when you do something. You are not releasing enough dopamine on average to reward yourself. So Adderall is an upper. So it boosts the amount of dopamine in your brain. And so while non-ADHD people get a high from it, kind of like cocaine, ADHD people don't. Because it's just putting you to the normal level of dopamine as opposed to the fucking crazy level. And the thing is, the reason you get hyper-focused, because I assume you get super duper hyper-focused on things, is because when you do find something rewarding, it's like a glass of water after a handful of salt. It's the dopamine hits like no other. And that's why ADHD people have that hyper-focus.
Have you ever taken Adderall or anything like that,
of
Nils?
ADHD or the reward center. Sorry.
Have you ever taken Adderall or anything, Nils?
No, but I might have to start soon because the psychiatrist was like, we might be adding another diagnosis, dickhead," and I'm like, "Fuck."
So when I was like 13,
if
when I
you're
was like,
reluctant at all,
hold on, Phantom.
ahead,
When I
Chris.
was 13 or 14, they started putting me on Adderall. I took it for like a year, and I was like, "F this," because I would take it right before I went to bed because it would help me sleep. Because my brain is so wired. So as an adult, if you've already felt ways to cope with whatever you have, I wouldn't advise taking it because it also made me feel like I was being dumbed down. So just be really careful with that.
Oh yeah, no, I know about that stuff.
Oh,
Like,
I would
actually had to
disagree.
change medicines a few times because of that. But it depends. Well, it depends on the person, Phantom. Remember,
like it has different interactions with different people.
Yeah.
Just for my my
Especially
own
'cause-
experience,
Oh, sorry.
it gives me more brain capacity, basically. Like,
Yeah. But remember, there's other uppers that exist. Like, you don't have to take Adderall. This is actually a thing. So there's like there's a ton of different uppers. Because remember, you're just trying to increase dopamine in your brain. There's a million different pills that do that. And not all of them work on the same people and in the same ways. Like, I was taking antipsychotics before. It's not good for me. Because the way my brain works fundamentally with how it like talks to itself too much and how I've basically lived my entire life this way. Like if I took those when I was really young, I think it actually would have made a difference. But it's like too late now. My brain's kind of wired itself that way.
Exactly.
oh,
Exactly.
dude, no,
and when
wait.
it goes back and you
Wait,
start
no.
taking that stuff, it can dumb you down
So-
and make you feel different. That's
Dream.
Yeah, but
exactly what my
Adderall is
psychiatrist told
different.
me.
Hang on.
Not Adderall, sorry.
Let me just comment on something real quick. Is I didn't start taking Adderall until I was like 26. And so I was undiagnosed ADHD up until about 24, 25, and when I realized it, I was really kind of sad because it made me think about like, oh, what if I could have had access to something that might have helped like while I was a kid. Going through school was really hard for me because you have to sit still and pay attention to teachers and do homework. Those are all things that I really struggle with. But when I did start finally taking it, and I've been on Ritalin too, and that also helped. Not as much as Adderall, but and it's something that is worth trying. And if it ends up not working, don't get like I
Listen,
understand
I've been
if you're
through
like
the entire process, bro.
yeah.
This ain't my first rodeo. There's a reason I'm saying another diagnosis. I think this is my. Oh my god, is this my 8th? Wait.
Chris, what's good, shorty?
Oh fuck, bro. I'm actually. I can't even say the slur, even though I should be
Take
able
me
to
out.
with
You're
my
in the wrong
diagnoses.
box. You're supposed to be up there with Nils. Move.
One sec.
But yeah, it's just, bro, it's especially the medicine thing, because I hate how bootleg medicine is. Because in my head before I learned what medicine was actually like from the doctors in my family, in my head I was like, oh yeah, of course they know like really well, and it's like, and you just like go it. It's like, okay, sounds like you have not enough dopamine, but don't know how to really fix it. I know this increases dopamine. Tell me how you feel after a month. And And it was just that with different pills. And it's like,
You're a
I
bottom
thought
two.
this
Take
was
me
more
out, huh?
sophisticated. The guess and check.
Chris on top. Let's go.
That was the funniest thing to me because it's just like that's why they're gonna. I think the first one they might start me on is Adderall, and then they're just gonna like rotate because they technically. I think it's standard practice to use the first generation drugs before the second generation ones. Is Adderall first generation for the ADHD for the dopamine, like the antidepressants?
Not quite sure, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I take I think lamotrigine is a second or third generation mood
Lamotrigine
stabilizer
is a
slash like
second.
antipsychotic, and I take that, and it actually that is a godsend, by the way. Lamotrigine is actually on like
You like
I think there's
Lamictal?
like a list of like 100 most like revolutionary like recent
Mills.
medications, and lamotrigine is like one of them in the top
You like
100.
Lamictal? You like Lamictal? That's what lamotrigine is. It's Lamictal in the US. It's called Lamictal.
Well, it works. So based.
It did not. I have a friend who took it. It didn't work for her. Just make sure you watch your body. Well, if you've been taking it long enough, you don't have to. But it can
Oh,
cause
no,
a
no, no,
rash.
I know.
It'll kill
It's-
you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I know. That's why you titrate up because certain people they'll get it way quicker, the rash. I'm actually really curious if I could OD and get the rash, and I'm tempted to test it because I was told it had to do with like some like metabolism, some other stuff, and I was like, I wonder if I could like if I would OD or
That's
my
like the
body
worst
would get rid of
idea.
it
That's
in
the worst
time.
idea I've ever heard you had. I've ever heard you have. That's like
Yeah, no,
literal
I did
worst
this
idea
way
I've
more
ever
often
heard
as
you
a
have.
kid where I'd be like, I wonder what would happen if I did X. Like, I need the information. And so I would just put myself in danger to get the information. It's why like, I think I said this before, and people were like, oh, well, that's kind of fucked up. Because, like, my one time, I was going to touch the stove, and I kept trying to, and my mom kept having to stop me. And one time, I was about to touch it, and she's like, she sees me, and the stove isn't that hot, right? It's like it's not on, and it's just like a hot cooktop that like
It's
cooled
been
down for a
cooling
bit.
off. Yeah. hmm
Yeah, but it was still hot. Like it would burn you and hurt, but it wouldn't do like bad damage.
Dream.
And so,
what degree burn
Well,
would you get from touching
sorry.
it? What
like a
degree of
first-degree
burn did you
burn?
get?
Like it was basically just
So
like
it's
put
like-
some ointment, wrap your finger.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah,
were.
that's
it
a
wasn't
pretty
like
minor. That's pretty minor harm. Like,
So
Yeah,
you want to know
but
what my
like-
daughter did to my son? You touched it. My daughter is 2 years younger than my son, and I kept telling her no, and I popped her hand and told her no. She went and got her brother and put his hand on the stove because I wouldn't let her touch it. She's such an ass.
dickhead.
Yeah, she went and grabbed him, and he was playing with blocks, and she went and grabbed him, and she walks him over to the stove and sticks his hand on it. It wasn't hot. You know, it was just like warm. Like I could have sat there and put my hand on it for like 5 minutes. But if she just wanted to do it to see what happened, so she did it to him.
Yeah. I think the thing that was funniest was my reasoning for why I had to touch the stove was they were like, it'll hurt you, it'll burn you. And I was like, yeah, I know why. Because like the heat and it damages my skin and blah, blah, blah. I just need to know for sure. That's why I find it
Like,
so
I just need to make
funny
sure my
when a-
parents aren't stupid. Yeah.
No, I need to make sure how can I trust you? Okay, because here's the thing. When I was a kid, I was like, how can I trust my parents? What if they're lying to me?
Yeah.
You can tell. It's probably pretty obvious given my childhood. Actually, it was very obvious to most people. I think every single person in my life, or at least not every single, sorry, like more than 80% were convinced I was autistic. And I didn't get diagnosed until like a year or two ago. So like, actually no, I think it was earlier this year I got diagnosed with adult autism. But
Hey,
like
Logic, if I
everyone
move
else
box-
around me was like, "You're autistic," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." And then
Logic,
the
if I move
psychiatrist
boxes
was like,
again,
"You're
don't
autistic."
take me out back up here. I'm gonna move back
Wait,
down
sorry?
to the corner. Logic, if I move boxes, don't take me out back up. I'm
Logic,
gonna move back down to the
if
bottom.
you-
No,
if you
I'm not
believe-
playing this panel game.
Yeah,
you each
Chris,
get
he's
one
not-
more chance.
Chris, he's
Your
not playing
final
this
Okay,
chess
good.
game,
I'm
moves.
moving.
Chris.
Don't let
Come
him
on.
move.
You each get one more chance to move.
Final
this is your,
chess move.
This is
Oh
your
my
final
God.
chess move.
Okay, we each move one more time. I agree.
Oh yeah, but that's
He
why I
gets
find
one
it
more
so
move,
funny when
Chris.
flat.
You
Oh, sorry.
took the first. Oh no, Chris is gonna be so mad at me. Oh no.
You just don't let either up.
He's not requesting. You're safe so far.
But yeah, I
Planning.
find it so
He's
funny when flat
planning.
earthers are like, oh, sorry. Oh, I just find it so funny when flat earthers are like, oh, you just believe because someone told you. And I'm just, because I don't think
So
they
good.
realize, like, I find it, like, it is, like, in my head, I'm bursting out laughing because I'm just thinking about all the shit I do. And I'm like, this is such a self-projection. Because I actually didn't, like, because I actually, so here's the thing. I don't believe in empathy. I don't think empathy is real, and I think people who say they empathize are fucking liars and delusional. I'm unconvinced that's a real thing.
That's a little. That's not true. Empathy is a real thing, Dream.
Now, logically and
you're not
statistically, I will
experiencing
say it's a real thing, because logically, if I understand, I have a different perspective, my brain is wired differently, but I'm not gonna lie, shit feels fake as fuck. Sounds like some fake fucking voodoo shit. Oh, bro, I just see someone and
what
feel
about
what
empathy
they
sounds
feel.
fake to
That's
you?
fake. That's not real. That's fake.
So empathizing with somebody is part of it is just understanding their emotional perspective, considering like the emotions they have and the things that they might be considering when making their decisions or
Oh, no. I
forming their
understand it
beliefs.
logically, like a math problem, like a detective novel.
So
I don't understand it.
if you're okay, so
Oh, sorry.
that is empathy though. If you're understanding
No.
it,
I don't think you like. Sorry, it's hard
okay,
to
so
explain.
hang on,
but,
hang on.
like,
Let me
no,
make a corrective thing.
Wait.
So,
I just want
for
to say one
myself.
thing. I just want to
Okay.
say one quick thing. When I'm talking about empathy, I am talking about something very specific. And remember, my brain is literally wired differently. I may or may not experience what you call empathy. It might be very different for me. It might be the same. I don't know. I'm just saying my entire life, when people describe empathy to me, and given all of the people I've met so far, nothing is ever describing something I've ever felt. Given the overlap of all the descriptions.
That's crazy.
It just sounds
I
fake
don't
to
relate
me.
to that
Because
at
it's
all.
like, they say something like, oh, well, you just feel, or like it's like, I can understand where someone's coming from. That's just a logic problem. But like, understanding them emotionally is a completely different thing. Like, it's like, okay, I know logically why you're thinking this, but emotions are just things to like give a brief catalog, like an indication on where you should
hang
go
on.
in terms of finding.
No, Dream.
And then it's
That's
just like,
that's. Hang on, hold on. Let me respond to that because that's not what emotions are. It's not just like like
sorry.
I am
That's
of
what
the belief
emotions are
that
for
if
me.
you're okay. Yeah, okay, that's not what emotions are though, right? If it's for you, that's fine, but you aren't everyone.
Yeah, no.
And for most people,
I agree.
emotions exist. Let me finish. Please,
Oh,
let me
sorry.
finish the thought. Emotions exist to give us an idea, to rationalize our decision making. It is less rational than making a logical decision, considering all of the factors, making the input, right? That is more rational because you've considered it more than simply making an emotional decision. But emotions are far more than just like, oh, this is a guide, this is a marker for right behavior. And understanding somebody else's emotions does, like, people can do this. They have the skill of simply understanding other people, even when they might not understand
I believe
themselves.
that because there's a bunch
and
of
their
science
emotions.
that confirms what you're saying. There's studies into mirror neurons, stuff like that. I just personally logically, remember, I agree, empathy logically has to be a thing. There's probably some sort of thing that other people are feeling that I don't understand. Same thing with like how I understand emotions are very different from another person because of how I use them and how they work. At least for me. But that's like just like my whole point of that. It's just like, I feel like it's a fake thing because to me,
everyone is describing a literal superpower, like psychic abilities to me.
No, empathy is just a skill. It's an ability you have. Like, an ability, I don't mean like a superpower. I mean like the same way communication is an ability. Or
Yeah.
It's a superpower because not everybody's capable of it.
Well, I
yeah,
like
but
to
that
think
doesn't
of it
make
as
it
like
a
a
superpower. Hang on, it's not
sorry.
just like not everybody is capable of running like Usain Bolt, right? But that doesn't mean
most people have
that,
legs,
like
so they have the chance to.
most
Sorry.
people. Hang
Yeah.
on, but even then, you
No.
you might have people who don't have
People-
legs, right? Who can't run, and you might have people who are incapable of experiencing emotions the same way or of having empathy. That doesn't set the rule about what is
Right.
typical, though.
What
That's
I
why
will
it's
say-
yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
But
I
you can
just
say I'm
wanted to jump
abnormal. I
in,
agree. Also, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I just want to jump in and say, you know what I think is a superpower, though, is when two people's emotions connect together in a way that's harmonious. I'd say that's a superpower. Chris, what do you think?
Yep. Yes, it is. But not like you and I because ours don't do that. Thank you for trying.
I
So
think
you have to help me out. You guys know how much fucking Riz Phantom has, dude? It's crazy. Like, he's always in this other
What are you
live.
talking about?
There's like 3 girls always trying to like chat him up, like, hey, Phantom, hey, Phantom. Dude, I couldn't fucking believe it. What a
I hate that
legend.
you're jealous of Bart taking out. It's okay. I get
I'm
it.
jealous
wait.
of Phantom.
I gotta go, but can I just say one last quick thing? So the Precept Mars guy, he came earlier the live that Logic trolled us, or I told Logic troll this, and Steven will vouch for me. He came up and I asked him for a definition of a word he used, and then he replied, and I was like, "Oh, can you give me the like definition of what you like, how you're using that, or what you mean by that?" And he just said, "I don't give definitions," and I that stunlocked me.
What did he say?
I don't
give
definitions.
Doesn't give
Jeez.
definitions. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
You're lying.
And I'm like, what
Stop
do you mean
it.
you don't
Stop
like?
it.
Do you not? Can I define it? Do you not have it? Do you not have a definition? Like, it was the guy in chat, Precept Mars. I'm trying to remember. Was the word order or something like that? Yeah.
Precept, get up here. No, get up here and you
Oh, yeah,
tell
the
us. I
word
want to hear a
order.
word that you can't define.
Yeah, the word was order. The word was order. So I asked him because he used the word order, and I was like, "Oh, what do you mean by order?" And he's like, "What? You don't know?" And then he said, "I don't define words." And then eventually I pressed him, and he was like, "Oh, you don't know what order means?" And I'm like, "When you use the word, you have to define it." Like, it's. Yeah, I explained that too. I explained that. He just said, I don't definitions again. And then we like Googled the colloquial definition, and I was like, okay, no. Screw that. Why did you use a word if you don't know the definition such that if I asked you for a definition, you had to Google the colloquial? You're like,
Why
oh,
don't you-
everyone knows what order means, lol. And it's like, if everyone knows what order means, why did you just give me the colloquial definition when I asked what you meant by order? And
Why
then
don't you-
instead of saying, I don't give definitions.
Well, I don't give definitions. So why don't you tell me what you mean by order?
He
And
has
then
to
I'll-
go. He has to go.
Why don't you tell me what you
okay.
mean by order?
Dream
And
has
then
to
I'll
I'll
have
tell
5 minutes because I don't give a shit.
I don't think
Even
he
though I
gives
should.
definitions either,
But
though.
Tell me when I
5
say
minutes. I'll just give a definition of order really quick.
Okay.
When I think of order, I think of some sort of structuring such that one element is ahead of another. So I'm thinking of a well-ordered set or a partially ordered set. And that basically means that I can always... I'm basically taking a set that is transitive, reflexive, and... it's not commutative. It's... what's the other word? Transitive, reflexive, symmetric. Yeah, transitive, reflexive, and symmetric. Or it actually doesn't even need the... Actually, no. Transitive, reflective, and anti-symmetric. Sorry, that's the word. Any set that's transitive, or any kind of property that is
like that, I would call order. That's like my definition of order. A transitive, a set that
It is ordered.
yeah. Like order is like a property
I'm suing
of a
Nils for
set
saying
or
my
a
brother in
property of
Christ.
things
I'm
like that.
deceased.
Okay.
Okay,
Done.
so that's my definition of order. Are you okay with that one?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what you said, so I'd probably just
Okay, that's why I wanted to
Yeah.
ask you for your definition, because that is the
Well,
math definition of order, and
I
that's
was
what
just-
I work with.
Okay, well, I just avoid talking to you, I guess. Okay.
Fair. Okay, based.
Prisa, you're cooked.
I mean, to be fair, I can't talk with someone who
Nils.
doesn't give definitions. I also
Hold
have to go
on.
anyway. So have
Why
a
are you
good
not going to talk to Nils, Precept?
I'm not really interested in like talking about what words mean.
But I mean, I've seen your lives,
Lisa,
and
what is-
you run lives like Darth Dawkins. You kick everybody that doesn't agree with you. I mean, the fuck out of here.
No, that's not true.
Prisa.
I ask people a simple question and then they lie to me. And then I'm
They lie to you? Is that what you think conversations are? Is just people lying to you when they're trying to define things you've asked them? Wow.
Yeah, because atheism is like really dumb, and so
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay.
well, it's totally irrational. So when they try to defend it,
So you entered. Hang on, you entered a
They-
live about economics, and started talking about how
Forced to
atheists
lie.
are dumb and atheism is dumb. That's such a funny thing.
you guys were talking about
Can you
my
define atheism for me? Like, what is atheism to you? Can you tell me what that is?
the proposition that there's no God or God exists, or God.
Okay, can you defend atheism at all when you talk to atheists? Could you defend atheism if you had to LARP as an atheist?
It'd be something like, oh, bad things happen in the world.
Without mocking. Can you do
how
it without
could God
mocking?
let
Can you do it
some-
without mocking? Like, can you do it without mocking?
There are children somewhere right now suffering.
Okay, so you can't do it without mocking. That's so Christian like of you for one.
Why,
Okay,
God?
yeah, so that's so Christian of you to be able to do it without mocking. I mean, that's so adult.
Well, that's basically all they do.
Yeah, well, no, I'm asking you to defend atheism instead of mocking people. Can you do that?
Yeah, you gotta be like a whiny teenager.
No, I'm saying without mocking people. Why don't you defend
They're
atheism?
they're
Give me a-
intellectually, yeah, they're intellectually honest atheists who can try to defend
Yeah,
their
so why don't
position
you
even if you think
give
it's
me a-
irrational.
Yeah, so why
There's
don't you
no-
give me the
there's no-
why don't you
there's
give
no argument
hold
for
on, why
atheism.
don't you give me a defense for atheism without,
isn't one.
acting like a crybaby? Let's try that.
There isn't one.
Oh, there isn't one. Okay.
No.
Well, I think that your transcendental argument for God is bullshit
That's fine.
because it causes you to presuppose there is a God, and if you can presuppose there is one, then someone else can presuppose there isn't.
You can presuppose whatever you want, but do you have
Yeah,
a-
and that's exactly what you're doing. You're presupposing whatever you want.
you can presuppose whatever you want, but the question is, do you have like a metaphysical
believe I'm doing
justification
this.
or a tether for that presupposition?
Hey,
Yeah,
Martis.
so give me-
Presuppositions are bullshit. Just gonna say.
Okay.
So, you can't tether your presupposition for God either. You say that God is required for knowledge and logic, which is a lot of shit because I don't think logic exists either. I think it's, definitely subjective.
Then why would you even argue?
Well, because I think you're an idiot. I watched you debate and stuff like that, and you just proved you're an idiot, actually, when I asked you to LARP like you're an atheist and all you did was start crying. That shows your intellectual intelligence and how intellectually honest you are, which is not.
But that's what atheists do.
No, that's not what all atheists do. I'm sorry that you've had. I'm sorry that you have a bias that blinds you, but that's not what atheists do. I've talked to some very intellectually honest atheists. You're crazy. So, I mean, I think that's your bias blinding you because you're so blinded by your Bible that you can't even understand it. Can you defend your Bible?
Yeah,
Oh, you can.
of course. That's what the transcendental argument does.
No. I mean, like, defend the actual scripture.
That's what the transcendental argument for God.
No. The transcendental arguments for God. Can you defend your Bible? Is what I'm asking you
That's
straightforwardly.
the same
Okay.
thing. Because the Bible entails. a
Okay, so why does the
transcendental
Bible have so
argument
many contradictions in it?
for God. Well, because so there's different there's different types of reasoning, right? There's an either or type of reasoning, which is like analytical logic.
I'm asking for your reasoning,
Yeah, I'm
not
explaining.
for something that you've read on the internet or that Doc Dawkins told you. I want to know what you think.
I'm explaining it to you.
No, you're
There's
not. You're telling
different-
me, well, there's this reasoning or there's this reasoning. What is your reasoning?
Explaining that. So there's types of reasoning. Analytical logics is an either or. Something's either black or white, or it's true or false, or something like that. That's analytical logic. But there's different types of reasoning. There's a type of reasoning that it's like holistics. It's a both and instead of an either or. And so in the West, in modern times, we're obsessed with like analytical logic, and that's how we reason and think. But
I'm not asking you for anyone else's reasoning. I'm asking you for yours, and you're sitting here defining words and talking about the different types. I'm asking for yours. Hey, Logic Troll, am I being pretty clear into what I'm asking him for, and is he
trying to
providing it?
answer your question.
She wants to know what specifically do you ground your methodology.
You asked me about contradictions
Thank
in
you,
the
love.
Bible.
Yes, and I'm asking for your
And I'm
explanation of it, and you're
explaining
sitting
to
here
you-
monologuing and can't even answer the question directly. You're circling around my question, so why don't you answer it directly?
I am answering it directly because contradictions are only a problem if you're using like an either or type of reasoning. But the authors of the Bible, they use a different type of reasoning.
Okay, so your reasoning is that
hell is
it's
wrong
just
with you?
because of the logic that I'm using. That's what your reasoning is? That contradictions in the Bible are
yourself.
okay. Is that what you're saying?
Can you not control yourself?
No, you can't answer the question, so I'm pushing you to answer it.
You know,
I
you seem
am
like a nice
answering the
guy,
question.
but like just don't disrespect my girl. That's it.
Well, she needs Jesus because she can't control herself.
And you need Satan because you can't answer a question. Sit the fuck down.
Father,
So you're saying that contradictions in the Bible are perfectly fine, correct?
Yeah, the authors use a type of reasoning. It's like a holistic approach where it uses a both and instead of either or.
So what is this reason? Is it like paraconsistent logic?
No.
Do you know what paraconsistent logic is?
It's like a synthesis.
No, that's not paraconsistent.
Yeah, and I kind of know what paraconsistent logic is.
So what is it then?
It's just I mean, I couldn't really explain it in detail. Like I just know that
Okay, so you don't truly understand it because you can't explain it. I got you.
So like,
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Precept.
you're a horrible
Basically, you
woman.
said Precept. That's what basically what you
I'm
said.
glad you think that I'm a horrible woman, and you have the right to say that and have your unsolicited, unasked for opinion. I think that you're a blithering idiot, and that's my, unsolicited but accurate opinion.
The
He
eviscerated
solicited
son.
it by insulting you. I think that's the that's the truth. Mars, you're kind of don't be a dickhead. Just chill out, man.
Oh, don't worry, I can handle his dickheadedness. It has the,
I don't care about
intellectual
like
capacity of a
I
4-year-old.
don't care about whether you
so-
can handle it.
You need to control.
My
your
only
woman.
concern is it decreases the
my
quality
woman,
of the
it's not
conversation.
Phantom.
Hang on. So one of the
Phantom has
things
enough
that
women.
one of the things Logic
God, it
Troll
makes me
talks
hungry.
about
Fart's gonna come in here and tear you
is
up.
he doesn't like he likes that it moderates. Like I think this was Logic Troll saying it, is he's like will run and get be doing work while he's talking, and people kind of moderate themselves and they don't talk over each other and they don't insult each other and they don't like just chill out a little bit, and then we can have an actual conversation, Mars. Like I know I've heard you say things that are very that make sense, and I've heard you change your mind about things, and it's literally only when I see you like with Darth Dawkins, or like since Darth Dawkins has been hanging out with you a lot recently, that like it seems like a lot of your stuff gets much more defensive and aggressive faster. And I'm genuinely I'm not trying to attack you, but
Yeah.
I would like to hear just from all of us.
Chris is the
Yeah,
one that's
and
out of
ho-
control.
Hey,
Why don't you
chill.
tell? Why
Hold on,
don't you tell
Precept.
Chris to
Hey,
chill
chill.
the fuck out?
Precept, why don't you tell me yourself? You can address me directly, or are you too scared to?
No. Hey,
Well, he told me to chill
Peace
out,
and
but
love,
I've been
peace
chill
and
the
love.
whole
No,
time
no,
and
no,
getting
no,
out of control. So
no,
it's
no,
just
no.
Well,
it's just weird.
hold on, but you're not answering my direct questions. So I want to talk to you about Christianity, not necessarily the existence of God, because that's what I want you to defend to me is Christianity.
Hang on. Can we move to like something besides religion? Just because we talk about religion, like in
Hold on, that's
every
what Precept Mars does, though, and I've never had the chance to talk to him. Logic, do you mind if we talk about
But
Christianity, or would you rather
I
us talk
haven't
about
I haven't
something
heard him
else?
talk about
Hold
economics
on,
though.
Phantom.
Like,
Hold on, I'm asking
Yeah.
Logic
No,
a question.
I probably should remove the economics thing, Phantom. I'd love to talk to you about economics. I am
cool.
interested in this
No,
theological
I'm fine
debate
switching
too.
gears.
We haven't even talked economics at all in this live. So I am down to just put that on hold and listen to this Chris and Precept go back and forth a little bit, just to insert my position on this back and forth to make it clear. I sympathize with a lot of Precept arguments, but what I'm disappointed by often is the style and strategy, like this meta conversation. How regardless of which theological perspective we come from or anti theological, it's like more incumbent upon me this ethic, right? This etiquette to conversation. So avoid the personal attacks, avoid the generalizations. I think the biggest one, Precept, to give you some valuable feedback, is like when you're offered the opportunity to steel man your opposition's point of view, like Chris offered you. I think that you should take that as an opportunity. You kind of belittled it and said, atheist cry, which again, I sympathize with a lot of what you're getting at there, but to position yourself as a genuine interlocutor, I think it does you more justice to entertain and humor the strangers you're trying to engage with. So that would just be my point.
I mean, to steelman an atheist, like, I don't know, it's hard. That a lot of times they don't even want to tell me their position. A lot of times I hear there's no evidence for God, but then that wouldn't follow that there is no God. So that's not. I just never really hear a good reason why there is no God.
Can I address that? So, I personally, there could be a God, I don't know. But I would say, since there is no evidence of one, right, we shouldn't really care either way. And
Hold on,
for there
hold on,
being
Phantom.
no, hang on, let me just
I
finish
don't want to
my
give him an
thought,
out on
is-
this too, though, because he wanted to
Okay.
not still man that position. So I wanted to bring him back to Christianity, since he didn't want to talk about the existence of God, and he wanted to skip to Christianity. So let's, you can finish the question, but then I would like to get back to Christianity, since he refused to answer the question for me about whether or not he could defend an atheist position, because I don't want him to go to what he knows now. Let's just talk about Christianity.
So, okay, and just to say, Precept, even if there is a God, there's no reason to assume that any of the religions that exist, it is the God of that religion. I would simply say there's no way of knowing what kind of things this God represents, since it is literally supernatural, it is beyond our knowledge. And to assume that, like, any of these stories are true of, like, oh, God spoke to somebody, that's random. I don't know. Yeah. But go ahead.
It's not like they just assume, oh, this guy talked to God, so it must be correct, right? That God provides evidence, like in the form of miracles, like the fact that Jesus resurrected for the dead would indicate that what he said was true.
I don't believe that he did. I don't believe he resurrected.
That doesn't matter what you believe.
Why not? Because wait, if I don't believe
Okay,
the thing that
do
you're
your
claiming,
beliefs-
you need to prove your claim.
Do your,
Precept, if
do
you're
your
trying to-
beliefs do your beliefs determine what can and what cannot be?
No, my beliefs are my
Right.
interpretation
So
of
something could be true
reality.
regardless of whether you believe it's true or
No,
not.
so
it's not
Precept, you
relevant.
misunderstand. That's not what I'm arguing, right? So I'm saying you're trying to present this as your, like, what I should believe, right? And I'm saying, but I don't believe that he resurrected, right? I have no evidence to suggest that he resurrected. That's not knowledge that I have.
Okay.
It is a claim
Okay.
being made, and you need to back up your claim.
But before we go on to that, would you hypothetically accept the resurrection as evidence? Would be the framing of the question. If there was some way to validate the historical accuracy of the resurrection, would you accept that as evidence, Phantom?
Well, okay, so anything there is on the resurrection technically is evidence, just because that's evidence as to anything that, like, raises the probability of the claim being true. And So like, sure, there are probably a couple things that are evidential, meaning they raise it, right? But that doesn't mean it's likely. It could be 0.00001%, and it could still be more likely than 0%. But that doesn't mean I'm going to believe it. I still need stronger evidence if I'm going to take that as my stance.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to I don't really care what this guy believes, right? Because what this guy believes is irrelevant to what is true.
So
I
hang
think
on.
what
So you're
all that
trying
matters
to,
to the-
yeah, you're trying to have a conversation where you're trying to convince people of your claims, right? You're not just like making these claims to nobody. And so when you say I don't care what the other person believes, you're just kind of being intellectually dishonest and also kind of cowardly, just running away from
Okay, so
having
yeah,
a logical conversation.
back to Christianity, right? So, what gospels were written by people who actually
I'd
witnessed?
like to point out I didn't even get to respond to that yes that guy
Sure,
said.
sure. You can. Yeah, Precept. Go ahead. Respond quick, and then on to Chris.
Sure. So
Mr. Chris, please. Thank you.
yeah, I'm concerned with what's true, what we can prove. Phantom psychological states, I don't think really matter. If he accepts the evidence
You
presented,
talking on any of his psychological or mental states? Get off that.
and he was just misrepresenting Christianity. Christianity is not like, oh, some dude claimed something and then people believe it without evidence. That's not like our position, for one. Now I'm getting lost. He said other things that were just not true.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's Precept.
But
Feel
anyway,
free. Honestly, I want you to know, from my standpoint, again, from the host standpoint, you are welcome here, bro. And I don't mind you expressing your ideas and stuff. I actually would love to continue this conversation. I know you get a lot of harsh feedback. There's reasons for that, but you know what? Everyone does on this app. Everyone gets harsh pushback. So, yeah, I want to reiterate that I do want you to stay here, and I do want to continue. I think I view these discussions, even though they're tense and controversial, as productive. So I hope all y'all view it the same way.
That's when we have discussions is to gain
No
introspection.
hate from here either. I appreciate you.
Nathan, if you want to go ahead, Nathan, you can and take me out. I'm taking notes because I write down notes so I remember what points I want to discuss.
Yeah, I had a few points that I might want to bring up. So Precept, I would say from my perspective, I'm an atheist, and I would first start by asking you a few questions because I think that clarifies the stance for me a lot. So, are you like a young Earth creationist? Would you hold to the beliefs that the Earth is 6,000 years old or whatever, and these kind of claims?
I don't really take a position on the age of the Earth.
Okay, so my immediate pushback to that is that we have just absolute mountains and mountains of evidence about the age of the Earth and about the age of the universe in general. And so these directly contradict the statements that are made in the Bible. And there are definitely ways out of it by saying, well, a day for God is 1,000,000 years or something, but just at the base of it, it seems that these fantastical claims that are made are just outright wrong on the basis that they're taken at face value. Like if you hold the position that God created the earth in 6 days, then you're just wrong, because we know how it was. We know the processes, and we understand how these things came to be, whether or not you agree with it.
Yeah, I don't think you really you're just assuming science makes truth claims. For one, it doesn't. It makes provisional claims.
Okay.
Paul said you're agnostic on the age of the Earth. Are you agnostic on the age of the Earth, Precept?
Yes.
I can live with that.
And
See, that's why these I think these conversations are productive. That's productive, though, at least to get to that point, right? That juncture is an honest, you got to give Precept the credit on at least that point. He's an honest interlocutor. He just gave his limitation on that. That's fair. You know, not other people are willing
Yeah,
to
as
do
long as
that.
he doesn't start insulting me again because I was getting on
Let me
his
say one
nerves
more
or
thing.
whatever the reason for
I
that
really
was.
like that word interlocutor. Also, I just wanted to say really quickly, because remember the first time we met, like the first 3 times we met, we just like were screaming at each other.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because you get on my nerves, and that's
Yeah,
okay.
and
I mean, I still
now
adore you.
and now we have all this chemistry. It's good.
We do not have chemistry. Thank you. Don't make me go get Bart, please.
No, please don't bring Bart in here.
Hey, back off, Bart.
Take Me Out is so thirsty. God.
Just for my true love.
I have that effect on men.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, one of the patterns that I see is that like what frustrates a presuppositionalist is that from an unbiased standpoint, we should be willing to put forward our bias. And what a presup argument does is it puts forward their bias to be criticized. And often opposition doesn't provide the same literal presupposition in order to be criticized. They hide behind obfuscation, as Darth says, right, to kind of like not really pinpoint their own position on things and just sort of criticize the positive assertion. And so to that degree, I think there is some valid criticism. Like, in order to avoid being unbiased, in order to avoid being biased, we have to put our presuppositions in front of us in order for other people to criticize, right? And so in that sense, I actually do give the presup argument some props. They do a better job highlighting their uncertainty to a degree. Now, the style through which Darth Dawkins actually does this, I think, is not good, because teaching the way that we're offering criticism to our presuppositions, I think, requires like a level of grace and empathy to our opposition that's like through love and patience and emotional stability that I don't think is often, well, I'm not here to judge Darth, right? I've learned a lot from him, but like that's my main criticism of him, if I'm humbly able to offer that.
I really agree with what you said. So basically, we all have a bias, and what we're essentially asking is let's all examine our biases and see like which biases are consistent and coherent.
I asked that earlier, and you got even more smart ass and started insulting me, but I'll forgive you for that. Don't worry.
Hang
I'm
on.
Christ-like in that regard.
So actually, I hearing that both the way that you and Logic were putting it, I actually really agree with the take of we all have biases, and it serves to put it out front. But where I think I diverge from what you're saying of like we should have these presuppositions and build off of them and let other people critique them. Yes, but I think we should really be trying to abolish these biases over time.
All right.
And
Yeah,
since
let's
these are
not talk
personal
about-
biases, hang on. But since these are personal biases, the best way to do that is through collective communication. So like these exact discussions where we talk about those without, judgment or trying to like maintain rigidly to our beliefs.
So far we've established that it's okay for the Bible to have contradictions, which is crazy to me. And the precept is agnostic on the earth's age. Did you want to say something? Take me out. The caucasity part, using my line, the caucasity.
I'm just really disappointed with who showed up. I feel like the vibe was instantly ruined, but it's whatever.
Look, the vibe went up for me. Quit playing.
Sorry, go ahead, Precept. You go ahead.
So Phantom is talking about like eliminating our biases and stuff, but that's the whole idea is that there is no neutrality, that everyone has a bias, and these biases are unavoidable. And so
Science is unbiased. The scientific method is not biased by like
Holy crap,
individual
man.
things.
Oh
So
my
you
God.
understand what the scientific method is, right? Like
All right,
you
so
know
let's
when
just-
I say
let's
science
just
is
get back
unbiased.
to Christianity. Let's just get back to Christianity, though. I don't want to get caught up on what a bias is or who has them, because that's the
wanna
easy way
say-
to get out of stuff. So let's just not.
Yes, but real quick, I just want to. Science is not biased because it's a process. It's not like all scientists or theories are unbiased. That's not what I'm saying. But
This is the issue. These people want to think they can be neutral when it comes to God, and they're just neutrally approaching.
Okay, we're talking about Christianity though, Precept, not about God. So let's go back to Christianity. I want you to defend that, all right? Yeah. So, how many books of the Bible were written by actual witnesses?
No, I'm not a Bible scholar.
Huh. So hold on. So you defend a religion that you don't even know about?
And yeah, like I just prove the Bible's true. I don't actually read the Bible, right?
Oh, you've never read the Bible, but you defend it's true? That seems
You
a
just
little
say you
asinine and
prove the Bible's
counterintuitive.
true, but you don't read it.
Yeah, I just prove it's true. I don't read it.
That's like one of the like most ironic. Like that's like, are you an atheist pretending to be a Christian? That's like beyond parody, dude. Like, how could you not?
So,
How could you defend it's true if you don't read it?
I can answer those questions. There are 66 books in the Bible, in case you didn't know that. They say that there's approximately 35 to 45 authors, maybe. I think with the average being around like 40. I'm sitting outside, so I'm not in front of my computer. I think 2 of them, they say, were written by actual witnesses. I think Paul was a second line apostle, is what they call him. I'm surprised you don't know these things, but you defend Christianity so vigorously. That's kind of crazy.
Why are you asking me questions you know the answer to?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that you were capable of having this conversation with me, but apparently your knowledge is lacking in those areas, so maybe you're not.
Yeah, I don't do theological discussions. I do I just do the transcendental argument for God because that's what I've been studying.
That is theology.
So do you not think that you should know the Bible in which you're defending the God of?
Well, I don't want to talk about things that I don't know anything about because then that's what the atheists do.
Isn't the most important thing about being a Christian literally knowing what the Bible says and following it? Like,
do you
how
know
can
the
you be a
Ten
Christian if
Commandments?
you don't care about the Bible? Like, that's the one requirement of being a Christian is following Jesus. And if you, the story of Jesus is in the Bible, like what?
So do you know the Ten Commandments?
I've never read the Bible.
What?
I just prove
You don't know the
Bible's-
10. Okay, hold on.
Just
So you
prove the
don't know the
Bible's
10
true.
Commandments? Thou shalt not have any other gods before me. Thou shalt not make yourself an idol. Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Honor your mother and father. Shall not murder. Shall not steal. Shall not covet. And shall not testify or bear false witness against your neighbor. You don't know those?
I understand I was raised Catholic and I went to Catholic school, so we never read the Bible.
Instead of being on TikTok, you could read the Bible. By all the TikTok lives you've done, if you spent that time reading the Bible, you would have finished it.
I like just proving the Bible's true.
You can't prove something's true if you don't know what it says.
Well, but I do it.
That's like saying,
Do you know how many
imagine,
books are in the Old Testament?
Imagine if I said The Great Gatsby is the greatest book ever, and I can prove that it's the greatest book, and it's
No, I
just
don't know
flawless.
that.
And then I said I've never read it. Like, would you take me seriously?
Well, it doesn't
So-
matter if people take me seriously or not. All that matters is I prove the Bible's true.
You can't prove
it's
the
true.
Bible
Are you
is
just
true.
are you
Yeah, then
delusional?
how do
Are
you
you like a
Hold on,
solipsist
Phantom.
where you're
Hold
like
on,
nothing
Phantom. Let him
matters?
finish.
How do you
Phantom, let him
explain all the
finish.
proof on my channel?
Hold on, Precept. I have a question. So, the Ethiopian Bible, do you know the difference between the Ethiopian Bible and the King James version of the Bible?
No. Is the King James has more food?
No, the Ethiopian Bible contains 81 books. The King James version, the original version of it, had 80, I think, but now it's down to 66. Do you know how many of those are in the Old Testament and how many are in the New Testament?
No.
39 in the Old Testament, 27 in the New. I mean, how I don't quite understand how you're telling me that you prove the Bible's true when you don't even know what it says. Do you know any of the contradictions of the Bible?
Because I study the transcendental argument for God. Yeah, I know some of the contradictions, sure.
Okay, can you tell me some of them?
Sure, like God reveals himself, yet God is hidden. God is holy, set apart, yet God incarnates in a man.
Okay. All right. But you're sitting here telling me that you can prove the Bible through the transcendental argument. All that proves, which it doesn't even prove it, but all that argues for is the existence of God, not the Bible, and it doesn't
No.
necessarily argue for any God. What are you talking about?
The Bible has the transcendental argument for God within its pages.
Where? Can you cite the verses?
I'm sorry, hold on.
You want me to cite all the verses?
Cite where the transcendental argument is laid out in the Bible.
Oh, it's in Romans 1.
Yo, Chris, just asking.
So that's the one you've read.
And it's in other parts of the Bible.
So precept, you're aware
do you
there's
know what-
multiple. Wait, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah,
So
go
precept,
ahead.
you're aware there's multiple verses in the Bible commanding followers of Christ to read Scripture consistently and to teach it.
Well, I would have
So-
had to read it to know that. So now
So
I
you
know
don't.
that.
So
That's-
you claim that the Bible is true and you can prove it,
I don't
and you don't
teach-
even bother to follow it.
I don't teach Christianity to people. I teach the
No,
transcendental.
but this is my
argument
question, precept. Is
for
if
God.
you believe the Bible is the Word of God, you can
I
prove
don't-
it. Why don't you
I
follow it?
don't tell people what to think about.
No, I'm asking about you. I'm asking why you don't follow the Bible.
I don't.
If you
I'm
believe
not
it.
denominational, and I don't tell people what to think about. Like,
I'm not asking about other people. I'm asking
How
about
to
you. I'm saying,
interpret-
why don't you
how to
follow the
interpret
Bible?
I don't talk about how to interpret the Bible.
We're not talking about interpretation. We're
I
talking
try to
about.
avoid that. Sometimes it's inevitable. Like,
We're not talking about interpretation. I'm asking if you can prove the Bible is true, why don't you read it and follow it?
Oh, maybe I should.
Well, of course you should.
That's a
Otherwise, you're
good
going to hell,
concession.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
If you don't follow the
Yeah.
Bible, you're going to hell if it's true, right?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Are you
true.
going to hell then right now if you die today?
I guess so.
I suppose so, right?
Yeah.
So you're in the same boat as the atheists, dude. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you have the transcendental argument for the God. If you don't follow the Bible, you're going to hell with the atheists. You're in no better spot than the atheists, dude.
True.
I will make one statement. It's like you can follow the Bible without reading the Bible. Like most people back. Hey, you have some echo, Nitro. But back in like before like the printing press, most Catholics got their learning about it through like clergy members. Like that's their job, is to be teachers.
But they still knew what the
so
Bible said.
I
They
don't
st-
feel that that's
Yeah.
true. Like, no, I just don't think he would be going to hell, right? If he
Well,
hasn't read the
no.
Bible.
But no. What I'm saying is that even if those people didn't have access to the Bible, they still were communicated the teachings of the Bible and they followed them. Precept doesn't seem to even know the teachings of the Bible or try to seek it out. Like if,
That would be a
if you have-
different matter, I
If you
guess.
have
yeah.
access, well, if you have access to something you believe is God's divinely revealed word for salvation,
Mhm.
and you don't read it, like, are you just like delusional or like what's going on? If I actually believed I had God's word, I would read it every day. Like, why? That's like the most important thing in the world. I don't understand.
So I have a question, Precept. Your argument when you run TAG, hold on. Do you argue that belief in God is necessary to make sense of the world, or that existence of God is necessary to make sense of the world?
An interpretive scheme is necessary to make facts and laws intelligible, and the Bible provides an interpretive scheme within the claims of the Bible. Metaphysical claims, epistemological and ethical claims.
So you say that both belief and existence is necessary. Was that not plain English? Do you need me to speak another language? I have a feeling that you don't speak the same
So-
language I do for some reason.
You're asking me if we have to believe in God and God has to exist, but what? Are both those necessary?
Yes, do you think both of those are necessary? Both belief and existence.
I'm not really sure what you're saying.
Basically saying.
Let me see if
do
I
you
can
think
dumb it
it's
down for you.
necessary for God to exist and to believe that God exists?
Is it necessary?
Yeah, that's what she's asking. It's not
It's
that
like
hard.
no, God's existence is necessary. It's not. Wouldn't be necessary that you believe in God, right?
But if God exists, wouldn't you have to believe in him or you would go to hell?
And you wouldn't be able
no.
to make sense of the world without the belief in him.
Exactly.
You couldn't make sense of the world without His existence.
So is the answer yes or is the answer no?
So you could make sense of the world without believing in him?
Yeah. So
Or is
like,
it
An atheist can like know things and they can do math and like I'd go to an atheist doctor and let that like I wouldn't be like, oh, you don't know anything because you're an atheist, but they just wouldn't be able to. If atheism were true, then they wouldn't be able to know things. That's the point.
Okay.
So the reason they know things is because Christianity is true.
No, that's I can deny that.
No, you can't.
How? What has Christianity helped us know?
It provides a model of reality that's necessary to interpret, make facts intelligible or laws intelligible.
All right, can you explain it to me? How does it do that?
How does it do that? So God is
I know what God is. I don't need you to tell me what God is. Tell me how they give me a knowledge.
I wish I could draw on a board, but like so basically to have knowledge.
You can. I can make you full screen if you can, but no
I
pressure.
don't know how to do that, but basically to have knowledge, we're gonna have to we have to know true things of the world, and so that means our minds need to be able to connect to the objects of knowledge. And God is like the connection. The Christian God is the connection between our minds and the objects.
Okay. So you're saying that we have to know things in the world, and God is the connection, but you don't have any verification for God. So therefore, how can God help you know things if you have no verification for its existence?
Well, God,
Exactly.
God is the verification principle.
Okay, but you have to
God
verify
revealed
that He
himself.
exists first in order to say that He is the verification.
Right. The only way we can know the correct
I'll
verification
take my W
principle
now and bow out.
is if the verification principle was an absolute personal creator God that revealed itself to us. Because otherwise, you'd have to get the verification principle before you determine the verification principle, because you'd have to use the verification principle to justify which verification principle is correct.
Before you verify what He taught you, okay? You have to verify that He exists first. So what verification do you have that God does exist?
God is the verification principle. That's what I'm saying.
God, okay, explain it to me. How?
Right. In order to verify if anything's true, we have to put God in our system as a verification principle.
No, you can.
Okay, so then what's your verification principle?
Things could verification principle for what? You have to give me.
Are you kidding me?
You have to give me a topic for what? Verification for God, verification for the world.
I'm asking you what your verification principle is.
You said you're claiming that God is the verification principle while I'm denying it. So I'm asking you.
So if it's not God, then what is it?
Huh?
You're saying it's not God, so then what is it?
Do you know what verification means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
To tell if something's to delineate between truth and falsity.
Yes, and how do you do that?
With the verification principle.
Yeah, but no. It's
Hold on. Did Christianity provide us with physics?
Yes.
Oh, how so? Can you explain that to me in detail?
Sure. Well, so physics is going to require, like, first of all, you're going to need a unifying principle for physics. So God's going to be necessary for that unifying principle.
Happy Monday, everybody. I love you.
You're
Hey,
gonna
Shark.
need-
Gang,
Monday,
Shark.
sorry. Like math,
gang,
God's
bro.
going to be necessary
Gang,
for
gang,
math.
brother. Swag.
gang, shark.
Swag. Sometimes
So-
the bear gets the fish. Sometimes the fish gets the bear. Remember that.
I don't know which.
Why don't you eat Precept real quick? He's getting on my
Wait,
nerves.
how often does the fish get the bear?
Every time the bear doesn't get the fish.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yeah? You like that?
No,
Wait, but the bear doesn't. Hang on. Okay, I guess it wins that competition.
Right, exactly. The fish does get the bear. See, people think that the fish can't get the bear, but they just underestimate the fish's capabilities to get the bear. It's sad, really.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Me personally, I never underestimate a fish.
Always a bigger fish.
So I have a question for Precept.
I am the bigger fish.
The biggest fish.
Oh, that's crazy. I should make my name
Y'all quit
bigger
answer,
fish.
quit deflecting from precept and don't let him get out of his fucking box. He's put himself
But he's not
in.
gonna.
Go
He's
ahead
not
and
gonna.
ask him the
He's
question.
not gonna say anything, right? He's just
Wait,
gonna say. He's gonna say the same thing he says every day.
I have a question though. I think I can get him. So precept. If a Mormon, right? Mormons believe the Bible, but they believe it's kind of been corrupted, and they believe the Book of Mormon is the revealed Word of God. If a Mormon says that their God, Jehovah, or whatever they call him, is the verification method to prove the Book of Mormon is true, and that's how they justify thought and reason. How are they wrong?
At that point, it become like a debate over exegesis of the scripture, right?
No. They just think there's another revealed Word of God in the Book of Mormon.
I know,
God.
and so I could point to like the Bible, which says like you shouldn't add to scripture, right? And I could say,
No. You don't understand. The Book of Mormon trumps the Bible. That's the new revealed Word of God. So the other one's been corrupted.
so exegesis of scripture would be the answer.
Right. But no. The Scripture isn't the basis of the revealed Word of God.
Yes.
It's the Book of Mormon.
Exegesis of scripture.
No. It's a
He's not gonna accept
Exegesis of
it.
scripture. Yes.
He's just not
No.
gonna like I'm saying. You guys, okay? Does anybody in here think that you can reason with someone who's unreasonable?
Well,
No,
he's
you
obviously
can't. It's like-
delusional because
No.
he says he believes in the Bible.
Right. So
But
I
Hold
don't
on, it's so
understand.
short.
I don't understand why there's any attempts to reason with him.
That's
right?
kind of
Shark,
fun.
do you want to
Let's try
laugh?
to catch
Do you
him.
want a good laugh though? Hold on, I'll make you laugh. I
I don't
started
really.
questioning him on
I don't laugh
scripture.
that often.
He said he's never read the Bible. Like, never read the Bible, doesn't know what's in the Bible, doesn't know how many books there are in the Bible, but that the transcendental argument proves the book that he's never
Well,
read.
yeah, because
I
he's
think,
not. But you have to understand, right? Like fundamentally, he doesn't actually care about the Bible or Christianity or Jesus. He
Mm.
just cares about like being able to come online and have an argument as a defense mechanism for his lack of knowledge. Like that's all it is.
Right, but like
Yeah.
you would think
Well,
if you
and I agree with
actually
that, and he's
believed,
proving
like,
it.
if you had a genuine belief that like the
His
Bible
belief
the
is not
Word of God-
genuine.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
no
he
way
actually
genuine.
believes it. Because if he actually believes it, he would read it. Like like anybody in this room, if they actually believed they had the Word of God, you would read it, right?
Yeah,
like,
but he
of course
doesn't.
you would.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care. He just runs tag because
he
it's
likes.
convenient, right? It's
I think-
convenient, and he gets to. In a
I think it
world,
boosts
He gets
his
to
ego.
suck all
yeah.
the
In a world full of confusion and skepticism, he feels like he can hold on to this, and Dawkins
And
gives
he
him
can
some
win,
kind
he can
of
win
ego
arguments
boost.
because all he can say is just, "No, you don't have any way to verify
Well,
your
he
reason."
didn't even
And
know
then-
how many
yeah.
books were in the Bible. He couldn't tell me the 10 Commandments. Like, what Christian can't tell you the 10 Commandments?
I would have a lot more. I actually like if like I've talked to other presuppositionalists who actually like knew about theology and they try to follow the Bible. I have a lot more respect for
Yeah,
those
no,
kinds of
absolutely.
people.
Like someone who's like genuinely trying to pursue it and honest about their ignorance.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, exactly. Like people. Yeah, if somebody actually lives like the morals of Jesus and like the Bible, like I disagree, but I'm like, hey, at least you're following your beliefs to a logical conclusion. You're not just like a troll online cussing people out in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, I try to, man. I try to follow Jesus. It's hard, man.
Hey, Shark, can you explain this to me? How does the tag argument explain the existence of the Christian God and not just the existence of a God, making him a deist instead of a theist?
It doesn't.
I just wanted to make sure about that because he said that it verified the Bible or all kinds of weird shit. and
No,
I'm like,
it
you're
verifies.
not doing that to me. I think it makes you a deist, not a theist, actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, not necessarily even a deist. It's either going to be like deism, panentheism, or pantheism. Yeah, that's what it confirms. It doesn't confirm theism.
That's exactly what I thought. And it doesn't even confirm that well because you can destroy it with other arguments that he's not willing to admit.
Yeah,
or,
like he's not gonna. But this is why you don't see him or Dawkins debating Muslims, right?
Yeah, that makes sense completely.
Because
and it's
they
why
have the
Dawkins ran from
same
that day.
they have the same foundational principle. So what is someone like Mars gonna say to a Muslim who like understands
Mhm.
metaphysics?
Oh, I need to post that video where Dawkins ran from my box the second I cornered him after he said that I was the nicest atheist he'd ever spoken to. He turns around and runs when I back him into a corner that he can't get out of.
Please don't bring up love. Like I just formally ask you to like just ban love. Like please.
I love love. I love love.
What do you can you define
That's
love
awesome.
in the can you define that in the context you're using it? Like when you say it, like what my ears hear is I'm a nice guy and I have pity or empathy for this individual who's more confused than basically anybody else online.
That's what I heard too.
No. I give the benefit of the doubt to everyone that they're, you know.
Yeah, wait, how many times do you give someone the benefit of the doubt, man? I've run out with him.
Well, that's fair. I haven't had the same interaction, but if you've run out, that's fair. I've drawn boundaries with people too. I've definitely drawn boundaries in my own life. But generally on here, like I say, I try to exercise as much patience as I can because I know I'm coming into the wild west
boundary.
with this.
My boundary is when I see that somebody is incapable of learning, I won't talk to them about philosophy or any topic that necessitates learning or knowledge. Right? That's like when I talk to Mars, I kind of just talk to him like he's a lost puppy dog. Right? I'm not going to engage honestly with him. Same thing.
Mars,
with love.
I'm bullying God? What do you mean I'm bullying God? Do you really want to discuss that with me? How could I bully something that doesn't have the emotions that you do? The fuck out of here.
How could established
that
even
Mars
know who
can't
God
learn.
is if he hasn't read the Bible?
But okay, we just went over.
If you ever read the Bible,
Everybody,
you don't know
we just went over that Mars. Sorry, Logic, go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I thought we just established that Mars is unreasonable and has never demonstrated the ability to learn anything. So why engage in any disagreement with him? He is equivalent. He's equivalent to a petulant child, right? So why do you engage?
The pattern I see is that everyone's negative emotion gets spawned the moment they lack curiosity in their ignorance. So we all have these limitations to our own understanding of things, and we can be either curious about those things or do the personal attacks.
But he's not curious. He comes into the spaces, and he does it just to get clips to send to Dawkins to get like validation.
Yeah, I don't.
to that
Logic,
extent,
I don't think Shark is being
go ahead.
unreasonable here, because thanks. He does do he goes into conversations and he makes the same argument repeatedly and doesn't listen to a single counter.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if people
I
don't care if people disagree with me. Me and Phantom don't agree on abortion, right? That's fine. I don't want people to blindly agree with everything. That would be boring, right? But in a space where we're talking about knowledge, philosophy, learning, reasonability, rationale, he doesn't meet the mark. He's not tall enough for this ride.
Well, the one thing he conceded is that after the panel literally ganged up on him and told him that he's an idiot for not reading the Bible, he conceded that is probably something that he needs to do from his own position. So, I mean, I view that as progressive. I feel it as progress, not just towards him,
Okay,
but also.
How long does he have to read Genesis then?
Well,
if he truly, because understand Logic, he genuinely believes the Bible is the Word of God, or at least the inspired Word of God, right?
Right.
So if you believe
now.
you have that, how quickly would you read Genesis? I would read Genesis in 3 days max.
Every day.
Well, I would get off if I was Precept Mars. I would get off live right now and read the Bible. Start reading.
Right. I would do it literally
Right now.
I would
Right
be
now.
done. I would be done in 3 days max.
Yeah.
There's a book I read called The Objective Proof for
Why are you
Christian.
reading other books other than the Bible? Like, what does your time management look like, dude? That's so delusional. What?
So that's why I like to do my lives and I like to talk
Genesis,
about
Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, and
Read
Deuteronomy are the books that I
you're
would
reading
quickly
books
read.
about the revelation of God rather than the revelation of God.
I like to talk about books I read, not books I don't read, because
You could literally listen. You could literally just read
You
could just read Proverbs. Oh, here we fucking go.
Please, that's why I said, God damn it, Shark. Here we go.
Be patient, everyone.
Doug, listen, Doug. I am patient.
Shark, don't you leave me here with him.
It's not gonna do anything. He doesn't talk. He doesn't even say anything worth listening to.
Do it, Shark. Don't leave me here with him.
No one is worth Shark's grace.
Well, no, that's not true, right? I love Logic.
Shark
He
gives
teaches
grace
me a
to
lot.
a lot of people, actually. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
I literally go into every single debate community to learn something. Every single one. I can defend any proposition.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking mad that you just called him an idiot.
Precept, that is my main question to you. It's like, how do we reconcile this irritability and insufferable lack of, patience that someone like Darth Dawkins consistently has with his guests? Like, I understand that maybe even if his arguments are somewhat convincing, don't you agree that there's sort of a lack between that, or do you you're open to disagree with me, but like, don't you kind of feel uncomfortable sometimes with the strategy and the way he approaches, conversing with opposition?
No, because if you know anything about debates, there's a section of debates called crossfire where you're allowed to interrogate your opponent, ask them questions, and interrupt them. And
But within the Christian worldview, that's not allowed.
Wait, but he
Within the Christian
only hang
worldview.
on. He only does crossfire. When in a debate, the highest standard is going to be an equal weight view. And so I'm cool with someone doing a crossfire and an internal critique on my worldview. Maybe I don't know how to define something clearly. Maybe I have a misunderstanding, right? That's fine. When you don't allow the other party to do the same thing to your worldview, that's not good. That's bad faith.
Yes.
And that's what
Yes.
your role model does every single day for the
Right.
last 14 years.
well, I wasn't allowed. I mean, so by your own standard, you just interrupted me.
But I've been doing this,
Is this
for 14
wait? Is this a formal
years.
debate?
Okay, well, I just saying you're. A
No, we
hypocrite.
can't have formal debates with people that are not capable.
Well, I'm just saying you're being a hypocrite, so I don't really take you seriously. So, anyways, in a debate, there's a thing
So
called.
how can you talk about people being a hypocrite when
Oh my
the Bible
God.
literally talks about kindness and like
can't
good
even answer
character,
your
and
question.
you and Darth like don't have that. Like
It's just
do you,
like it's literally just called
what?
cooperative overlap, right? So if there's something that I say and you want clarification or to prioritize that point, that's fine. So like let's say that I say bingo bango bongo and you say, "Can you define bango for me?" And you interrupt me. Well, it's going to make sense for you to interrupt me because you don't know what bango is to understand the context mid-sentence. And if I go on and say 16 more sentences, well, you're going to be lost because you still don't know what I said 16 sentences ago, right? Do you genuinely just not know how to talk to people?
That's what I'm starting to come to the realization of. Okay, so next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've established we can't talk about the Bible because Precept doesn't know it, he's not willing to admit that
I wanna
the
talk about
tag argument's
Proverbs.
not an argument for a Christian God's Proverbs.
Proverbs is
What
the
part of
best.
Proverbs?
Oh, all of Proverbs.
You like Proverbs?
Yeah.
I don't like Proverbs, but we can talk about it if you want to.
Why? That's just all of Proverbs is just like motivational quotes.
You know, my favorite book of the. Never mind. You're gonna think I'm fucking delusional. I like
Let
the
me-
Book of Revelation.
I gotta say this, Precept. Think of the irony. Like the irony is not lost on me when we Did you get a chance to see any of like the parody accounts of you kind of like mocking you?
A little bit. I thought it was kind of boring.
So the true irony of this, right, is that if you are able to steel man your opposition, the comedy is not lost on you. I am able to enjoy that because I see it as work in progress. I don't see it as condemning you to a certain degree. There's a level of, with the comedy, your arguments are actually being steel manned. And to that degree, I think that you should leave room a little bit for the grace of comedy and things like that. It's a little bit more aesthetically better than like, I don't know, like combativeness.
Logic, you're giving him so much grace, brother.
Logic is too kind. Logic is always
He's
so
so
kind to
nice, bro.
everyone.
He's so nice.
He's one of my favorite people on this app because of how kind he is to everybody and gives them so much grace. He's just one of the best
So much
people on here.
patience, right? Like Mars, he's
Yeah.
literally giving you genuine like advice as a friend, and instead of like soaking this up and realizing that Logic is one of the few people showing you genuine respect in a manner that Darth Dawkins never has and never will. Because by the way, you're a puppet to Dawkins. That's what you are, and that's what you will always be to him. What you hang on? What you are is a mouthpiece for him. All you're like the only use. Did you say that's the best part?
Yeah.
Okay, so you like being Darth Dawkins' bitch.
Oh my god, he's a cuck.
Yeah,
Sorry, he's
I
a
love
cuck.
Did you say you love it?
Now I'm lost.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying, Logic?
I can't tell if it's a joke or not. I'm lost now.
No, dog. There's
So
something
it's-
wrong with him.
But like, oh man, what do you mean, Precept? Oh man.
He's a literal cuck.
I think
No,
he's
like,
saying he
there's
doesn't.
something weird.
I think he's saying he doesn't care because he agrees with the ideology.
So if he's a mouthpiece, I think he's okay with that. It's kind of what he's
No, he
talking
literally
about.
just said he's okay with being his bitch.
Yeah, I
If
know.
Darth says Precept Mars jump, I will say how high.
Okay, so then do you
Why?
understand? So wait, you understand that you're not
Because
worship. Wait, just to clarify,
he's a gentleman and a scholar.
you're an idolater. You understand that, right?
We're in kind of like a book club together where we share reading material and then we discuss it.
I'm telling you, dog. At a
And
certain
I really
point, we have
cherish
to be
that.
able to call people disabled. We have to.
I really
Bro,
cherish
I'm-
that relationship.
I want you to know that I'm
Most
always
people don't
down
even
to
read.
have, but I'm willing to have, like a genuine discussion with you about whatever, anytime, bro. Like if you're thirsty for that kind of conversation in a genuine sense, like for real, I'm always down to have, even in private discussion or DMs or whatever. Any thoughts that you have, I will genuinely consider it without judgment and give you, back and forth on. So you need to find, people that will give you the ability to push back. For instance, this comedy relief thing I'm talking about, Slurms is hosting some of the funniest content that I've ever seen on this app. And for you to be separate from that and feel also maybe a bit of humiliation from it is unfair, bro. Like, you should be in on the joke, because at the end of the day, you're actually being, to a certain degree, right? It's an invite to the discussion, right? Like, your arguments are being propped up more than anyone else's and popularized. And so to that degree, you should somewhat see it as like, a genuine, compliment, even though I know that's not easy to see. But if you could see the joke for what it is, bro, like, that's what you're losing when you're bowing to the knee of someone who doesn't have your best interests for you, right?
A Precept's
Sense of
joking,
humor.
right? Like, he's joking. He has to be joking.
He's not joking, man. Like, there's something wrong with him.
Well, I just think you're just giving up like critical thinking skills, right? If you're letting Garth do all your talking and thinking,
I think it's bigger than that, though, Robbie.
Huh?
Do you think it's bigger than that?
I think it's bigger than that. I think he's genuinely disabled.
I wouldn't say he's disabled. I don't know him enough for something like that. I just think that he's a true believer, and he thinks that it makes sense to him, and that's just about as good as it's going to get. But at the same sense, like I
Right,
said,
but
when do you
would
where
we
are the
not
critical
say-
thinking skills?
Would we not say that an individual who lacks critical thought and analysis to this level is not disabled? Is like, what are we doing?
Why would he have to be disabled if he believes the ideology? He just believes the ideology, and he thinks that Darth is a better person.
He
to,
doesn't.
Like,
Wait, let's
voice
clarify.
out.
Wait,
No,
what
hang
do
on,
you
hang on.
mean? Wait. What do you mean I lack critical thinking? I just let Darth do it for me.
Do you see? Like,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
You just proved my statement there.
critical thinking, man. Yeah, that is lacking critical thinking. You don't want to let someone else think for you, bro, because the practical applications in your everyday life won't pan out. You have a certain context in your life and perspective that Darth isn't aware of, bro. You have to apply your own learnings and your own teachings, and right to what.
Now I
to
feel
what
guilty.
like, bro, when you're analyzing this, he can't do it. And he's not, like, there's a distinction between literacy and sapience, right? All he's done is barely, and I'm being generous when I say barely, memorized some of the talking points that Darth says. And that's all he does. He doesn't understand the argument, even a little bit. What he understands about the argument is, we need God if true. That's what it comes down to for him, and that's it. If any true, God.
I feel a
Yeah,
little
but-
bad
but-
now,
but-
Shark, that you pointed that out and everything that he said. I literally feel kind of guilty for fucking dunking on him like that.
It would not.
Yes, like, that's what I'm saying. Having him on a panel. Okay, when I'm debating, right? If I see that somebody is an individual I should classify as disabled, I can't debate him anymore. That's not fair of me. That's unethical, right? And so
I do. I feel like I've been completely not just unethical, but
disabled thing though.
see, and
I don't think
love
so.
is another
Did you
one.
hear
It's
what
both
he
of
just
them.
said, Love?
No, wait, time out.
Hold on.
I really do
wait,
think they're going too
Love.
far
Did you
with
not
the
hear
disabled thing.
Love? Did you not hear what he said though?
I did hear, but many people might not.
So
be-
you
Wait,
don't
wait,
find
let
a
me-
problem with
let-
that?
let-
Hold on. You said you heard it,
I
but
don't-
do you think? Hold on.
Right.
Do you
You just
think a
don't
rational?
expose.
Hold on. Let me fucking finish a word.
Okay, and I respond to it.
I
Go
asked
ahead.
you a question and then you can respond.
Alright,
You
fair,
responded
fair,
to
fair.
the first one. Now I'm moving to the second one.
Sure.
Do you not think that that's indicative of someone that's fucking mentally not there all the way?
Not at all.
Literally, hold on. He's literally saying that he's a fucking, simp and cuck for Dawkins, and you're literally sitting here saying
No.
that that's okay and that that's normal?
No. It doesn't entail some sort of disorder or impairment. It does not. I think what I'm hearing is like he's just probably someone who lacks, critical thinking, and maybe he just lacks exposure to the practice, or not adept to like critical thinking due to lack of exposure. I think that's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing anything. I don't think it meets the criteria for a cognitive psychological disability. It does not at all. We don't know him. You don't know him.
Can you define a cognitive psychological disability?
You don't know
Can you tell me
him.
what a disability is?
Doesn't matter. I think you should know what I mean by that. I don't have to. Okay, I'll define it for you real quick. Disability basically is, according to World Health Organization, an impairment that may be physical, cognitive, sensory, psychosocial, that
Cognitive? Cognitive?
right,
Can you
that
define
limits an
cognitive?
individual's ability to perform a certain activity. We don't know this guy, right?
Hold on.
He has not. He has not
Wait,
gone so
clarify, hang on,
far.
pause.
He has not gone so far.
Pause. Wait, Mars is in the comments saying, Mars, hang on. I don't care if you think like me. I just want you to be able to think, right? You're not thinking. Me and Logic don't agree on everything. Me and Robbie don't agree on everything, right? That's not the standard. The standard is thinking coherently, rationally, substantiating what you're saying, defining the words without looking it up. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact of the matter is that because he has no original critical thought, which is a cognitive thing, that he can't, he can't have this conversation with any type of intellectual honesty. And now I feel guilty.
The pushback, right, is that you need to be able to genuinely and empathetically consider your opposition. That's the pushback, Precept. It's not that, right? It doesn't matter really how certain you are of your conclusions. It's how willing are you to engage with opposition.
So the question
that
that
is
I
the
asked him when I originally engaged with him, were you in here for that, Love? The very first question I asked him when he came up here and started engaging with me before he started insulting me, I asked him, "Can you please,
Steelman atheism. Steelman atheism.
What insult?
Hold on. I asked him to. What insult? What do you mean, Logic? Did you not hear him insult me earlier?
Yeah, both of you went back and forth, and it
I
was.
just told her to calm down.
Yeah, and when you insulted me, that's when I decided to come for you because I don't go for anyone first. But I can if you want me to. I can show you what that's like. I'd be more than happy to oblige that at this point. But I asked him to still man atheism. And what did he do? He sounded just like Darth Dawkins and started mocking people. And I'm like, no, no, that's not what you're doing. You're being a jackass. Like, literally just, Larva's an atheist for a minute. And he wouldn't do it.
Like Precept, here's my question for you. Here's my question. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give yourself on your ability of being able to empathize with your opposition, those who disagree with you? You empathize with them and fully think that you could represent their position if you had to? Interesting.
You see what I'm saying?
I want to see you do it.
Just do it. Give us proof.
You have the Christian, and then you have the non-Christian. And the Christian, everything's connected. Non-Christian position, there's no connections.
No. You're not understanding it here. Act like you're an atheist and we're all Christians. Explain to me the atheist perspective.
Oh yeah, so I'm not convinced because my psychological states determine what is true or not, and I'm not convinced that God exists. And also, if God did exist, he would be mean. He's mean to people. He's a bully.
You see what I'm saying? Logic. You see what I'm saying?
Ridiculous. We can't do this. I can't do this. He's not funny.
He's
Shut
not
up, Love.
trolling, right?
No,
And you
he's
see,
not.
and
He's
you see
literally
the
not
one
trolling.
person
This is what he
laughing
did
is
earlier.
Love, right? Like,
Well, look, I think it depends on what he really wants out of it, right? Like if he's just trying to beat up and just like people that don't really know much or whatever, just people that are going into his lives, I guess. But if he wants to be taken serious with people that kind of have like a better understanding,
Right.
he's just never gonna reach there, right? You're just gonna be always kind of like in the thumb of Darth Dawkins, who isn't taken serious at all by the community. So if that's what you want, then that's what you want. But you just have to go by it. That's all.
I have a question for Precept. Precept, do you think it's possible that somebody could have the same arguments as you and Darth, but have like a genuine like Christian character that doesn't like cuss people out or like scream at people and like listens to people and is charitable? Do you think that's possible?
Possible. I like to swear though. I think it's funny.
I know, but do you think that it's worthwhile to follow somebody like Darth who over 14 years has constantly sinned on the internet by cussing and being harsh and by showing no amount of kindness? Like, why is, even if you like his arguments, you can find other people who have the same arguments. Why is that somebody that you like to consider a friend and follow?
Well, because I'm just not concerned with like I don't really care if someone's kind. In fact, I prefer rude people because like I think you are really fake and disingenuous and passive aggressive, and I prefer like open, upfront, like aggressive people.
But that's literally
Brutally honest
contrary
people.
to the revelation of God. You realize that, right?
Yeah, you're. What
Well,
do you
that's
care
just
about
your
this? How about
opinion,
this?
man.
Here,
No,
Mars.
that's
What
what
is
text
what
says.
is what is the teachings of Jesus Christ?
Oh, he's never read the Bible. He couldn't tell me the Ten Commandments.
I mean, I
What
think it's
does
best.
what does Jesus command of you, Mars?
I think it's best exemplified in Darth Dawkins.
Sorry, you see what I'm saying?
He's just a troll. Yeah, he actually
At
like,
this point,
like he
I don't
he
even
said he's
know, man.
probably going to hell. Like
Like
I don't know if
logic.
that's
Do you think that I just like say things just for funsies, bro?
No, I think that these topics, like just how Darth approaches them, are very serious, right? But then your grace is going to be the measurement of your intellect. And so you're not being measured up against how well you can argue for your position, Precept. You're being now measured from an ethical and moral standpoint. We're applying your spiritual principles that you so apparently hold, and we're critiquing that, and you're not
Yeah, Mars-
seeing it as a
Mars.
valid criticism.
Mars,
Can I
we're
ask one
not
question?
just
Sorry.
claiming you're not a Christian. We're proving that you and Darth aren't Christians.
Well, he said he's probably
Yeah.
going to hell because he's never read the Bible. Like he
Right,
doesn't
like
even
Mars.
So can I?
Hang on, real quick,
can
Chris.
I
Hang on,
ask-
hang on. Wait. Mars, do you understand that you and Dawkins are the personification of fake followers of Christ?
Just your opinion.
Wait, no, hang on. No,
you said that.
we've given proof to you. You don't even know the teachings of Christ.
Nor can you embody them or manifest them in any way. Like, no, you
Yeah.
haven't shown it to us in any way, right?
In
Like,
any way.
It's true because I think the
So
way that
can
we
I
can
ask
show love to others is if we listen to them, and I listen to what you have to say.
What does the Bible
Can I
say
ask
is
a
love
quick
is?
question?
Yeah, just
I
go,
have a
Chris.
quick question here. Just one quick question, and I swear. So, can you give me the argument in your own words, not what Darth Dawkins has told you, not what you Google on the internet? Can you answer something in your own words without sourcing out to someone else? Can you, reframe it?
Darth, if I heard Darth talk about it before,
No. Full stop. Shut up.
No, this
love.
is not. Can we just kick him?
Hold on. I want to get.
I don't want to cancel him. I want to protect disabled people.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Shark, do you think I'm asking something unreasonable here?
I think you're trying to reason with someone who has proven for the last half an hour at least that he's not a reasonable person.
Right, I do agree with that, but am I asking something that's completely unreasonable? I mean, because I know that for a fact that any type of argument that you get, you could reword it 1,000 different ways depending on who you're talking to. I know Robbie can do the same, Logic can do the same. I think Nathan, I've seen do that before. Everyone else I haven't seen talk that much. But I don't think it's unreasonable to ask someone to reword something in their own,
but he can't. I don't listen. I don't hold mentally disabled people to a standard of thinking they can or should debate.
No,
Do we
no,
think he's
I
a
agree
troll,
with that.
or do we think he's
I
like
agree with that.
cognitively like impaired? What do you think?
I think it's both.
Yeah,
I do too. I think he's trolling and he's cognitively
Well,
impaired.
I think the fact that he does it so often, I think trolls like you can't do it like 24/7. I think there's probably some actual cognitive issues probably going on there.
Right. So like when we Here, like we
I feel
exist in
different. I just
we.
don't think he cares, Shark.
I
So I
agree.
think you
I
guys
don't
are
think
making these
it's
things
Fine.
No,
about.
no, no. I don't
It's
think he
not.
cares,
It's
Robbie. I don't
not
think he
that
cares
he
either.
cares about your points. He has a certain ideology, and then that's all that
it's
he wants to hold
ego.
to.
Right.
It's
So
his
why?
I
So
don't know
Robbie,
if it's necessarily
why?
ego. He just thinks that Darth has the correct answers, and that
So then
he can
why
learn
bring
off
him
of
on
it
the
like your
panel?
arguments.
Why
Hold
bring
on,
him
but
on any
Robbie,
That's
panel?
up to logic. Why? Well, that's up to logic. He picks his own people who he wants in the panel, like we all do in our own lives.
I guess
So I
but
mean, I don't
Robbie,
think there's
up
anything
to this.
wrong with him. I just think that that's just who he is, and you're trying to like corner him in that like he has some
but
sort of
Rob,
mental states, maybe, but we don't really know him. I just think it's simpler
but
than that. I just don't think
but
he
Robbie,
cares.
he can't
He's a
reword
believer, and
anything.
that's as simple as that.
He can't even word anything in his own words. He's literally quoting back to Darth Dawkins everything that he says, which is the part that's concerning to me. Because Robbie, I
Yeah,
know for a
he's a
fact that you
parent.
can.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, can we
He's
just
a parent. So are a lot of other people.
can we just treat him like a dependent, petulant child moving forward?
Yeah,
Do you
because
think Darth?
obviously, if
Do you
he's
think
just
Darth is
parenting,
like
yes, he
like
is a
groomed
petulant
him?
child.
Do you think Darth like grew? Like I think a lot of their like I don't know the relationship, but it feels like if he actually has like some cognitive issues, it seems like Darth like definitely is taking advantage of him. Wouldn't you say?
Hold on. Precept. You say we want you to group think, honey. No, we want you to critically think and think on your own. You're group thinking with Dawkins. That's what the whole problem is
Yes.
here. You can't even
Yes.
reword something unless you're sitting there saying, well, I could if I heard Darth Dawkins say it first. No, I want you to reword something in your own words. You're the one group thinking. Nobody on this panel wants you to do that. We want to know that you can form original thoughts or reword something in your own unique verbiage. I mean, come on, stop playing with me.
You guys are coming to me as a group, and you're trying to get me to collectively agree with the group think that I shouldn't.
We're just talking about how
I
like
shouldn't follow Darth Dawkins. And
Wait,
so,
wait,
what,
wait, but
so
Precept.
what would be the implicit? You're implicitly saying I should follow you.
No.
Hold on.
Why
Well,
No one's
should I
saying
follow
that. No one's
you
saying
guys say that's what's implicitly.
Hold
No,
on.
that's not what he is saying.
it's just hilarious. You guys
But see, that's the issue. You're not
Precept.
right. But see, that's the issue. You're not tracking.
Precept,
Right, but you're not
listen.
tracking because
You're
that's
an
not the
idiot.
argument that anybody's
wait,
making.
wait. Let me just. Okay, so we're not saying that you should follow us. We're saying that you should like read the Bible yourself, see what Jesus says, and then come to your own conclusions. You should look at these arguments from like other sources and come to your own conclusions. Precept. We're asking you. You treat Darth like Jesus, basically, like how other Christians follow Jesus. You just follow Darth. We're asking you. We're saying like if you actually are a Christian, read the Bible, read the teaching of Jesus, and come up with your own conclusions about what he says. Don't
A
just
true-
follow Darth.
A true
Jesus.
Christian would be able to offer Darth, a pushback. He's looking for pushback. He's looking for honest, genuine, intellectual pushback. You can't provide that for him.
So precept. Wait. So like, I'm not going to.
Hold on. No. Hold on, love. He addressed me and I have something to say. You think that I want you to not follow Darth Dawkins? No, I want you to prove that you can have original thought so that I know that you're intellectually capable of having this conversation with me and that I'm not talking to a literal petulant child. I feel like I'm beating up on a 4-year-old right now intellectually because you can't form the, argument in your own words. You're literally sitting there referencing back to Darth Dawkins and it's really insulting. I swear if you interrupt me, I'm going to rip your head off. So just don't. I think that you need to sit there and take a step back before you accuse people of wanting you to great thing. I talk to people all the time I don't agree with. Me and Logic don't agree on stuff. Me and Robbie don't agree on politics and other things. Me and Love definitely don't agree. We don't agree on religion or politics and have thrown down on both of them. I mean, and the fact that you think I want you to think like me, I don't. I want you to be able to challenge me and, make me think differently. But you doing it in the words of Darth Dawkins ain't doing shit. So why don't you sit down before you accuse people of stuff? Because that's how you get me really mad really fast, is sitting there accusing me of something that I am not doing at all.
All right. So precept. Like, I don't know what kind of screening tests you had. Like, what if you had like some sort of blood test? I don't know, like Nuclear translucency test or something to determine what kind of diagnostic test that you have. Like, but you are kind of like leading me to literally you're kind of leading me to consider is this some sort of a cultural behavior, maybe bowing down to I don't know, Darth may be related to cultural behavior gesture. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I don't really care what you guys think of me. If you want to think that I look,
Because I have not referred to you as mental, cognitive, something wrong with the sensory impairment. I have not referred to you as such, right? But the way that you're responding to like these guys, like basically saying that like you bow down to, could it be some sort of cultural behavior? Like, is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Doesn't matter. Like if they want to think that Darth's my hero or that I worship Darth or whatever they think, they're welcome to think that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect what's true or not true. I'm just concerned what we can objectively prove.
Okay.
I don't think that you are. I don't think that you necessarily are, though. I do think that you do kowtow to Darth because I saw the one with him in Blitz, and he was begging to come up, and you let him up, and he told you exactly what he wanted to do, and you just let him run your live and everything else. Again, it just seems like you're just not a free thinker for things. If Darth does it for you, you just seem to be okay with that, and that's fine if that's who you want to be. That doesn't mean that you have some sort of mental incapacity. It just means that. It just okay, sure. It just means that
Like
that's
Star
the
Wars.
situation in which you prefer. That's all.
Okay. I have a question for you, Precept. Can you give me an argument that you forgot that is you haven't heard from Dawkins, but something that you were thinking about personally?
An argument that I what?
An argument for God that you haven't heard from Dawkins, but something that you were thinking of entertaining.
Well, I don't think you can make an argument for God that's not presuppositional.
6 years of studying, everybody. 6 whole years.
I have one more question. So, Precept, this is personal, so you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. But like, have you been diagnosed with any kind of cognitive issues?
Just stop. That's besides the point.
Different.
What?
But okay, so here's
Doctor
the
said I was different.
You said you're different.
Let's start with this postnatal or like prenatal stuff, diagnosis.
He gave me medications.
Wait,
okay,
what?
Okay.
Nah, he's
Okay.
he's
He's trolling. He's trolling.
Hey, I'm out.
Okay. Hold on.
This guy is crazy.
Hold on. Precept, did you just say you can't make an argument for God without it being presuppositional?
Because the only way we could know God is if God reveals himself to us. Otherwise, we wouldn't know God. So, any evidence for God would have to be
You haven't read the revealed word of God. What are you yapping
If,
about?
if somebody else mentions epistemology without actually having any referent of what that fucking word means, I'm going to lose it.
Darth, so you just said that you know God because God revealed himself to you. Have you read the revealed word of God?
I just prove it's true.
How
Dude,
can
God
you prove it's
exposed
true if
himself
you
to
haven't read it?
Transcendental argument for God.
That's you need to know what the Bible says in order for that to be valid.
The objective proof for Christianity. And
You
so
read a book about
What?
the Bible instead of the Bible?
Yeah,
Why
I
didn't you
read a
read the
book
Bible
about
first?
the Bible.
What
and then
tag isn't
it's
specifically
the Bible.
Christianity? What?
So Precept, why?
No, it's
Precept,
not.
why
Well, you don't
can't
know-
you read
you
the
don't
Bible
understand
right
the
now?
argument then.
Precept, what would be a better use of your time right now? To go offline and start reading the revealed word of God, or to get in dumb arguments on TikTok? What would be a better use of your time?
Can I just say something real quick, guys?
Of course, Ed 209.
I've followed him for like a little while. The only thing what I think about what Precept Mars is like the arsonist. What he does is he likes to go out and set out the fires and then sit back and watch what happens. You can sit there and punch him in the face, and he's the type of guy that would just sit there and stare at you with that dead stare at his face and not do anything back. That's the type of guy that Precept is. He's that way of thinking, and Darth Dawkins is like the cult leader type of person that would takes advantage of people who doesn't think right. And that's exactly what Darth Dawkins is doing to him. Precept does not care, or does not want to care, and does not try to understand what every people thinking. He just wants to set the fire and just watch what happens and sits back. That's the type of guy Precept is.
Wait, now I'm curious. Precept, have you ever disagreed on anything that Dawkins had said? At least one thing.
Yeah.
You have?
He
What
probably
is it?
disagrees with like his black policy, honestly.
I don't know if I can talk about it. It's like TOS stuff.
Can you talk about his position on the blacks? How he thinks in 2027 Martin Luther King's files will be unclassified, and he think he'll be revealed as a monster.
Martin Luther King was abusive to women.
Yeah, no shit, right? So were most men in the 60s. Can you say something else about him? Maybe something that's revolutionary? No? All right, cool. That's fine.
I think Darth genuinely just like takes advantage of like people who like are vulnerable or lonely and don't have like many friends, and then he just like tells them like, if you give these arguments, like
Clay. Exactly, Clay. That's
you'll boost
exactly
your
what Darth
ego.
does.
Yeah, like Darth's like, you can be the one guy that's like always right. You can win every argument, and it makes people feel good that don't like know how to have like normal social interactions, right?
I think he's like a father figure.
Right. Well, he's a twisted father figure because you don't have like seemingly any like good
Wait,
theology in your life.
wait. You shouldn't be having a
He's
father
Presup's
figure on
only
a
father
fucking
figure.
app.
That's true. Yeah, that's like grooming. That's really weird and dangerous. Like
That's-
a
no.
60-year-old guy finds young guys on TikToks and becomes their father figure. Like that's so messed up, dude.
It's a bit of a bummer to me because Precept, I know that the panel's been hard on you, but I hope you sense that like overall I'm offering this as a genuine space of discourse, and like that's the reality of discourse. It is harsh. You are going to get pushback. So as a brother, I'm trying to expose you to, it sucks that like you're going to look up to someone who's like antithesis to what I'm basically offering, which is that you don't have to look up to me, man. I'm trying to be your friend and trying to offer you an actual space of real discourse, and trying to make you a little more anti-fragile to what you're seeking. Like I think you're on an intellectual path here, trying to be more philosophical and deep and spiritual, and I think that this space is like more appropriate, right? If you're gonna pose those arguments, you need to be ready for the pushback, and these are the spaces I'm trying to offer, whereas a closed echo chamber doesn't offer that. So I hope you can at least appreciate that I'm offering a space where you can actually get some pushback on your ideas. No dogma, like you say groupthink, but like none of us agree on this panel really about anything. So the whole exercise is entertaining our disagreements in a way that again is like graceful.
Logic. I understand what you're saying too about him, but he's been in multiple lives just like this, and people have done the same exact feeling care for him and talk like you just did, exactly like you just did. He doesn't want to accept it. He doesn't want to. So that's why I draw the conclusion that he's just like the arsonist. That's the typical type of person who just wants to get the rise and get some clips from lives like this, and then throw up names just to see and go back to the scene and see what the results are. People have already talked to him in different lives exactly the way you did, offering a good safe space, a good place to talk, sincerely talk to him, everything. I've seen him in multiple lives, and it's just the same thing every time. The long drag talk the way his voice is, and the way he keeps sitting there saying the same things over and over. He just wants to see the fire as it progresses and the people reaction around it and watch it burn, and then turn around, go to the next one. He doesn't care to. He just doesn't care to.
Is it my argument that upsets you, or my belief in God?
It's your character. No, nobody cares if you believe in God, dude.
Like,
So-
bro,
so
if you
Precept.
think I'm mad at you or like upset with your argument, bro, dog, P-Mars, I've known you far longer than anybody else. It's been, other than the actual people that were on Discord, it's been almost 7 years of you debating, of you following Darth Dawkins, of you being a Darth disciple, whatever the word or term is changed to, right? Nothing has changed, which means the argument hasn't changed. Clearly, we never get past premise 1, and even if we do, premise 2 isn't much better. And then when we finally get to you, after maybe 6 months of parroting this information, I could forget it. But it's been almost 7 years. This means it's your character and your absolute intolerability to any absolute change. That's what I don't like.
This is what I'm wondering. So like
Exactly.
if you're-
That's exactly what it is. Never
Yeah, yeah.
changing. He's
Right, yeah,
always
yeah.
doing
So-
that.
So
he doesn't
Precept,
care to change.
Precept. If you
You're
if
mad
you're
at
if
that
you
changing? What?
no Precept. This is what we're mad
Precept.
about, right? So if you're actually seeking, like you said, like Darth's like a father figure for you. It's like if you're seeking like a father figure and somebody to like lead you, like join a local church and have like elders and pastors speak into you. Like, why a 60-year-old man on the internet with
I like
anger
Darth.
issues? Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
I
you
like
like
Darth.
him, but he's a manipulator. Like, he's abusive. Like, you could find somebody in real life pretty
don't see
easily
it
because there's
that way.
dozens of church. Oh, of course you don't, because you're like in a
Precept
cult
already
like
knows
mindset.
Darth is a manipulator. He doesn't care.
Right,
Precept
he's
just doesn't
manipulating
care.
you,
He
Precept.
doesn't want to.
Aren't you trying to
could join it-
manipulate me right now?
What?
Here we go.
Well, not right now because he's not in this room. But you have the mindset
Well,
of,
you're trying
like,
to manipulate me to not be manipulated by Darth.
No, it's not manipulation. If we're asking you to think for yourself, we're just saying like go to a church,
Here it
like
is.
find a pastor and an elder. Like, how is that
Anytime-
manipulating you?
Anytime you try to convince someone or talk to like argue with
No,
something, that's the type of
no.
manipulation.
No, that's you just defending Darth because there's people that genuinely are not looking
think-
out for your interest, and then there's people who are giving you actual advice. So we're not manipulating you; we're giving you good, decent advice.
Is
Darth-
manipulation bad simpliciter, or is it just in this specific?
this is.
instance?
I mean,
only when Darth does it. It's okay
You're
when
literally
you
just
do
going to
it?
waste your life on the internet and never like have a real genuine connection with people in real life, Christians in real life. I mean, that's completely up to you. But it's really it's sad and it's kind of pathetic.
But I
So, mean-
I got a tattoo that says Darth Dawkins.
So now you're just trolling. You're just you turn into
You
a
know what I'm
joke.
saying? He's just trolling.
yeah,
He's just
when people-
trolling. He
when
just
people
wants to
expose
start the
him-
fire.
Even if I disagreed with Darth at this point, I have this tattoo. Like, what am I gonna do?
So again, so people actually like give you genuine criticism, and deep down, I have to imagine you know someone's true, and then you just turn into a joke and a troll. But like, do you want to
Exactly.
like? Do you want like
Setting
meaningful
the fire.
connections with Christians in real life, Precept? Like, is that something you desire rather than like chronically online?
They're permanent.
So you're just a troll.
I can't get
You're not
rid
a
of
real
this.
person. Like you'll die like lonely and chronically online if you don't change. That's what people are trying to tell you.
Why I have to change? Why can't I just like Darth Dawkins?
Okay.
You can
Okay,
like
so
him, but
the thing-
don't
wait,
like
hold on.
treat him like Jesus.
Dude,
like
it's
you're
not the
following.
point. It's not the
Yeah.
point.
Let
What
me.
the, I don't know. It's just like weird. Like you won't let me. It's like you're trying to bully me to
the
not be
problem
someone's
is-
friend.
Okay, the problem
that
is one.
He's a father figure, not a friend.
Wait,
You said that.
Hold on. The problem is, Precept, is the
It's like
fact
a friendly
that
father.
one, you haven't actually can even express your belief in the religion or what the religion is even about. Second, almost all of your arguments is just going to be regurgitated. It's just basically a repeatable thing that you learned from Darth. And third, you can only disagree on one thing that he ever said. So the problem lies in the fact, like, you haven't really been thinking for yourself, nor read the Bible for yourself, nor understand your religion for yourself, nor actually learned anything of the philosophical literature for yourself. Everything about you is a man-made construct of Darth a little fanboy. That's the problem.
That seems a
So
bit.
unless you can do those three things on your own, I don't think you're even near of an individual and just a shadow of a sad old man.
Right. So Precept, let me
And
ask you a
just
question.
Jester, like you were saying, Jester, like you were saying, exactly what you're saying is just a mirror image and stuff like that. And he knows he's had these conversations with people before, but yet he still wants to not follow or not do anything
yeah.
except follow what Darth Dawkins does. So he's just, like I said, he's just doing it like trolling.
Let me ask one question to him. So
If we
Precept,
stop following Darth, then I'm just following you guys.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
following
no, no,
myself.
no, no,
That's
no,
the-
no.
Precept,
No,
like
it's not the
following
point,
yourself.
Precept. You're
No, no,
missing
no,
the
no, no,
point.
let me ask. Wait.
You can follow your own path.
Precept.
Yes, you should be following yourself.
Can I ask a question? So Precept, we're not asking you to like follow
You're
any of
nuts.
us. This is what we're asking. So from what I heard, you've been following Darth and making arguments for Christianity for 7 years, right? Is that right? Around that? Or more?
7 years. I've been arguing for Christianity for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay,
That
so
is
in the
complete-
four, wait, no, stop. Wait, in those 4 or 5 years, you've been arguing for Christianity. You made a fatherly friendship with Darth. During that time, why have you not read the Bible?
I'm too busy proving the Bible's true.
Well, so again,
you can't prove
that's-
something is true
stop,
if you never read it.
Stop. So Precept, the Bible says, like you like to use the Bible says, right? The Bible says that if you want to be saved, if you want to live a moral life, that you have to apply the teachings of Scripture. So it doesn't matter if you prove it's true intellectually, you have to read it and apply it. So if you actually think the Bible's true and you can prove it, why have you not bothered to read it in 5 years?
I mean, it's. Have you seen how big it is?
So
It's a
again, so
really
now you're
long
trolling
time.
again. But this is the point. So people are not saying that you should like
See,
follow.
on purpose,
Wait.
on
Let me finish.
purpose.
Let me finish. And then somebody else can talk. People are not saying that you
Good,
should
Chris.
follow another person. Stop following Darth and follow another person, right? And go and follow somebody in this space. We're saying, dude, like read the Bible yourself. Like stop like parroting this guy. You can still like him if you. It's kind of weird because he's a crazy abusive guy, but you can like him. But just like think for yourself. Like read the Bible yourself and be consistent and come up with your own moral values. And that's all we're asking. Is that too hard? Is that
Not
unreasonable
teaching,
request?
not teaching the Bible on my live. I'm just.
No, we're
reading
talking
the
about you
Bible.
personally. We're not talking about what you're teaching. I'm just saying for you personally, for your own thoughts and beliefs, you should read the Bible and come to your own conclusions rather than just stick to what Darth and another book says about the Bible. Is that an unreasonable request?
I think so.
Why? So you can read other books about the Bible, but you can't read the Bible, and that's unreasonable.
Yeah, because like, if I were to just read the Old Testament, right, I would have no idea what the hell it means because you need to be like a Bible scholar to understand these
Darth
things.
isn't a. No, you don't. That's the whole point of
Yes,
Sola Scriptura. Do you know what Sola Scriptura is?
No, actually, he's kind of right though. He's kind of right.
Facts,
No.
facts are theory laden, right?
So how do you wait if you can't understand the Bible?
Can I
Then how
talk?
do you know?
I let you talk.
This is you're just delusional.
No,
Facts.
he's kind of right. He's kind of right.
No, he just got mad and left.
But even me as a pastor, like, I still need a lot of support, but from biblical scholars. But anyways, Prisa.
Wait, could I ask Precept a quick question?
Wait,
just one
Dream,
question.
1 second. Dream.
Let
Dream,
him
Wait, just
finish.
one question.
Let
Wait,
him
just one
finish.
question, because I've been boiling to ask
Just
this.
let Kunta talk. He's barely been able to talk.
Yeah.
You're such a
Wait,
rude
Precept,
Yeah,
just
let
one
Love
question, and then I'm
finish.
gonna drop.
let Dream
So,
talk.
Sure.
my one question is, if Darth Dawkins thought that his argument was wrong tomorrow, and he changed his religion, would you do it as well? Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, thanks, Dream. Good question.
Precept. Hey, so like, I just have a question for you. Like, would you agree with me if I were to say that like respect and admiration are typically reserved for individuals who demonstrate wisdom and integrity and the ability to empower others?
Does integrity influence how they can empower others? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like no, I'm saying like, would you respect or find admiration for individuals who demonstrate wisdom and the ability to empower others?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so would you like agree with me if I were to say that the person who allows, like Darth, for example, who allows others to think for themselves, may not necessarily demonstrate wisdom as they may be whenever because of like different encounters or outcomes of others' thoughts, that may be indifferent.
So, you're saying if I let Darth think my thoughts for me, then I wouldn't be wise, or that wouldn't be wise of me, or something?
Yeah. That's what my second question basically is. Like, if like he does not allow you to think for yourself, it may not necessarily demonstrate integrity and wisdom.
But like these people that we're talking to are like accusing me of all these things. They just want to believe these things about me, and I have no problem with them believing whatever they want to believe about me, right? So that's what it is, you know.
Could I ask a question?
So I think what we're trying to do is basically say that if like you find yourself around people who allows you to think for yourself, they may allow you to be influenced by like your own personal growth because they care about your decision making, right? So like if you, for example, simply say I bow down to someone, don't you think it may imply a level of like respect and recognition, but not necessarily giving you the room for growth?
I honestly think that's going on with me and Darth and our interactions together.
So you really do see growth between you and Darth?
I've learned a lot from Darth. Yeah, I told you, we have like a book club. We share books and papers and then we read them together, and we talk about them, and we learn together, and we grow.
Have you considered same-sex marriage?
I mean, I hear Darth after his divorce, he could probably use a place to live. So it looks like P Mars does at least have a nice basement. So like, this is a solid combination.
Oh,
But
that
P-Mars-
was a low blow.
P Mars, I genuinely have a question for you though.
Martha's
Like,
mean,
you've-
these people are nice. That's what listen to
Anyways.
these people.
I mean, realistically speaking, I'm an asshole, but I never pretend to be otherwise.
You're the model of like how we should behave, right?
I'm a model, dude. I usually think I'm like a 6, but I appreciate you talking me up like that. But real quick, if the Bible said, like, because you've never read the whole Bible, but you think the entire Bible is true, is that a fair statement?
I don't know what the Bible says. I just know it's true.
Okay, so let's go with that. So let's say the Bible said the sun is actually a Bavarian cream-filled donut. Would you then believe that the sun is a Bavarian cream-filled donut based off of this, or would this cause you to, to question your views on the Bible a little bit?
No, I would just believe what it said.
Are you being serious right now, or are you fucking with me?
I'm being serious. The Bible has it up.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what? If you're being honest, you're being honest. Whatever. That's a horrible way to view the world, but you do you.
Exactly. That is literally the most illogical, irrational view of the world. If we can demonstrate the validity or opposite of that claim, like we know that the sun is not a Bavarian cream-filled donut through analysis, and yet you're gonna just say, well, it actually is because the Bible says so. That's just why are we even having a conversation?
Because it's funny. Honestly, PMR is fucking hilarious a lot of the time. I can't even. I think he's a silly goose, but fuck it, man, he's funny.
Talk to Darth about his divorce.
If there's no God and your thinking is the result of like deterministic physical processes, then how are we having a rational conversation?
I don't think we're having
are.
a rational conversation.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
also valid.
Because we are. Like, it's just inherent.
Like, if you're starting with, the deterministic worldview is already correct, it doesn't matter how. The fact that we're having the conversation and it appears to be rational is what's important. So, I mean, cool. We've just
Rationality-
established that you can hold a rational conversation in a deterministic system. Yay.
Yeah, exactly. Rationality is a function of this system, and we have to assume that it's true for anything to work. Like, that's not...
So why is that any different than believing the sun is a Bavarian, what do you say, donut?
Because it's not.
Bavarian cream-filled donut. Okay,
Yeah,
put
but
some
we
respect
would
on that
have,
pastry.
if I
It's
were to
fucking
make the
delicious.
claim that the Bible's a donut, we would have the same epistemic justification for your position.
Observe whether or not the sun has characteristics of a Bavarian cream-filled donut, and if the data does not represent the accuracy of the claim, we would say, oh, this doesn't appear to be true.
Exactly. The evidence does not correlate with the
Hey, Corey.
verification.
Hey, Corey, the Bible doesn't say anything about the sun being a Bavarian donut.
I know it actually says jelly-filled, but I'm trying to have a hypothetical here.
It's a straw man.
Should have went with the
It's not. Jelly-filled donuts just suck. Cream-filled donuts are the best, okay? I'll fight anybody on that.
You should have went with the firmament. This is a rookie mistake, Corey.
Yeah, I wonder what the firmament's made out of. You think it's like a plexiglass?
It's rock candy.
Did God have to get a contractor, and did he get screwed over on that deal then? Because contractors do suck.
I mean, for anybody in the chat, this is what they do. They're trolls. They're not serious.
All the time.
What is happening right now?
With this guy, man.
Every day I think I've seen it all on this fucking app, and then PMAR shows up out of left field and I see something new.
There's two of him.
He's duplicating.
If anybody else on this panel actually had a rational defense of their atheism, they wouldn't resort to talking about donuts in the sky.
P1 atheism is a necessary precondition for all intelligibility.
Resistance to the Christian worldview is futile, as is your the vanity of your thinking without God.
P1, cream filled donuts are good. Two. One, cream filled donuts are delicious and good. P2, God is delicious and good. Conclusion, God must be a cream filled donut.
This is what they do.
I've actually wondered, what do you and Darth talk about, PMars? Like, do you guys just talk about tag? Or do you, like, talk about... Because you've spent years with the guy. Honest, more than fucking, like, anybody else. Well, except for a couple other dumbasses that have dropped off the face of the earth now. So, only a couple. So what do you guys talk about?
Divorce lawyers mostly, and kid visitation rights for your kids. It's a whole thing.
Have kids? There's no fucking way.
I don't want to believe he's
don't even want to
either, but it's possible.
It's just this circle jerk, as you see.
Love to know. Like, people, I'm actually asking because when I see Darth, he's usually asking me about agnosticism or epistemic nihilism, and I've gone out of my way to try to help the guy learn. Me and thousands of other people, but usually it goes like he asks me what are the necessary preconditions for everything that we know to be facts or something like that, and I'll say, well, we don't know anything, and then he'll ask me, you don't know anything? How are we having a conversation right now? And then that'll be the end of that conversation because he can't, ration. But what do you guys talk about?
If you had a good answer, you could beat him, but you don't.
Mainly me and Darth just share interest in like tag and Christianity, and then sometimes he'll talk about like movies or Apple products or politics.
Did you know that Darth Dawkins is into Warhammer 40k, PMars? Can you confirm that?
I'm not really interested in those subjects, so
that's fair. But like, apparently Darth does like 40k. Can you confirm what faction he is? I feel like he's definitely like a Nurgle faction. Just having seen his face, like that face oozes grandfather Nurgle. But you can confirm.
Isn't Darth Dawkins' real name Gary? Isn't his real name Gary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
whenever somebody calls him by Gary, he always gets pissed.
Well, don't you
We
think?
just refer him as Gary.
Isn't it like a way to intimidate someone online by like bringing up their first name when they've never revealed it?
Piece of shit who holds shitty views. Most people try to hide behind anonymity so they don't get in trouble for their shit views.
You and Darth do it. What do you mean, Darth? What do you mean? What do you mean insulting or whatever you just said?
Well, I think that's weird.
You guys do it all the time. You and Darth do it all the time. So you hate it when somebody does it to you?
Well, yeah, because like your name is your name's Ed, right? So I'd call you Ed.
You're damn right, Ed.
Because you name yourself Ed, but like Kunta, right? Like I wouldn't call Kunta Ed. Like if his real name was Ed, and he didn't want people to know that. I think that's weird to try to like reveal people's information about themselves. It's like weird. I wouldn't do that.
Oh no! So now you're being defensive about stuff being weird.
I just think
you
it's
guys
like
do
it's
it
like
to
you're
people
trying
all the
to
time.
It's like
You and Gary do it all the time, dude. You and Gary do it all the freaking time.
We don't dox people.
PMars, also, if Kunta went out of his way to start saying racial slurs without any apologetics for it, I'd probably want to know who the fuck he is in real life, too.
Okay, don't mix up Kunta with Bart, Corey.
Would be I'd say Kunta did it. I'm saying if he started doing that, I'd want to know who he is in real life, too.
We know that Bart is the one who says racial slurs.
Why are racial slurs wrong? Didn't we just evolve to say them?
You know what? You have a very valid point, PMars. Can you elucidate to me some of the racial slurs you'd like to say?
Get banned.
Well, you know what?
That's
Honestly,
fine.
why don't you DM me a voice message of you saying some of the slurs, and I'll help you really get your diction on point.
The racial slurs, you can't argue that they're bad if you don't have an objective standard for your morality.
Well, you're right. If they're not bad, I just don't
Exactly,
know what
that's
kind of
good
slurs
point.
Mars wants to say.
Can I say something about that? Because I would strongly push back against that.
We can ground our morality in the God of the Bible as he's revealed himself.
So
Only push back with his opinion.
Pretty okay. Yeah. I am gonna push back with my opinion because that's all we have is our opinions. Morality is the measure of people's opinions towards something, right? Like something is only immoral or moral if someone feels a way about it. Like morality itself is based on people's feelings.
Except, the God of the Bible has revealed himself through natural and special revelation.
No. You're not like listening or answering my question at all. Morality and how we view it is based on people's views of it. So someone being unalived is bad because that person doesn't want to be unalived, correct? Or not?
Facts don't really care about your feelings and what your feelings dictate. Are your feelings the arbiter of what is good and bad?
In certain cases, actually, I would argue in all cases, but we can just say that in a case where someone breaks into my home, I am justified in unaliving them. It is a justified unaliving.
That's just your opinion, man.
Okay, so is it wrong?
Nathan, I gotta say, I've been debating this for 14 years, and I just gotta say, you're not sending our best. Or you're not sending your best here. It's just clearly you have no epistemic or objective justification for any of this.
I still want to hear
What's your
P-Mars
grounding for the
slurs,
intelligibility?
My sense data is accurate. Like, you know this.
I want to hear P-Mars and slurs.
No, Nathan. I know that your sense data is accurate. That's because I presuppose God exists.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. You're right. God exists. My bad.
God has made his existence unambiguously clear, and you live in denial of God.
So can you answer me the question? Is it wrong? Is it immoral if I unalive someone who comes into my house and is trying to rob me? Is that immoral?
I don't want to answer your question.
So
it's immoral to let them live. What you have to do is empty the clip, reload, and then empty the second.
So pretty boy, I'd like to just point out that you are entirely dodging, and you do not actually have a response. You just wanna monologue and say that I'm right, so you're
I
wrong.
already gave my response. You weren't listening.
What was your response? Clarify for me, please.
I know the difference between right and wrong because the God of the Bible has made his existence unambiguously clear and revealed himself in natural and special revelation, and you, admittedly, only have your feelings.
So what does God say about the intruder that enters my home? Am I justified?
Did you not hear my answer?
You didn't answer that question specifically.
Says is you didn't buy that lube and handcuffs for nothing. He gave you a blessing. Act on it.
Oh yeah, alrighty.
Go P Diddy on him.
So pretty boy, is it right or wrong? Is it moral or immoral?
I've already answered your question.
No, you didn't. Pretty
You
boy.
literally did
No,
not
you didn't.
answer.
You dodged it.
It's a yes or no.
Neither me nor Precept are the arbiters of what is right or wrong. That's not our job.
So God will decide in the end, is what you're saying.
God has already decided.
And that's just ridiculous.
So you say God decided
You have no
to
rational
let
way
him
of
shoot the
defending that. It's
intruder.
ridiculous. You just have your feelings. That's what you said.
Because
I didn't want you to unalive the intruder with a pew-pew. He wouldn't have given us the laws of physics that allow us to do so. So therefore, God has implicitly given you his blessing to do it.
Exactly, Corey. That's exactly what I was saying.
God once told me to empty the clip into the guy that intruded my house. And I think it's moral, because God told me. God is the objective moral standard to which we all should bow before.
So respond to that, pretty boy. Respond to it.
I'm laughing too hard. People at the gym are going to stare at me. You guys have a good one.
What was the question? I wasn't listening. What was the
Oh,
question?
Jesus Christ.
Argument was going to presuppose that there's like an objective truth we share and that you ought to believe the truth.
A subjective truth that we share.
If there's no...
It's not objective. It
Oh
is
my God,
all
dude.
based on situation. It is all based on the circumstances that the situation plays out in. How can you argue against that?
See, watch this. God, hold the power of your creation. All right, let's debate. I'm ready.
I don't know how you're going to destroy us with your ironclad preferences. Like, The situation in reference to what?
Reality. The reality that we all share.
How do you know that?
How do I know
Thank
what?
you for calling it ironclad.
Because
it's not breakable.
Again, my sense data reasonably accurately represents the world.
Okay.
So, okay, whatever, man. You clearly don't want to have a good faith discussion.
But there's animals like bats and dolphins. They have
So, Nathan.
echolocation, and you don't have echolocation, right? So presumably, there could be any number of like sense data in the world that we don't have access to, just like we don't have access to echolocation. So you could, for all you know, maybe only have access to a small fraction of what reality actually is.
No, I agree that I literally do only have a fraction of the available sense data. But I say that
Acting
with
like you
that,
have a fraction of brains too.
with that sense data that I have,
Nah.
it is reasonably accurately representing those parts.
You're going to have a problem with which sense data is normative, because different animals have different sense data. We look at the world different, and who's to say which one is accurately reflecting the world and which one isn't?
They're all accurately reflecting the world.
It's God, P. Mars. Come on, you know it.
Can't be true.
Hallelujah.
How? How can it not be true?
Because it would be a metaphysical contradiction.
No. The dolphin that can sense echolocation is the sense data is accurately representing echolocation, and my eyes are accurately representing a spectrum of light.
Only the visible parts.
Yes. Yes. Agreed. I don't disagree. A spectrum.
Oh no! Now there's.
Fuck.
There's so many Mr. Miyagi's.
Because they're three pretty best friends.
Nathan,
Like, is this like a Cobra Kai chat, or is
Nathan
this
was
about
already
God?
struggling with the OG. He
Like-
he was getting dogpiled with two of us. I don't think.
No,
we can
like,
go through.
I actually have a genuine question though. What is this like about? Like, are we just debating random stuff, or like? I'm late to the party. I just need information.
Welcome to the Wild Wild West, bro. Welcome to the Wild Wild West, dog.
I proved Christianity was true like an hour ago, and then it's been a therapy session for the people who.
So I'm just here just to be here.
Nah, I've been with Christ my entire life. Praise Jesus, praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
It's pretty slurred.
Billy, I can't even tell if you're joking at this point or not. Like,
Precept.
I don't know if you're like making fun of Christians or not making fun of Christians. Like your voice is just like, I don't know, a joking voice. It's like you do stand up or something.
Pretty boy slurred. Gotta be slurred.
So this is about as awkward as that one time when I fell off the podium at church.
It's gonna be like a Family Guy cutaway now.
I feel stupid.
Precept objectively proved God, and you guys have just been yapping ever since.
Wait, who? I wasn't here when he proved God. I'm trying to find out if he's real or not. I go to church every day, or every Sunday, I mean, and I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering if he's real or not. So,
Well,
if he can
Precept-
prove to me that he's real, that would be great. That would just end my 1 year search in like 2 days. So,
Ask Precept. Ask the Precept above me to explain it. He'll do a good job too.
I am. I'm asking right now. I'm asking the whole chat, like, to prove if he's existing, because then I would, like, end my search early,
The first thing you gotta understand is there's no neutral facts. A fact is only a fact within like the context of an interpretive scheme or like a worldview. And so we prove Christianity as a worldview that only the Christian worldview can make sense of facts. So basically God's necessary for facts. Because you wouldn't be able to explain the coherence and consistency in the world that we experience in the world without the Christian God. So that's how we would prove it.
Hallelujah.
Like, so you're saying like the morally wrong things in the world can be proven by God, so therefore God's real? Is that what you're like?
That's not what
Yeah, it's more than that too. It's even like in any law, any scientific law can require God. Any law, conceptual law, like a law of logic, is going to require God. So
Oh, okay. So why do all three of you have Mr. Miyagi? Okay. Okay. Why do all four of you have like Karate Kid pictures? What's up with that? You guys like all friends or something?
We just met today, brother. We're
I
all
don't think
children of
that's
the
what's
Lord.
important here.
So it's just, no, it is important because we've already gotten past the God subject. So now we're just talking. So
Stop,
therefore, this is
stop
the most
dodging.
important. I'm
All
not
children of the Lord.
what am I dodging here? I
How
have
do
never
you
dodged.
ground rational thought in your not God world?
I didn't say I didn't believe in God. I just said I'm trying to find the answer at this point. I didn't say at all that God does not exist.
Timothy, he already explained to you. You're claiming to suspend judgment, yes?
No, I'm just saying that I don't know if he exists.
Yeah, so
I
you're
go to
claiming to
church
suspend
and I
judgment.
believe in God, but I don't know anymore.
You're
That's
claiming to suspend judgment.
no, I'm agreeing to disagree.
Then
That
how
there
would
may
you
or may not be a
characterize?
God.
That means you haven't made a judgment on it. Therefore, you've suspended judgment.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So that's an implicit denial of God. That's a performative contradiction because of what precept
No.
explained. Yes, it is. Do you want me to tell you why?
No, because I believe in God, but you don't like. I just don't know for sure.
The
It's like
proposition,
still works that way.
when spoken, will either be spoken with reference to the necessity of God or without. That's A or not A.
Okay.
You understand the law of non-contradiction?
Yeah, I guess.
So, okay.
Oh, that's right.
Praise Jesus. We've proved the Lord today. We've done his good work.
Several times we've objectively shown it.
I've
Well,
only
because
been here for like one.
Precept
So
knows that like all those like fake accounts are mocking him, right?
Can I get a hallelujah?
people
my fellow
always
Jesus
mock
lovers?
God. So I mean, I don't know why people
I
like
mean,
care at this point.
I don't see how it counts as mocking if I'm using the same argument and demonstrating that Timothy's
No,
wrong.
I'm not talking
Right.
about you. I'm just saying, like in general, people
Well, it's a
always
good
mock
it's a good
God.
commitment to the bit.
I am
but
not.
I think
I am not mocking God.
no.
I
I'm
have
talking
not
about
done a
talking
single
about the
mocking.
precept. No, I'm talking about all the
Oh.
precept. Like I think Precept Mars might actually believe these people are like his fans, and like I think he might. I don't know. What do you think?
You think I'm in a trap?
No, I'm talking to Precept. Precept. Do you think these accounts are mocking you or supporting you?
I learned all I know from Precept.
Precept actually knows who I am on my main. I don't think I'm hurting his feelings at all.
A hater is just a different type of fan.
Honestly, yeah. If someone like took my thing here and like put it on their like account, I'd feel pretty
Well, they're a fan
glorified.
because
I
Precept,
would
they're a
laugh
fan
so
because
hard.
you're like entertaining because you're delusional, but not like right. I mean, good commitment to the bit, but it's still like it's like you're
Nah.
not a fan because you're like good at thinking or like make valid arguments.
I mean, I'd feel pretty glorified if someone like took my thing and started copying me and like named themselves
Right. Well, so
Timothy
if you're doing it
Evans.
intentionally, if you know what you're doing, right? But if they're doing it because because people like to follow like flat earthers around and like crazy people on the internet, 'cause, like delusional people are like genuinely entertaining to follow, right?
Clayster.
What?
Yeah.
You lack the capacity to make any affirmations.
Right. I mean, good commitment to the bit. Good commitment to the bit. Good commitment to the bit. I respect the grind.
Now you made one of them leave. Look what you did.
I think I hurt his feelings.
Look what you
You
did.
guys can break character if you want.
Clayster, you fucked everything up.
No, this is kind of all your fault.
Are you gonna break character now?
This right here is what they do. This is what they do right here. These atheists.
Yeah.
These atheist trolls.
Yeah, this is your fault.
Yeah, if
What
you
do you-
interrupt me again, I'm gonna kick you.
You can
What do you
you can
mean?
break character. You know that, right? He's gone.
I actually want to
Yeah.
genuinely know if these people watch Cobra Kai or just have seen the Karate Kid
No.
stuff.
So this is what happened.
OG.
So Timothy.
OG,
There's a
how
guy
do you
named
ground all rational thought in your not God world?
Timothy. Do you want me to explain what's
With
going
my
on for you?
senses, duh.
What's going on?
Okay, so the guy whose name was actually Precept Mars, he has that profile picture, right? And he's
Mhm.
like notorious on TikTok for like kind of being delusional, and he goes live like every day, like with like these arguments for God, and he follows this guy called. Do you know who Darth Dawkins is? Probably not.
No.
But there's this whole like online like debate bro culture, and like Precept Mars is like one of the most delusional ones. So people like to like make profile like pretend to be him and like his supporters to like joke around and mock him. And I don't know if he like catches on, but like everybody's like doing this because of him, because of like how notorious he is online. Or on
Wait, so
TikTok Live.
hold up. So does he actually believe in God, or does he just
Yeah,
have
no.
like
So
a?
he's like a guy that like allegedly believes in God, but his whole thing is that like he has one argument, and then he'll like go live, and then when you disagree with his argument, he'll cuss at you and scream, and he gets angry. He's very delusional.
That
But
is like
people-
seriously bad.
right.
If you
but
like believe in,
Like seriously, that
he has
guy.
like a cult following of like these like
I know you're not
accounts.
copying my voice right now.
No, you're not copying my voice.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, he has like a cult following of like people that like make accounts like making fun of him. But that's why all these people came up.
Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, Timothy didn't know who any of these people were, so that's true.
Okay, that's all I'll say.
Precept God,
Okay.
you wanna pitch in? Why do you do it? Why do you troll? No response.
May or may not like been like messing with me. I was so random.
This whole page is just like this whole group is just like trolling each other, basically.
So, do we all understand now that we proved the Christian worldview?
Right, so he's still committing to the bit, which I don't know why he is. It's very odd.
I don't know.
You break character.
Playster,
You break
I don't-
character.
I don't know.
You're
I don't know
overthinking.
what-
You're overthinking things a little too much.
No, I'm not.
Everything
know
just
what you mean.
unfolded the way it unfolded. I'm not like I'm a really genuine person. This isn't really meant to be like a troll account or anything.
No.
This
You're,
is
no,
just
you're not.
the
troll.
way
I'm
the
just-
panel
I'm just-
unfolded.
Right. No, I'm not. Oh yeah. If you misinterpret, I'm not saying like every live you do is a troll. I'm just saying that people like that happen to be in this live, we're just all trolling each other.
Yeah, there
I
was
kinda
an element of
realized
that. It's cool. It's cool. I like it.
It's
Yeah,
fun,
I
it's fun,
kind
it's
of
casual,
realized
troll is
that
fun.
Billy was like being like the most, I don't know, stand-up comedian here.
Precept
What?
God. Why? Like, can you break character? Or are you just gonna be like,
Wait, sorry, I don't know what you mean by trolling. Can you define that?
right? I mean, like, how long have you followed, or how long has like this guy been on TikTok Live? I just saw him.
Sorry,
like, a month
is that
ago.
how you're defining trolling, or are you just incapable of telling me what you mean by trolling?
Right. I mean, okay. You're not gonna break character, which is fine, I guess.
Wait, I'm asking you a sincere question. When you say trolling, what does that mean?
I don't think you are asking me sincere.
Wait, sorry. So, if you don't know
So
words,
good.
if you don't know how to define the words that are coming out of your mouth, do
It's
you think
not-
that it's coherent or reasonable to allow those words to come out of your mouth?
It's funny, like for a little bit, but like, don't you get tired of it?
No, I don't get tired of asking people to define words that they use.
Okay, sure. I mean,
So
maybe
can-
I think
Can you define troll yet or no?
I think the trolls of like these kinds of people are like sometimes just as like ridiculous as the
Wait,
people
you did
themselves.
it. You did it again. You did it again. I'm trying to figure out, like, maybe I am a troll, right? Maybe I can concede on that. However, I don't know what you mean when you say troll. So can you tell me what you mean when you say troll?
Playing a character in order to make people either amused or upset, but not actually like being a genuine person.
Wait, so sorry. And did you notice that I was the one person who didn't talk? right?
No, I couldn't. I just saw
Nice.
accounts.
So yeah, when everyone else was up here, I didn't talk at all. Once everybody left, now I'm talking, and now I'm asking you directly and sincerely to define words that you say. And
I
you
just
think,
defined it.
yeah, finally, thank God. So do you think philosophy of meaning is trolling?
Right. So you're still in character. That's fine.
Wait, again, right? Do you think me prioritizing philosophy of meaning is trolling?
You have a profile mocking or like in character like precept.
Oh, here, I got you. Hang on.
What a strange group of individuals. What do you think about that logic troll?
I think it's a big experiment in emotional stability and, like, to a degree, drilling home the point of, like, referencing your own. What's your own agenda here? You know, what are you trying to get out of the conversation?
There you go. So here, now I'm on my main account, right? So now I'm not trolling. Now, do you think that anybody who values philosophy of meaning is trolling?
So yeah, I mean, it's just like you have this guy, right? Like Precept Mars, who like.
Not my question.
I'm not talking. I'm responding to logic troll, and he's like kind of notorious for kind of being dense, thick-headed, and then you have people that follow him around and make accounts kind of mocking him and impersonating him, and it's like this like.
But weren't
this
you
little
talking
community.
shit about him?
Yeah, sure.
So then what the hell are you talking about? So what are you talking about then?
No. Well, I'm saying like because he was on the live, and I was in his live like the other week, and I thought it was like completely delusional. But like I wouldn't go to the extent of like making a separate account just to troll him. You know,
He doesn't care.
Right, you would just call him mental and having issues and calling him delusional to his face versus just having some prodigy. Why would that be a better situation?
Like, you understand Mars?
He is a delusional.
Clayster,
What?
you understand Mars doesn't care, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Right, that's why people like to troll him, because he's like an anomaly, right?
No, it's because he literally doesn't care. It doesn't affect him. It doesn't hurt his feelings. There's not some kind of risk that he's going to like psychologically harm himself because
No.
he
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just like
sorry. So if people are just making accounts, right, and he's enjoying it, right, that's not going to be bad. But if you come on and you genuinely believe something, you're worse.
No. Well, it's just this weird like perpetual cycle of like him feeding off the trolls and then the trolls feeding off him. You know, like is it entertainment? Is that the ultimate end goal? I suppose so.
Then it's up to you.
It's whatever you want it to be. You didn't have to be here, Ryan.
No, I'm not. I'm asking for you. Like you. Like what's the end? Like, is it just entertaining for you to do that?
The 30 seconds that I was on live on like a burner account, yeah, it was funny.
Okay, so that's the whole thing.
Well,
It's like
but the same can be asked for you though, because you talked to him for like 20 minutes, and you're degrading him as well. So was that entertaining for you? I don't understand the point that you're trying to make against Shark or anybody else who's having some sort of account. Why
do you think I'm making accusations against people?
Clayster, why don't you let Robbie finish and maybe you'll understand?
I just find your point like completely mute. It's not adding up.
But you realize I haven't said any accusations against people. What are you talking about?
Did you not call him delusional and everything else?
Oh no, Mars is, but we all agree.
Did
Mars
you not
is
say that he
delusional.
had issues, mental issues?
I asked
Hold
him if
on,
he's been
those
diagnosed
are
with anything.
accusations. Hold on, those are
There's a question.
accusations. It doesn't matter whether or not there was.
So I mean, no, that was my opinion. Like, and I think most people agree with me that he's kind of delusional. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah, my point is, did you do that for entertainment? Did you do that to try to talk to him? Do you think if you're trying to reach somebody to say that, you know, you're just completely delusional and everything else, that's going to be the best proper way to try to get somebody out of some sort of state of delusional?
Well, I think I was just wondering if he was a troll or actually would continue the bit. I kind of thought it was like a bit. I don't know. Well, my point is
I just find it. The only thing I'm saying is I just find it strange that you're getting on Shark Right. I
I'm not
just find it
getting
strange
on
that you're
him.
getting
What?
on Shark and some of these other people. When, if you're saying
Wait.
it's for like entertainment value, when you came up to talk to him
Yeah,
for
right.
20
No,
minutes
no.
to try to degrade him into the whole scheme of things
You seem
for
to be
some sort
thinking
of
I'm.
entertainment value.
Well, you seem to be thinking I'm saying it's a bad thing if they troll him. When did I ever say that?
That's the
You
implications
implied
that you're implying.
No, how?
Right. That's what you've been
How?
talking about.
No, I was just
All
wondering.
these
Like,
accounts.
I just thought it was interesting. Like, I just think it's interesting. I never said it was bad.
Now it's interesting. Okay.
Well, did
That's
I ever
strange.
say it's bad, or
Go
is
ahead,
that something
Shark.
you just
Sorry.
assumed? What? Yeah, I mean, he's not a formal philosopher, but he's pretty funny.
Philosopher. I don't need someone to have a
Hold on,
degree or a piece of
Clayster, I
paper
wanna-
to be a philosopher.
Why do you think you can gaslight all of us into believing that the implication that you were making wasn't that trolling is bad? I think all of us here took you saying what you were to imply that trolling was bad. Shark, did you not take it that way? Robbie, I know you did.
I didn't care enough. I wanted to talk about philosophy of meaning. I don't care about meta. Like when it comes to meta, I genuinely could not care less. The only thing I care about is substance.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, and
What
like
do you
with
want to
Mars,
talk about?
like there's no reasoning with Mars, and so like just coming up and just goofing around for a little bit. Yeah, I don't see any like harm in that.
Do you think you can reason with stupid people?
Sometimes.
Stupid people, yes. Unreasonable people, no.
Right, intellectually dishonest people, I don't think you can reason with.
It's just this weird tension, right? Because like, to what degree am I missing the joke? And that's always kind of the second guess you have to have. You can be confident, but do you know what I mean by that? You kind of always have to have this predisposition to be willing to question yourself, like not from a. It's funny how we're all trying to convince Precept of Mars of that, right? But we're not willing to actually embody it in our judgment of him.
I mean, I could be completely wrong in regards to him. I just think that we've seen enough of him to come to a conclusion about his personality, disposition, and intellect.
So you'd say your opinion is that he's genuine and he's not like it's just not a joke for him.
My opinion is
Regardless,
that.
go ahead.
And go ahead, Logic. I apologize.
Just for you, you should answer it. You go ahead.
I think that a part of him is genuine in his intellectual speakings and stuff like that, where he thinks he's having some type of intellectual conversation, which he's just not. But I do think that that's genuine. I think it's also a genuine worship of Darth Dawkins that he has. I do think he trolls back to a degree because he tries to make a joke out of things because he knows that he is a joke. But I've watched him enough to know that he is being honest in the way that he presents himself. So I do make the conclusion that he is a blubbering idiot.
Well, it does. His relationship with Darth Dawkins like genuinely seems like actually like it concerns me. Like that seems like kind of like really messed up. Just the way he
It is
talks
concerning,
about him.
but yeah, and I know Logic doesn't like to talk about people when he's not here. But it does concern me that people do get so they find people on this app and look at them as idols and start to worship them. It is concerning to me.
Well, I know a
that
little
people
bit
do these
about Darth Dawkins. Darth Dawkins is like I don't know much about
He
Priest of
runs
Mars.
me. He
Well,
won't engage with me
he's
anymore.
like he's been doing this for like so long. Like on
I've been
Discord.
doing this for 14 years. Yeah.
Right, but like, yeah, he like just like it's crazy that that somebody can do that for so many years and like not once have
Still
like
be
a
a
genuine,
daft fool.
well, not once like have any self-awareness when you're being like cruel or like apologize to any human when you're like it's very odd.
Well, I take his cruelty to be a reflection of his character. And you're asking someone to change something that is the fundamental basis of who they are, because his character is very reflective in the way in which he interacts with people.
The only way to probably change that would like if you like forced him to sit down in therapy for like years. Like you're probably right.
Yeah, some type of internal.
There's no universe where just like people telling him like obvious things and like pointing out like his character would ever.
I think the hardest thing we ever do is look inside of ourselves to say, "Oh my God, I'm fucked up in these areas," right?
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's different degrees, right? Like the average person, everybody struggles with it, but then you have like the exceptions, like somebody like Darth, where it's like it's so obvious that it kind of baffles the mind, you know?
Narder, come up here, Darth Narder. Yeah, I mean, and I think I learned really quickly to humble myself and be able to look inside for where I'm fucked up throughout life. So I have a pretty easy time admitting when I'm wrong, except for when it comes to Darth Narder, because I'm never wrong and he always is. Isn't that right, nerd? But like, as far as other things, I'm pretty easy with admitting that I'm wrong, because I think that a lot of times we sever relationships by the inability to admit those things. And I value the
Right.
people that I value, so I easily admit that I'm wrong.
Yeah, even within Christianity, there's a lot of people that like have the same philosophy as Darth, but still like admit like moral failings. They think like all their beliefs are right about God and stuff, right? And all their arguments are 100% right, but they'll still admit like when they like are angry or curse or like or do something like that, they'd say they'd still say that's a failing. But Darth just can't do that. Very odd. Who's Darth Nerder?
Darth, he's from the donut. He's a G.
Did you hear what he said? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, Chris, what'd you say about you always being wrong? Sorry, I missed that. Clayster, I think
Abilities are wrong.
Clayster, I think the situation's a little more subtle and long lasting than you're posing it as. I think there are people who actually want to try to help PMARS, and then there's people who just want to troll them, and then there's people who just want to defeat Tag. And all those things are sort of combining into this goo that is super interesting, but I wouldn't say that your categorization of it as like just being abusive is correct.
What? I never said it was. I said Darth is abusive to him.
I'm paraphrasing. You didn't literally say that. I just meant like it sounded like you were condemning people who are interacting with PMARS and sort of like creating extra accounts in his name.
I was
for
the
instance,
meanest one to him. About that.
Right, but I mean, for instance, Slurms, who is the pretty boy Mars, is actually is running PMars's arguments pretty well. He's doing a really good job of repeating it.
Right,
and in
he
doing
even has
so,
a voice. Yeah, he even does his voice.
Yeah, no, and
monotone,
he's super
like,
good.
whatever,
But it's like it's revealing, and Slurms is learning the actual like techniques and arguments and stuff. So that's super interesting. I mean, it's not just trolling.
It also reveals the inept arguments in opposition, right? People who
Exactly.
can't actually come. Yes, it's the irony. It goes so many levels that's why the content for me is so potent, and I enjoy it.
I think it reveals that if you have a presupposition, you can almost defeat any argument against it just by the nature of the presupposition.
I mean, except when I come up and argue with PMARS, he always runs away because I defeat him. So that's not true.
Well, I mean, she doesn't engage in conversation because the underlying assumption is that in order for you to even have an argument, he has to be right. So it's like it's a self-fulfilling argument, right?
No, I mean, I don't attack it on that grounds. I attack it from the way that other philosophers have attacked it, and so he doesn't really have an answer to those things, so he always ends up running away. But today that wasn't the purpose of the live, right? Or it wasn't the tack that people were taking, right? The tack that most people were taking initially was most people, not all, was like try to show PMARS that he's in this sort of negative life loop that's not gonna benefit him in the end. Now, of course, intermixed with that is like trolling and all kinds of other stuff. People want to have fun in these lives. It's not a pure experience or a pure interaction, but like I said, it's a very, and like Logic said, it's a really, really dynamic, interesting interaction. You know.
Yes, well, it seems like personalities like Dawkins and Precept, they just naturally attract people to be interested in them because it's interesting to see like people that like kind of fundamentally just like won't engage and just like are so confident in themselves. I guess the delusional would be the word, right?
Well, it's not delusional, but what is attractive about it is that it gives people, you know, like people who are not confident in their beliefs, it gives them a solid foundation to lean on because they see it as not being defeated. And so that's attractive to people who can't necessarily defend their own view, right?
You don't have like reasonable,
an issue.
like I follow a lot of like reasonable Christian apologists, and like you don't have the same kind of interests in their personality that you have with Precept Mars. There's something about him uniquely that really makes people interested in him and follow him that you wouldn't get from somebody that was more open-minded. Does that make sense?
Sure. And why isn't that okay?
I mean, no, I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think it's like an interesting. It's
very interesting.
It's an internet phenomenon, right? Like
totally.
Like,
actually, I'm not sure it's just internet because, for instance, you know, it's kind of like the Trump thing. It's like the same kind of thing, right? It's a cult of personality. So the original, the OG cult of personality is the OG cult of personality is Dawkins, and then P. Mars is this sort of weird variation where he's actually willing to interact to a large extent. So it's very right.
I think it's kind of. I think what you're getting with Trump is like it's kind of this celebrity cult of personality. And I think
y'all ever see me and Darth fight?
I think celebrities kind of even Trump kind of knows what he's doing as far as like because he came from Hollywood, right? Like he knows what people like and how to be charismatic. I don't think somebody like Precept Mars or Darth Dawkins is trying to be charismatic and attract a cult of personality. I think it's just like they're just more interesting than a normal person because of their personality flaws.
Wait, you guys ready for a quick reveal?
Your face. I want to see if your cheeks are oh, you're adorable. You got chubby cheeks like me.
Yep, chubby cheeks.
Oh.
So Darth Nerder is the Darth your name in a reference to Darth Dawkins, or is that just like a?
No, I was the OG Darth. He came on TikTok after me.
No, but
I guess he was famous on like YouTube and stuff.
He's been on Discord for like I
saw
like
Discord and YouTube, these other platforms. I didn't know anything about him until he came on. Then people oh, Dawkins is here.
Yeah, he's debated like
for 14 years.
Like Destiny, like the streamer Destiny.
No.
But he's debated like YouTubers with like now like millions of subscribers.
Yeah,
like, he's like
I've
pretty high profile.
I've watched the majority of them. Yeah, Destiny, Graham
Oppie,
Lawrence Krauss.
Hey, Rob, what'd you think? Did I look like what you thought?
You have the most adorable cheeks. I want to pinch them.
I told you I've always. You saw the baby pictures. It's super chubby cheeks.
W Chubby Cheek Club.
Exactly.
I love how like Precept Mars comes into a conversation completely incapable of thinking of anything to talk about besides like God or the existence of God. It feels like, I mean, we were and I'm not like upset. It's just like the original prompt was economics. And Mars entered and was immediately like, oh, God tag argument, basically. He didn't.
Yeah, you tried to rescue me early on, Phantom, but I didn't let it happen, and then this degraded to like a 4-hour thing. You did.
I don't understand.
I loved it.
How did he just What, like, when I was gone, like, I just don't have the patience to to listen for that long. But, like, was he just making the same argument the entire time? Did he change anything?
Well, this
You
is
said
what
the
I find
same
so
thing.
interesting about the social experiment. Like, more than anything, if I'm going to be honest, the panel attacked him. I mean, Chris got some good ideas in, but for the most part, like, the pushback was pretty minimal just because of the disorganization and difficulty moderating over critiquing his worldview, which I almost find that meta conversation more interesting than, you know, getting bogged down in whether he's right or not. But I know I'm losing track a little bit there. But I think that's where the comedy comes in as well.
Well, I think people weren't even criticizing his beliefs. They were just saying like, "Can you like say something like different?" And he wouldn't. And it went on for like 2 hours.
Wait a minute, did I miss a Darth face reveal?
Not showing
You
his
did.
face.
You did.
And I'll never show his
You're
face
not
again.
seeing it.
Darth?
Yep.
Darth!
Suck it up, Swarms. Swarms.
wanted
You're
to
not
see
seeing
it.
Darth face. Nope, I'm
Shut up,
gatekeeping
Wit!
it.
Shut up, Wit!
I'm not.
Darth!
Don't call me Wit again, you motherfucker.
Oh,
That's pretty
shit,
rude.
Chris. Whatever. Whatever. One of you boneheads. I'm used to having to tell her to shut up. Darth!
You
Don't
missed
call me
it.
Wit again.
Actually, I
Why
did
did
two
I
face.
miss it?
You mother.
Slurms, I did 2 face reveals today, and I did it in another live too.
Can
I think I'm gonna do a few.
do it again?
I'm gonna do a few more, but I'm gonna do them sparsely.
You have to let me know when they're happening.
Okay. Next one, I'll try to make sure you're in the room. How's that?
Yeah, thanks.
Wait, I look like Discount Store Dave Ramsey. Wait, I don't know who Dave Ramsey is.
I choose
He's
to
the
believe
finance
that.
guy that yells at people.
Oh,
The chef.
the Ramsey chef dude. Oh, okay.
No, that's Dave
Wow.
Ramsey's the personal finance guy.
Yeah, which
I
I
think
choose to
Gordon-
believe
Oh, I'm
is
an idiot. I'm
anti-Semitic.
an idiot.
I don't know who Dave Ramsey is. Yeah.
He does
I'll
personal
Google him, I
finance
guess.
podcasting.
Hmm.
So like people call in like, "Hey, I have no money. How do I save money?" And then he
He
says,
said
"You're an
not
idiot."
you. Hold on. He said not you. He was talking about. He thought we were talking about Darth Dawkins because he said
Oh,
Darth.
okay, not me. Okay.
Elderly people will.
Slurms, you're choppy. Yeah, we
he
can't
he
hear.
teaches everyone to live in austerity.
I want to know if anyone has the actual reference to his domestic violence report.
He got charged with DV.
Hold on.
Supposedly, yeah.
Let me look that up. I haven't heard that before.
Shit.
Well, I don't know about charge, but that was part of. Somebody said that was part of his divorce or whatever.
Are you talking about
my
Dave
beer.
Ramsey?
Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me or Dave Ramsey?
Dawkins.
Oh, yeah. So I think when he got charged with DV, that was back when he used to be a Muslim.
Wait, Dawkins was a Muslim?
I'm just kidding, bro. Come on.
Fuck. You totally got me. You totally got me. You totally got me.
Oh, that's so funny.
Some sources he made it the fuck up.
So the face reveal yesterday, was that on purpose or was that by accident?
That was accident, but I was like, well, fuck. If I'm going to get a bad reveal, I might as well do good reveals.
There we go. I like that.
Yeah.
You want the bad
we
news
gotta
or the
get
good
you
news
some like.
first?
The bad reveal was
Hey,
literally like I was hanging out on my couch with my fucking the camera was below my chin looking up. You know how freaking ugly people look like that? So I was like, fuck that.
Darth, I think for your next face reveal, we need to get you some designer glasses.
Designer. Ooh.
Yeah, like some Versace or some.
Yes,
some shit,
please.
I don't know.
Are you gonna treat me to them?
Bro, you got money. You could buy Versace.
Oh, come on. You got
glasses.
fuck you money.
Bro,
Daddy
come to New
Dark.
York.
No,
I can get you some pink for
Remember, I'm not
$20.
making any money right now because I'm doing startups.
Yeah, you're looking for a big paycheck though.
I'm burning money, right? I'm burning money.
Yeah. Dude, like a buddy of mine, he manages a building down in Santa Monica, like right on the beach kind of shit.
Ooh, nice.
And like fucking celebrities and their parents and shit live in the
Yeah.
go for like $43,000.
Wait, you're chopping up. You're choppy, Durga. Oh, you said it was 43 grand a month. Holy
Sorry.
shit,
Yeah,
that's crazy, dude.
unfucking real, right?
It's unreal.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
like
You're
basically
welcome.
most. That's close to. Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks. That's close to the like median income of the U.S. for one day, right? Or is that for how much is that for? Monthly?
I think
Okay.
so. Yeah. So that's what, though, $500,000 a year, basically. Oh my gosh, dude! How is
That's-
anybody supposed to afford?
And that's post tax, right? So it's like more like 800,000 a year or $1 million a year.
I
Dude,
I have a statement.
$1,000 a month, I would just stay home.
So I want to hear if anybody has a count, like if anybody disagrees with this, is at least with U.S. dollars currently, being a billionaire by choice is immoral.
Yeah, I'm a
capitalist.
I don't think I understand what that means.
I made no statement about economic policy. I mean, like, basically working to make yourself as rich as possible and possessing multi-billion dollars worth of assets without actively trying to give it, either give it away or...
Well, there could be
know.
could be circumstances though. For instance, what if you are the founder of a company, and if you were to give it away, you would lose control?
Lose control. I mean...
No, of the company, such that you would
yeah,
no longer be able to make sure that the company was profitable, and so that eventually you could donate it.
Well, here's the thing: is I don't think companies should be ruled by individuals. Where, like, even if you found a company, I don't think that should give you rights.
That's fine,
over
but
the
I'm just
company
answering your
forever.
question, Phantom. Right?
Right, and I'm just disagreeing. So, like, I would rather the
hold on,
power be divested to
Phantom,
the
so-
workers of the company. Yeah.
So Phantom, hold on, I got a question for you. Are you saying I shouldn't own a few properties and rent them out to make money?
No. So, well,
Why
actually,
not?
it depends what you mean by that. So, like, if you're talking about making money off of like land that you own or property that you own off of other people, you're making an income off of that. That is landlordism, and that is rent-seeking behavior. So that
So
would,
is
I
interest
wouldn't really like that.
seeking
Go
behavior
ahead,
then?
go ahead.
Are you against interest also? Because it's the same concept. You're just renting out your money.
It basically, yeah, it's kind of. I think usury is like kind of a lot of religions don't necessarily like it for a pretty good reason, and
So-
it's just kind
Well,
of
this is-
immoral.
You know,
This is why
you're
all-
insulting me as a Jew, right?
This is also Phantom.
We
Why
can
I
be
also
based
think-
without I'm very- being I'm very much
anti-Semite,
offended.
Phantom.
I'm very much offended, you anti-Semite.
This is ultimately why.
Sorry, go ahead.
Phantom,
This
are
is
you part
ultimate-
of the H group?
An H group?
The H group that's doing the
Hummus?
stuff right now.
Oh, right, 'cause
Yeah,
I-
are you part of Hummus?
Oh my god! But do you condemn October? Oh my gosh!
This is good.
This is also though the problem with fiat currency is that it's based in debt, Phantom. So like interest rate and debt, if you know the immorality of rent seeking,
Hang
well
on.
that goes hand in hand with fiat currency.
No, hang on. This is not true. So rent-seeking behavior is unrelated to whether a currency is fiat or not, right? So if we traded exclusively in gold and we had no dollar, you could still have rent-seeking behavior. I mean, look at like robber barons, right? In
Then
the
it's not
Gilded Age
fiat.
America.
Then it's not fiat
Hang on,
currency.
hang on.
If it's gold.
Yeah, hear me out. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making. Is we were tied to the gold standard, and we still had this period where corporate overlords basically dominated the landscape and made life worse for everyday Americans. Right? There's a reason that they had to go in and break up the trusts and smash them to smithereens because they'd gotten so big. and dominated their markets to the point where they could dictate terms. And so we shouldn't give them that much power. That's ridiculous.
But I mean, we have anti-monopoly laws.
But then Amazon exists. I mean,
right, but eventually, but the thing is that the system is, there are checks and balances, right? So, like for instance, what's the recent one that they're talking about breaking up, or
Amazon, Facebook, Google, they're all under antitrust.
There's a bunch of stuff under scrutiny now, and it's only after. Remember, these companies haven't existed for that long. Like, they didn't break up like some of those older companies until they were already around for 20 or 30 years or more. So, justice takes this kind of like oversight takes time. The government's slow about this stuff, but it happens.
And
just for the record, I would never drive a Fiat. Those are pretty shitty cars.
That's what you got out of this conversation?
Wait, guys, we're finally
As he's
talking about
driving his
economics.
Mercedes.
This is amazing. I'm so glad we could talk about economics eventually.
But Phantom, one thing I want to pose to you: you say you want to break up the monopolies and stop rent-seeking behavior, but then you're advocating for a system where the state's going to control all the industries. Because let's be real,
No, I don't think he wants.
That's not what socialism is.
I don't think he wants communism. He wants socialism.
I know, but
do you know what socialism is, Joey? It's where and I would honestly go further than just economic socialism, but also say I'm a social and political socialist, where I believe that the means of exercising power should be democratically appointed or pretty reasonably distributed. So we shouldn't leave all the power up to the hands of a single person, and we shouldn't leave that entity that does have power as an unelected authority, if that makes sense.
Then why do all the people that represent your beliefs and use your rhetoric end up becoming dictatorships and proletariat and never
Can
fall?
you name?
Yeah, dude. I mean, are we going to sit here and pretend the Soviet Union, Communist China, Cuba, Venezuela,
Okay, first off,
Vietnam?
I want to say the Soviet Union wasn't really socialist. They
You're
socialized
a
their
neo-communist that
economy and made
rejects
it,
Stalin.
I don't like Stalin, dude. Are you
Oh my
kidding me?
God.
He was a kind of a terrible person, and I think he used the means of
How was he a terrible person?
Dude, he was a bully. He was a thug. He did a lot of messed up things. There's a
what?
reason people were
What
afraid
about Mao
of him.
Zedong?
I don't. Mao Zedong is kind of a mixed figure, and I don't have a strong opinion about him. But Duragon, first he was willing to bargain with the Schnazis. He was willing to expand aggressively into his neighbors, he invaded Finland in the Winter War, and he.
All right, what about Vladimir Lenin then?
One second, let me finish. And he did these. He allowed for and condoned atrocities both in his own government, his own military, and towards exterior, like with what he did with the NKVD and the great purges of the Red Army, were pretty tyrannical.
No, that's all stuff that Poland did. That had nothing to do with him.
What are you? No. Don't try to tell me that. That's just not true.
I'm
Look up.
totally kidding, dude. I'm totally
Okay,
kidding.
I was about to lose it. Oh my gosh.
Hanson, don't you know? All the atrocities were because the capitalist West was trying to undermine the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Nah, that's so BS.
Meddling West. We wouldn't have to kill all the kulaks.
Here's the thing: is I would say that a lot of communist causes have been snuffed out by capitalist intervention. It would be silly to say that's not true, because a lot of socialist governments have personally been crushed by the United States and South America and Africa, and so that's true. But at the same time, that doesn't make all communist things good, and it doesn't make all communist leaders good, because they're people.
I think that they should have been.
Sorry, what?
What about Joseph Tito? What about Joseph Tito, who was
wasn't a
the leader
communist.
of?
He wasn't a communist.
He was a socialist. He was a socialist. Hold on.
He was an autocrat.
He was a socialist. No, he was a socialist.
Chris, can you tell me, were the means of production socially owned by the workers, by the people?
Yes, there were co-ops in Yugoslavia. There was actually a ton of co-ops. There also had housing co-ops.
There being co-ops.
That's correct.
I will say this: I don't know a lot about the economics of Yugoslavia at the time of Tito.
Market
So I
socialism.
would need to look into it more. But I do like market socialism is passable for me.
You love Tito.
I'm fine with that. I don't have anything against
Yeah,
Tito.
Tito was
I
a
suppose.
terrible human being.
I don't really
hold
know
on.
very much about.
Are we
what you did.
talking about Tito, the guy who made the vodka?
No.
Oh my God, no! We're talking about Tito,
No,
who
the
was the
thing-
leader of
yeah.
Yugoslavia from
I
after the
have
Second
no-
World War
I have
until I
no
think
idea
91.
what's going on.
Chris, Durgan's being an idiot. That's all.
What else is
No,
new?
I'm in a mood. I apologize. I'm in the mood.
Well, Joey, I think we got a little off track. Were you asking me a question? I can't remember. Or if you had something you wanted to say about it.
There's a neo-communist who says there's never been true communism and he just needs one more try. Just one more try, y'all. I swear it's gonna be communism this time.
Hang on. That's like a fundamental misunderstanding of communism. And like,
Timmy T wrote a song about that.
like, you know what communism is, right?
Being a slurm's now a thing we're going to use. You're being a slurms.
Yeah, you pick a definition. You pick a definition. That way you can say it was never true communism. So like that's why I hate your definitions.
I can give you two definitions, right?
Yeah,
two definitions
classless,
that I would
moneyless,
Stateless society.
Yeah, which
Right,
has
that
never
would be
been
one.
fucking achieved,
Hang
even
on.
though everyone
Yep.
claims that they're
So that would
communists.
be one.
It doesn't do that.
And then I know a lot of communists, especially more authoritarian communists, like to use the doctrine for the liberation of the proletariat, I believe it is, or for the doctrine for the conditions of the liberation of the proletariat, and basically
the Vanguard
this-
Party.
Yeah. Okay. So you know the theory. So personally, I'm an anarcho-communist, right? So I would prefer there not to be a state. I don't really like states. I don't like authority.
Yeah,
and I
all I
also
have to
recognize that they may be necessary to get to that point.
And all due respect, what's great about your definition is that every time I bring up something negative about communist movements, you just get to say, "Oh, well, that wasn't true communism." Just
Hang
like
on.
every time there's a critique on libertarians, they're like, "That's not
Joey,
true capitalism."
If I was to critique imperialism, like, or capitalism, I could just name like capitalist bad things certain capitalists have done. It's not really saying anything.
I don't think that there's hold on, Bansom. I don't think anyone's denying that there are bad things that capitalists have done. However, any society that has moved toward communism has been plagued by widespread death and destruction. I mean, you see that in the Soviet
Hold on.
Union.
Can I
see
mention
that-
something?
No, hold on,
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
in the middle of
sorry,
talking.
Chris. Please go ahead, finish.
I mean, you can see that in every single communist nation, whether or not it was Western intervention, because we can't make any type of assessment, assumption, or even a real statement that says anything about what they would have been without Western sanctions or any type of Western influence or intervention.
Brought it up. So I did also want to
fuck
say,
up, Slurms.
I literally didn't bring up like I said. I think I mentioned that this is something that happens, but that wasn't really the central theme of my what I was saying. Oh man, I was gonna say something. Here, somebody else can speak while I'm having a moment.
Give me a critique of capitalism, and I'm going to respond to it the way you respond to our critiques. Sound good?
No, because I feel like you're going to be disingenuous here, based on
Yeah,
what you
because
just
you're
said.
disingenuous. It's not real communism.
How am I being disingenuous? Hang on. First off, it's not communism just to call yourself communist. Just like the Democratic People Republic of or North Korea or whatever it is, DRPK, isn't really democratic. I don't really adhere to Marxism. I don't believe in like a vanguard party. So you need to understand the difference between like vanguardism and anarcho-communism before you start coming at one like the other.
Yeah, you're
So
going
I'm
to start
not an
talking about the
authoritarian.
conquest of bread and some Russian
No,
anarchists got shot.
so I'm literally not like for the dictatorship of the proletariat because I don't really believe in dictatorships. And I know that's not
conquest
what it
of
means. It's
bread
more
is like
complicated than that,
foundational
but,
anarcho-communism shit. You know what I mean?
I guess I haven't really heard that term very much, so I would need to learn more.
Look into conquest of bread. He's kind of like your
yeah.
he's kind of like your philosophical daddy, and he's Russian from the early 1800s. But
Okay,
you
that's
know.
interesting. I'll have to look into that. Yeah. So I don't really understand this critique of how I'm defending communism by saying this. I don't really like what Stalin did in the Soviet Union is like evading or anything. That's not being disingenuous. That's just like I don't have to like all things communists did in order to be a communist.
Sure. I would say my critique of you is that you actually have to pick a system where there's an actual like multi-million person society built on your principles. Because if you keep saying your principles have never been implemented on a wide scale, then we're just talking about utopia in theory. Like, let's talk about real world societies that have existed. You can talk
think
about
utopia-
Rojava. You can talk about FARC. I could critique FARC all day if you want.
Hang on, do you think utopia is like something. So we've already had anarcho-communist societies, and we still do.
You're gonna say the
So
natives?
like a lot of the Native
Yeah.
American tribes,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
you know the ones, right?
Oh,
So
God.
it's almost like we don't need to go over this because you've heard these things before, but you keep spouting that it's never been practiced. And just because it's never been practiced doesn't mean it's not going to be achievable. So like if you were talking about 1200 Europe, you wouldn't say like, oh, we shouldn't do capitalism because it's never been tried. That would be silly. It's just because it's the dominant system up to that point had been feudalism, and it was displaced as the dominant system. So I think the same could be done for capitalism, but with something like socialism or communism. Pick your poison.
So, I'm sorry I'm dominating the conversation. You also feel free to jump in. My critique of you is that you've actually implemented it, and you've tried to implement it because the Soviet Union said, hey, just 2 more years and we're going to be stateless, just 1 more 5-year plan and we're going to be stateless. There
I
are
don't-
people that read your beliefs, studied Marx, studied communism, represented themselves as the leaders of communism, and spout the exact same rhetoric as you, and actually have been multi-million person societies. And we can actually examine them instead of talking about Native Americans. Please tell me how the Aztecs were anarcho-communists when they were ripping out the hearts of their enemies,
Hold on.
enslaving
Do you think
people.
hang on. Wait. Do you think all indigenous American tribes had the same political system? Because that's wild, yo. You know that?
I
just
don't know.
because,
Well,
like-
you never defined a tribe, buddy.
Hold
You
on.
never said a
Do you
tribe.
think that hold on? You think communists aren't violent? They have to have violent means to achieve their ends by
Hang on.
eliminating all competitions.
Do you really think that I meant by anarcho-communist tribes in America that I meant like the literal state of like the Aztecs or the Incas or the you realize those were massive civilizations with millions of people in giant collectivized cities. Like I'm not saying that anarcho-communism could not work, but the sheer fact of their numbers made a state pretty both essential and likely.
Yeah,
So like in order to get that many people into a single city back then, you had to be pretty freaking organized and efficient. So
It's almost like the state is required.
Okay. Yeah. So it's required in some cases. Yeah. In some cases, you need a state. Like if you're getting attacked by another place, it is useful to have a state to defend you. But that doesn't mean it's unachievable to not. That's just kind of like what's the word for it? It's like loser talk.
I don't know. Sounds like
quitting
only
before
your
you can
belief
try.
can happen if you like take over the world, and then just the people that have all the power just decide to give it all up.
What do you mean by take over the world?
Yeah, so like your belief that the state will just wither away, and the fact that you also believe there are antagonistic capitalist states that will undermine your workers'
Wait,
movement.
hang on.
means
You're misrepresenting
The only way
me.
your belief can happen. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm not an authoritarian communist. So I don't really believe in a vanguardist party because I think the state ultimately is harmful for, I think the state making a powerful enough state like that is inevitably going to lead to a new elite. So my problem isn't I just don't disagree with that, right? Like I think a state can be harmful. So what I basically am advocating for is liberating people from authority over time. We could do this through democratic processes. It doesn't necessarily. I think revolution would be the best way to do this, and you can do a non. What's the word for it? Like we don't have to unalive the upper class. We just need to change the system we're using to govern.
Wait, the communists aren't even advocating for liquidating the elite? Wow, y'all got sauce.
I'm not. Well, I don't know. Other communists probably are. I don't think we should liquidate them. I think we should liquidate their assets and give it to everyone else because they're hoarding the wealth.
That's kind of extreme, don't you think? Like not unaliving the elite.
No, I don't think that's extreme.
You're the first communist I met that wasn't like had a heart on.
So
when they were
elites are
talking about like putting Jeff Bezos on the guillotine. So hats off.
I mean, I'd be fine with that because he's a scumbag. But I will say like elites are people too, and they just have their own incentives. And it's not that I think that they should be. I don't really care about punishing them, right? Because I just don't think punishment is super effective at producing results. I think what I would rather see is us not incentivizing their selfish behavior. And instead incentivizing selfless behavior or charitable behavior such as giving your money away. And if you're not going to do that willingly, we're going to take it from you as a collective by force, because that's how you do things, and then we're going to give it to everyone else to do other things.
So, Phantom, or how do I say your name? Phantom? Or Phantom?
Phantom or Patrick works fine.
All right, Patrick. What's stopping you? I mean, there was already plenty of collective communities out there that live by your beliefs. I mean, why can't we just allow you to have your own little society within our society? Like, we allow you to exist. Why do you have to make everyone like you?
You realize that then we're going to be dependent on your state for our existence and survival, and that still doesn't solve the problem, and it doesn't liberate everyone else. It would only liberate myself, and that's selfish.
Well, I mean, all I have to say is I think that it's more likely that the state's going to continue to outlive you, and you should live in accordance to your beliefs. And
I think that's a bold statement, though, Joey. Hold on. As much as I don't agree with Phantom in this, I think that's a very bold statement, considering the political and social atmosphere of our nation right now, and how there is this big push towards socialism and communism, and I think you're downplaying that push.
Well, let me ask you this, Chris. If people democratically want socialism, should we allow it as a democratic society?
Should we not? Okay.
You're cutting out, Chris.
No, I say that.
I didn't catch any of that. I caught zero of that.
Yeah, the red bar of death.
Oh, like the red bar of death.
Yeah, this is really God speaking through TikTok, Chris.
Yeah, God hates us. Okay, so this is what.
Can we go Marx?
Oh, Dargon, no, you're lagging.
Okay, so this is what I would say since Dargon's Bone's acting like an asshole.
I caught it.
I would say
you're getting red bar now,
this is.
Dargon.
This is my thing, right? I would say that socialism as a democratic society, if it's democratically put into place and there's some type of democracy still prevailing, because you can't, that's the common misconception, right? Is that you can't have a democratic system with a socialist government. And I think that, socialism is the economic structure, right? And I would say if it's democratically put into place and the people vote for it, then yeah, absolutely. It should.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, for example, I know the socialists are going to say it's not true, but we have to agree, like Norway and France are pretty socialist countries. Like, they have very big welfare states. They have very high taxes.
But I wouldn't call them like
barring?
Sorry, go ahead.
Am I still red barring?
You're not red barring anymore. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Oh, I was going to say, like, maybe after this we could go back to talking about Marx.
Yeah, sure.
But what do you want to talk about Marx about?
I don't know, like maybe the gospel.
The good word.
Well, yeah, like Marx's gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pencil.
Oh, what was I? Oh man, I didn't have anything to say. I think of anybody else.
I'll follow up. So if we concede that if socialism is elected democratically, and the people have a democratic route to essentially unsocialize, which is the main critique, is once you achieve it, you can't vote your way out unless there's a revolution, kind of like with Venezuela and all. That's fine. And all I have to say is this, is I want you to build your anarcho-communist societies and be so successful economically, socially, religiously, politically, emotionally, that people say, you know what, I'm amazed. I will convert. I will not believe in communism and anarcho-communism until I see a successful society built around your principles. Build that
I have a
society.
question. Do you think anarcho-communism is a bad thing? Because I'm not against anarcho-communism as long as it works in the way in which it's presented on paper. I am against authoritarian communism, but I'm against any type of authoritarianism. I'm very much of a libertarian. I fall way, 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 way below that center line, like all the way at the bottom, slightly to the left on the political spectrum. But I think that any type of anarcho system whether it be communism or capitalism. I think anarcho-communism is, of course, the better option on paper, but I'm not against it. I think it's a system in which everybody in society is allowed to flourish. Are you against it completely, Joey?
Yeah. Personally, I mean, we can get into like the differences of like why I think inherently like capitalism is more efficient and good for like human society in the long term. Because ultimately, like for me, anarcho-communist societies like really encourage consumption, while capitalist societies really encourage.
Hang on. That's just blatantly false and like easily disprovable with any basic economics.
But Phantom,
like-
don't interrupt him and let him finish what he was saying.
That's a completely nonsense statement.
So, like, have you ever? We can engage in this because I think it's a very important distinction between the systems. It's kind of the dichotomy of do you want growth or equality? And in many cases, they're actually like polar opposites. So, like, if you have a more equal society, economic growth tends to stagnate, while less equal societies tend to grow much faster. And for me, in the long term, I'd rather push policies that lead to rapid economic growth because a rising tide lifts all boats. There's a reason why the lower class of America live better than the upper class of like, South America or Russia. It's because we are a pro-growth,
Hold on, that's not
pro-capitalist
true.
economy.
I'm sorry. The lower class of America do not live better than the upper class of other countries. Like typically, the upper class lives far more extravagantly. Like there's this idea that like these people living in other countries are just living backwards lives, but it's largely dissimilar from our own country. It's kind of silly to think of it as like. The nationality is much less, like we are very well off in the US and there's a lot of opportunity, but a lot of that opportunity has shrunk and they're shutting the doors on the younger people. So like this idea that, but everyone, we all get our shot. That's not true. Like a lot of people are consigned to extremely poor paying jobs to make a living, to not, starve.
Yeah, so one thing I just want to point out here, just like some high level stats. The average worker in America makes around $75,000 as a household. Well, the average worker across the world makes $6,000.
How's that? So the average you said average household earns $75,000. I know that's not like the average individual income.
Well, that's
Can you go
because
to the cost of living? Hold on. Can you go to the cost of living comparison? I don't give a shit about income. Tell me about the cost of living.
Yeah, so even like between India and the United States, we're only talking about like an 80% effect. So if India is like half the price because of cost of living adjustments and currency depreciation, India has an average wage, I believe, only 4,000. So even if we double Indian wages, they're only making 8,000 compared to us from a cost of living perspective.
All right, hold on.
So Joey, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hold on, but a cost of living perspective though, is most people. A lot of people, not most, a lot of people in the United States are having to live way different. They have housing.
Chris, you're cutting out hard.
Chris, we can't hear you.
Of course. It's a fucking capitalist.
But yeah, like so like philosophically, like I oppose like communist style, like egalitarian fair societies because in the long run, I think the competitive capitalist societies will make the average person live a better life than an egalitarian.
Actually, I would
society.
love to talk about this specific aspect of competition. If we want to talk about market systems and we're talking about increasing competitiveness of the market, because that's what we're talking about, right? I think that capitalism in the long run actually does more damage to market freedom than socialism. And I can explain why. Is a monopoly is a domination of a market by a single agent, right? So a state monopoly would be where the government owns the entire gas industry, let's say, and you have to buy from the government. When a private company does this, since their interests are self-motivated, almost intentionally, they are inclined to do things like inflate their own price or drive out competitors of the market. The behavior they're abiding by isn't fair or free at all. And it actually makes our access as consumers and as potential producers worse. And so capitalism leading inevitably to these monopolies, I would argue, is a pretty bad system for dealing with. Whereas with socialism, what I'm talking about is not government owning things. Typically, that might be the government, but we could also talk about unions, or it's social ownership of production, not authoritarian social ownership.
The people are the state, comrade. The state are the people, and the people are the state.
That's why
I know, I'm messing with you.
Yeah, I know.
I did not just call him comrade, Joey.
I kind of loved it though. You can call me. No, I'm the thing. I would. It's funny. I would call myself a democratic socialist, right? And a lot of communists don't like those words, and I probably don't mean it in the same way a lot of other what they perceive as democratic socialists mean it. Like, I'm not necessarily part of the Democratic Socialists of America, right? But I think that the best way to kind of get to socialism would be, and eventually, potentially communism would be, maximizing democracy. And that means both increasing access of political power and of economic power. Yeah.
And all I'm saying is that you have the potential to achieve it. I mean, there's nothing saying that you could not, organize all your comrades and essentially create cooperative banks, create cooperative businesses, and essentially infiltrate local governments in the United States and create like a model society. Like, I challenge you. That's what I'm saying, is why can't you start from the bottom? Why can't you start by essentially building something that's very labor intensive and not capital intensive, and then actually through generations build up the capital to lend to each other? Because guess what?
Joey,
you're not good at lending is the issue.
So here's the issue with that entire idea is our labor is under our control, but the land and the capital is not under our control. We don't own it. And so what's happening is jobs and businesses are leveraging their control over these resources to get extraordinary exchange rates, basically, out of the value of the workers. And so no matter how hard we work, it's not going to be enough to earn enough to start a revolution, right? The only way to do this is more actively. And so I don't know. I personally have never been strongly for the. So I've been for the revolution in that I think it'd be great to change up the system, but I've always been for violent revolutions if possible, even though there will always be some violence involved in any change.
So what's the problem with the system that we have right now?
It doesn't get people their basic needs, and I think that's inefficient for our society to do. People missing shelter, food, water, education, healthcare, these things would make them more productive, be able to contribute more. Meanwhile, I feel it just kind of is the right thing to do.
Well, why is it that they don't have their basic needs met?
They can't afford it. They're not getting paid enough.
Well, maybe they should get a better job.
Yeah, but the only other people willing to offer them jobs are offering them the same conditions or worse, or they don't have the access to that higher paying job. Maybe there's a limited number of slots. Yeah, what's up?
Why can't you just, for example, there actually are cooperative banks out there that will provide financing to cooperative, organizations. Why don't you go buy a farm and then go to the homeless people that are drug addicted, mentally ill, and help them work and give them jobs in cooperative farms or cooperative businesses? You have all these people that are unprofitable from a capitalist perspective that still have the potential to work. Why don't you prove to us that these are valuable human beings that have something to offer society by building a society that integrates them? I would encourage you to do it. We would actually give you charity money and government grants to employ these individuals.
Don't you just give it to charities who already do that? That's not really one of my guiding motives in life. I'm sorry if that is crass or anything. It's just I'm very antisocial, and I kind of want to be on my hill. And I have a lot of roommates, and that's pretty much how I get my interaction. I would love to have a commune actually, and just have a large number of people living there. It's just I would need a lot more capital to achieve something like that, and for that the rich need to give up their wealth if we want to set those things up. We're not going to be able to afford it by just strap together and get cash, unless the people we're talking about who are also comrades are billionaires, which is not possible. I would say maybe Mackenzie Scott, I don't hate Mackenzie Scott, even though she's a billionaire, because she got her money by divorcing Jeff Bezos, and she's been giving as much of it away as possible. What a based woman.
Well, let me throw this out to you. I pose a challenge to you. You and all your comrades that you live in your house together. I want you all to get as many
Not
credit
all of
cards
my-
as possible.
Our roommates are necessarily comrades.
Okay.
Credit cards? No.
No,
this sounds
let me
really
finish.
stupid.
So what you're going to do is you're going to get credit cards, and then what you're going to do is you're going to create all these gambling losses, and then you're going to buy gold, and then you're going to declare bankruptcy, and then you're going to use that hidden gold that you have buried underneath your house to buy the land to build the commune. I believe in you.
Yeah, this sounds like some sound financial advice. typical capitalist gambling advice.
You're using
Well,
capitalism
I
to
think it
create your
tracks.
society.
That's not the right way to create a society.
It will be the spark of the revolution.
I think what do they say, that the means justify the ends or something like that?
The ends justify the means.
Sure, one of those things. Let's do one of those things.
Yeah. Anyone could do it. I mean, what's also great too, get a bunch of people that are dying. So get a bunch of dead, dying, sick people and convince them to rack up credit card debt and then give it to your commune. Also based
Joey,
off
what you're saying is incredibly unethical.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to make it happen, there's ways.
Hey, listen, you're speaking like a true capitalist. That's all I gotta say.
All I'm saying is I think I would do a better job at running the commune than you. Because I could actually make it happen if I wanted it.
I don't know about that, but I mean, go for it, my lord. Like, please run us a successful commune.
Yeah, all I have to say is all I need is 10% of your crops, and I need your unwavering subservience. I need 10% of your children for my army.
You're starting to sound like God.
It sounds like not a commune.
No, you don't understand. It's a commune. It's a spiritual commune.
Wow, this
You
sounds
know,
like
I
a
think
cult.
I read this book before.
I also need 16 hours of work during the harvest season, but you do get off like 80 days a year for like holidays.
All right, Joey, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is your name Napoleon or is it Snowball?
It's Joey.
Okay, got it.
Dude, Snowball Stan.
All right, so are we good to talk about the historical Jesus now?
Sure.
Another face reveal. Nice.
I've revealed my face before.
Yeah, I know.
I know. I just feel closer to you now.
No, that's sweet.
You revealed on my face
Aw.
reveal day. Got some good beard game.
He does have good beard.
He's just lazy. I need to shave. I'm gonna shave, but I'm not gonna cut my hair probably for I don't know if ever, but just look how long can I make it.
Phantom,
Oh,
I
my.
think you should cut off your hair and I think you should donate it to Locks of Love.
That's sweet, but probably not. I'll leave that to others.
That sounds kind of selfish. Don't you care about the collective?
Yeah, I guess that's pretty selfish, but yeah.
Hey, Ergo, you missed my face reveal.
What's up?
It's okay, Patrick. Being selfish is natural.
Well, I
think it
don't
should
think
be
I
rewarded.
don't think anyone has the capacity to do something that is not somewhat selfish.
Couldn't agree more.
I might disagree.
No,
'Cause
there's,
it depends
there's no
on what you mean
such
by
thing as
selfish.
altruism.
So-
Selfish
so here,
is
hang on.
the opposite of altruism.
So you
So
can't
I'm just
do
gonna
any-
say,
well,
like-
let me rephrase that. I'll
Okay,
say
yeah.
you can't do something that is not selfless.
I think okay, here's you're getting me. But I'm trying to imagine what about a situation where you do something for another person?
It's still from
There's
a
always
selfish
going to be a
perspective.
reason. that you
Yeah,
do
like,
it.
Basically,
so
out of
it's
your
gonna-
loyalty to them.
Well,
so
it-
your
it-
loyalty
it
to them
could
is going to
even-
give you some sort
it could be a
of
loyalty.
positive
It could be
at-
like because it gives you fulfillment. It could be any of those things. But the fact of the matter is, as a human being, any action that you take does not have the capacity to be selfless because it's you taking that action.
Yeah, okay. I'd accept that to some degree. I think like there's a spectrum of selfishness. So like, I wouldn't say that like all actions are equally selfish.
No,
you can do
definitely
something
not equal,
altruistic.
yes.
Yeah. And I think that like typically we should just try to reward altruism and not reward selfishness. And you don't need to actively punish it necessarily. You just don't reward it. You're like, okay, you want to be selfish? You're not going to get it. You're not going to participate in this game.
Are you saying that you need to put all the selfish people in a special camp away from the rest of society?
Let's put it this way. Have I ever told you about my quail?
No.
So I like
Is
to
it
use
the
this
one
as an
that-
example of like, go ahead. What's up?
I was gonna say which quail is this? It's not the one that you unalived, did you?
So
you have many quails, yes?
there were, so we have, so there's 12 in the upstairs bin right now. There's maybe 8 or 9 outside. And then I think there's a new wave coming in as well. Because he's breeding them, he's incubating them.
Right.
But the quail, there was this problem later with where if it's a 1-to-1 ratio of male to females, the males get really aggressive, and they'll rape the females and hurt them, like pull out their hair, and there will be like bald patches, and they can eventually unalive from this.
Right.
And so we don't want to allow that environment in our coop, but there's not really a solution to it, because if we isolate the males in their own environment, they're going to be hyper aggressive to each other. This isn't a good way of existing. And so he had to unalive them. And so first, though, they were isolated to horny jail, is what it's called, where the most aggressive ones, if he's caught them trying to grape another quail, they went to horny jail. One of our favorite ones we had to send to horny jail. It was so sad. But then he took them to like the butcher shop and paid to have them, butchered, and so he could bring those home and have the meat. So
Patrick,
the reason I was talking about this, by the way, was I would advocate for that kind of person in our society who is actively detrimental to society and unwilling to change. They can go to horny jail and potentially, to the pasture after. But
So what about this,
no one else,
Patrick?
I think we should do that. So go ahead, sorry.
What we'll do is we're going to create a society where it's like, 10-to-1 male to female. I don't know what the ratio is for quails, but let's just say 10-to-1, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the male population and we're going to put them into like military style training, and we're going to use them to engage in wars with our neighbors to then expand the nation.
Wait,
Dude,
what's
I was
what's the
talking about
10 hold
quail,
on,
right?
What's the 10-to-1 thing? Is it like?
Yeah, what
is
the
it
hell
10
is that about?
So like you were saying that you can't have a 1-to-1 ratio, you have to have like more females than males to make the society
With
stable.
quail, but then you were talking about
Yeah, so we're going to take the quails, right? We're going to take the angry quails, and then we're going to use that to essentially build like a quail army to like expand the territories of the quails.
Hold on, but then we're just using our
You
psychopaths
can't
to make
use-
war on our neighbors.
Yeah.
What are
You
you
can't
talking
use
about?
quails. You
No,
can't use
that's
quails for the
awesome. That's
military.
awful. That is terrible. Also, yeah, you
Quail-
can't make a
quails
quail
don't know how
military.
to-
What are you talking about?
Yeah, quails don't know how to shoot pew-pews. Okay, like you can't even teach them to reload. This is never gonna work. But on the other hand, if you were to use like maybe emus, I think you might have a shot there.
Yeah.
But to answer honestly is I don't think if we're going to extend it to people, and what if we use those extremes for doing these terrible things? I mean that is kind of their purpose. I don't mean that as their literal purpose, but the reason by evolutionarily that we have psychopaths is to do those kinds of things when it is potentially useful to need to do those kinds of things. Let's say you get attacked. You want one people in your defense, or that bunch of guys, but you don't want your entire society to be psychopaths because it's generally harmful to not be able to have empathy. So if we need to make use of their talents, it's like, sure, but we shouldn't be prioritizing making war on other people or doing these other things that they are willing to do. It's a purely need-based thing. At the point where we're starting wars, it's like your entire purpose is to do bad things. That's where we're instigating. Wow, you sound like a cult leader.
No, it's just one of those things where, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, I don't believe in this idea that, like, we're all going to sing Kumbaya and, like, the state's just going to wither away. Ultimately, like, the only way the society will happen is through conflict.
Conflict is inevitable. If you're talking about, like, large armed conflict, no, I disagree. And that's why I don't usually go